Lawmakers are picking up the pace to finish their budget work and clear as many bills as possible before the new fiscal year starts Sunday. There are 13 appropriations bills being hammered out. They are the ones that actually fund the government. Senate Democratic leaders held a press conference today in Washington to denounce 3 of the bills as out of touch.
We sent a letter to the president urging him to veto these 3 bills. They're extreme in every way. They devastate families, they devastate workers, and they cripple the economy. We obviously recognize the need to balance the budget. We also recognize the need to establish priorities that represent the real strength of this country. We simply cannot use these appropriations bills, as we cannot use Medicare and Medicaid to support a $245 billion tax break.
President Clinton spoke about the budget a short while ago during a meeting with the House and Ways and Means Committee. He says he's strongly in favor of balancing the budget to lift the burden of debt off future generations.
I have offered the Congress a budget that balances the budget without destroying education, without undermining our commitment to the environment, and without violating our commitments to working families, the elderly, and poor children. It seems to me that we have to ask these questions. We have to move beyond the level of rhetoric to the values that are embodied in the choices that are being made.
The Senate Labor Committee began marking up a package that would change the student loan program. That subject prompted this demonstration by a group of students to the outside the halls of the committee's office. Republicans are trying to save nearly $11 billion over 7 years by scaling back some student loan benefits. Democrats argue the measure would hit the neediest families the hardest. Republican lawmakers reportedly want the IRS to let private debt collectors go after delinquent taxpayers. The New York Times reports today legislation now stalled in a conference committee would mandate a test period to see if private bill collectors can do a better job than IRS agents. If the measure passes, the paper says for the first time ever, private bill collectors would gain access to confidential federal taxpayer information. Some states already use private companies to collect back taxes. The Federal Reserve's chief policy group today will decide its next move on interest rates. Most economic analysts predict there will be no change in rates. A decision is expected in the next couple of hours. Fear about job prospects caused a dip in consumer confidence this month. It fell about 5 points from August, but consumers still are more confident than they were 1 year ago. We'll take a break and we'll be right back.
If you're over 50, you can get needed life insurance protection from Colonial Penn. It's only $6.95 per unit per month. Benefits won't decrease simply because you grow older, and your rates won't increase. If you're over 50, you cannot be turned down. So call now.
Call toll-free 1-800-257-1257. We'll send detailed information and this guide to Social Security absolutely free. Call 1-800-257-1257. There's no obligation. 1-800-257-1257.
Tonight on Larry King Live, famed criminal defense attorney Jerry Spence is the guest host at a special time, 8 Eastern on CNN.
If you could get 10 cents a minute on long-distance calls and anything else in the world you wanted, what would that be?
I'd like 10 cents a minute and a new car.
I'd take 10 cents a minute and a new boyfriend.
10 cents a minute and some cash back?
You've got it. There's something new with Sprint Cents, cash back. Call now and get 10 cents a minute rates on state-to-state calls, all evening, all night, and all weekend long. And you'll be rewarded with 10% cash back for every dollar you spend.
Cash back, cool.
That's something new. I like it. The way I call, that could really add up.
There's no limit to the amount of cash back you can earn. Month after month, you'll see your cash add up, so it pays to stay with Sprint Cents. And when you sign up right now, Sprint will even switch you for free.
10 cents a minute and cash back? Getting cash back's great. Can I get the boyfriend too?
Sorry, Sprint can't do everything. Well, not yet. Get 10 cents a minute now and 10% cash back every year with Sprint Cents. Call now. 1-800-621-7499.
This is CNN.
The break in the Simpson court was to have been about 20 minutes or about 23 minutes in right now. When the court resumes, we expect the beginning of the closing arguments. We'll bring that to you live when that happens. In the meantime, we'll carry on with a news update. In Okinawa, Japan, a furor continues to build over the alleged actions of some members of the United States military. Thousands of demonstrators held a rally near Camp Butler to bring attention to the alleged rape of a 12-year-old Japanese girl by 3 U.S. servicemen. U.S. officials refused to turn over the servicemen to Japanese officials because of a clause in the military agreement that requires Japanese prosecutors to issue a formal indictment. About 24,000 of the 44,000 U.S. troops in Japan are stationed in Okinawa. For some campers in the western U.S. and Canada, it is perhaps one of their greatest fears, attacks by grizzly bears. That's just what happened at a campground near Lake Louise, Alberta. Kelly Crow has the story.
For Steve Adsington, it was a narrow escape. Just seconds after he crawled out, a grizzly bear tore up his tent.
Lots of scratching about, lots of ripping, and it was so close that I just thought, well, it's my tent next. So I opened my tent, turned the other way, and just ran.
Other campers spent the morning waiting to be escorted back into the campsite to recover their gear, still shaken by what they'd heard.
This guy was really screaming, screaming for his life, but it was pretty frightening in the tent by himself.
It was the worst bear attack here in recent memory. 6 campers asleep in 3 separate tents, when suddenly, in the early morning darkness, an angry bear was upon them, biting and clawing them through the tent fabric. There was no food in the tent, no garbage nearby. In fact, park wardens say these campers were doing everything right. Park wardens say the bear was a large female with a cub. They say they have no idea why she attacked, but they say there's a good chance she'll do it again.
This behavior is pretty radical. If the bear has done it once, and in fact, if it is that bear, we would likely destroy that animal.
2 of the campers were admitted to this hospital in Banff with serious cuts and scratches. 2 others were moved to Calgary with more serious injuries. All are in stable condition. For now, the Lake Louise campground has been sealed off. Park officials say it will stay that way until they've captured the offending bear. Kelly Crow, CBC News, Lake Louise, Alberta.
The 3 surviving Dion quintuplets of Canada now claim their father sexually abused them when they were young. The quintuplets, who were born in 1934, became a tourist attraction after the Ontario government claimed guardianship. Their father tried for 9 years to regain custody. In interviews recently, the 3 surviving quints also say their siblings were abused. But one of the sisters, who was not a quint, flatly denied that claim to a newspaper. She claimed to be speaking on behalf of the other siblings as well. Some doctors believe they've found the source of many headaches. That could lead to better treatment for one of the leading causes of suffering and disability, but critics say the doctors are on the wrong track. CNN's Jeff Levine looks at the medical controversy.
For Molly Califoot, they come on randomly a couple of times a month.
They more or less just take the edge off of happiness. It's painful.
For millions of Americans, headaches cramp, if not completely disrupt their lives. But researchers at the University of Maryland say they may have found the cause. While doing research on cadavers, dentist Gary Hack found a group of previously unknown tissue fibers at the base of the neck.
These fibers have never been described in the literature. A connection between muscle and the covering of the brain and spinal cord has never been described.
Tests on live patients confirmed the discovery.
Nobody looked for it. And when they saw it, nobody recognized that it was something different.
Dr. Robinson and his colleagues believe the fibers might be a cause for headaches.
Here is the link that everyone's been looking for. A link between skeletal muscle that we know contracts during headache and the sensitive covering of the brain and spinal cords.
They contend tense neck muscles transfer the problem to the head. Like most brain surgeons treating head injuries, when Dr. Robinson operates, he severs the unnoticed tissue to get to the brain. Many of those patients reported fewer headaches after surgery. Robinson is now surveying all his patients to find out their history of headaches before and after surgery. For basic treatment, he suggests less drastic measures.
Food, massage, heat packs, cold packs, any number of things before we get to surgery.
But some neurologists claim Robinson's discovery means nothing to headache sufferers because tension doesn't cause headaches.
Headaches are caused by a neurological mechanism that's centered in the brain, And when this mechanism gets activated, it causes inflammation of nerves and blood vessels around the head, which is painful.
Buchholz prescribes changes in diet and medications that seem to trigger head pain. For severe cases, blood pressure drugs and antidepressants can help.
We have effective treatment for migraine, for headaches in general, and it has nothing to do with combating muscle contraction.
While doctors continue to disagree on the cause and treatment of headaches, the discovery does give physicians a better understanding of the human body. Jeff Levine, CNN, reporting.
And I'm Lou Waters at CNN Center. The Simpson Court is about to get back down to business. We will take a break and resume our live coverage in just a moment.
Billy, what's wrong?
I can't get this math.
Never before in America and in no other country in the world has it been easier to get top grades in math. How? The answer is Math Made Easy videotapes. Basic math, high school math, or college math, all tested and proven instructional videotapes just for you. If you need top grades in math, Math Made Easy tutoring tapes are a must. Used by educators all over America. It's like having your own professional tutor at your side. Follow the thousands of students who have gained confidence and have prepared for A's in math. Select the tapes you need. Call now for details and a free brochure. Dial 1-800-MATH-962. Parents or grandparents, now's the time to help a student in your family.
Mom, I got an A. That's great.
Math Made Easy tutoring tapes are guaranteed. Call now for more information. Dial 1-800-MATH-962. That's 1-800-MATH-962.
This clothing store has great selection, but I run 250. All right, 260. And in my size, that selection is pretty thin. Well, I found a place that has great clothing selection for big guys. Tall guys, too. The King Size Catalog. Look, brand names, good prices, and perfect fit no matter what size you are. And convenience? Just pick up the phone and call. All the top designers, selection, colors, quality, all for big and tall men only. Shirts too short? King size, perfect fit. Squeezed on neck size? King size, perfect fit. They've got everything in here. Shirts, slacks, shoes, jackets, jeans, just for us big and tall guys. Hey, extra long ties, too. The King Size Catalog, all for big and tall men only. Only.
If you're a big and tall guy, be sure and write down that number and give us a call. Every item is guaranteed for quality and fit. King size, perfect fit. King size.
Legal wrangling has stalled the start of closing arguments in the Simpson trial today. Court is back in session after about a 30-minute break in which defense attorneys were allowed to review some of the prosecution exhibits. Let's return to the courtroom.
But wants us to review it or not, but we're ready. If they want to go with this now, you've noted my objection.
Noted.
Let's get it on.
Thank you, sir. All right.
They have shown us one board, Your Honor. One defense board is the thermometer involving reasonable doubt. That's standard. I just want to lodge an objection to that now. We can argue it before the defense argues.
We'll get there eventually. All right. Deputy Trower, let's have the jurors, please.
According to some of the reporters who were in the courtroom when the prosecutors revealed some of those graphics that they plan to use in closing arguments, the graphics show a piece of a puzzle. The pieces portray several items of evidence, the shoe prints, the hairs found at the scene, the blood trail, and more. And when pieces of the puzzle are finally together, it displays the booking photograph of O.J. Simpson. We want to take a break now, go to a business update, and it looks like closing arguments will begin shortly.
I'm Jan Hopkins at CNN Business News Desk in New York. Stocks on Wall Street are slightly higher as investors wait to see if the Federal Reserve will change interest rates today. Fed's policymaking committee meeting is going on in Washington. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is now up almost 8 points at a level of 4777.88, and broader and secondary market indexes are mixed. Consumers are not as optimistic about the economy. The Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index fell this month, with fewer people optimistic about job prospects. That's sparking a rally in the inflation-wary bond market. The Treasury's 30-year bond is up nearly half point in price. The yield is down to 6.54%. More than a decade of allegedly fraudulent trading has caught up with one of Japan's largest banks. Daiwa Bank reported today losses of more than $1 billion from unauthorized transactions by a bond trader at its New York office. Like a similar case with Britain's Barings Bank earlier in the year, the Daiwa trader is accused of fraud and was apparently acting alone. In the last year, Japan has seen a major regional bank and 4 credit unions collapse. That's business news for this hour. I'm Jan Hopkins in New York.
I'm Mark Watson, Los Angeles. 1 hour and a half later than they were supposed to begin, it looks finally like closing arguments will begin in the Simpson trial. It's 10:30 on the nose here in Los Angeles. The camera is tilting down. We see Judge Ito on the bench. The jury has been called in the courtroom. We presume Marcia Clark will lead off for the prosecution.
Matters we had to get out of the way before we actually start with the arguments of the attorneys. However, we are now ready to commence. We are at that stage where the attorneys will have the opportunity to argue to you. And I should let you know that previously I had contemplated placing a time limit on the lawyers in their argument. Some of the factors that I considered in whether or not I should place a time limit on them was the quantity of the evidence that was produced, the conflicts in the testimony, and the complexity of the issues that you'll have to resolve. And after considering the length of the case and the nature of the evidence, I have decided not to place a time limit on the argument of the attorneys. However, I have placed upon each side a limit of no more than 2 attorneys may argue to you for this part of the trial. Now, the purpose of the argument by the attorneys is to discuss with you the facts and the evidence that have been presented to you, to discuss the law that I instructed you on earlier, and the attorneys may advance theories based upon the evidence, and they may urge conclusions that are fairly drawn from that evidence. However, during the course of their arguments, please remember my previous admonition to you that the comments and argument made to you by the attorneys are not evidence. All right? Having said that, Ms. Clark, on behalf of the people or the prosecution, prepared to proceed their opening argument.
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Finally. I feel like it's been forever since I've talked to you. It kind of has. It's very weird to be in this courtroom next to you, seeing you every day, not getting a chance to talk to you. It's just very unnatural. And I have to tell you that as long as I've been doing this, as many years as I've been doing this, at this moment in a trial, I always feel the same. I feel like I want to sit down with you and say, what do you want to talk about? Tell me what you're thinking.
Ms. Clark, I'm sorry.
You want a pen, sir?
Juror 165 needs a pen. Ms. Clark.
Thank you, sir. I want to sit down. I want to talk to you. I want you to tell me, what do you want to know? You know, what do you want to talk about? Because that way I don't have to talk about stuff that you don't need to hear, stuff that you don't want explained, stuff that you're not interested in. And I can't. And I always have this sense of frustration. So I'm sorry if I say things that you don't need to hear or I explain things that are already very clear to you. Please bear with me because I'm not a mind reader and I don't know. Let me first, I want to take this opportunity to thank you. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. You have been through so much. You have made a tremendous sacrifice. You haven't seen your children enough. You haven't seen your family enough. You haven't seen your loved ones enough. And all of this in the name of justice, in the service of justice. Your dedication and your selflessness are truly beyond the pale. No one can say that any jury has sacrificed more for the cause of justice than you have. And I want you to know sincerely from my heart, I appreciate it. I speak on behalf, I know, of the people of the state of California. This was a tremendous sacrifice. Your selflessness and your devotion will long be remembered by many. And I thank you. I think no one can understand how great their sacrifice has been, how terrible the pressure has been, how awful it must be for you to have your lives kind of out of control this way, at the mercy of us taking longer than we should have, and you having to put your lives aside for longer than you should have had to do. I'm sorry for that. I apologize for that. There's only one bright side. Two bright sides. One, it's almost over. Number two, you have the assurance of knowing that no stone has been left unturned. The defense has explored every nook and cranny of the case. We have exhaustively tried to give you every piece of information that could possibly be relevant to answer the question we're here to answer. And in doing so, in the exhaustive examination and cross-examination of all of the witnesses in this case, and the exhaustive investigation and work that's been done, one thing is clear. This defendant has received the ultimate in a fair trial. And at least you know that. You have that assurance. Now, in the course of presenting all of this evidence, in this trial, just like every trial, some evidence has been presented to you that really is not relevant to answer the core question of who murdered Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown. And it's up to you, the jury, to weed out the distractions, weed out the sideshows, and determine what evidence is it that really helps me answer this question. And it's kind of like the artist or the sculptor. Somebody went to him and said, well, how do you make an angel? Well, I take a piece of marble and I remove everything that's not an angel. That's what you have to do. It's not easy. It's going to require a lot of focus and a lot of determination on your part, because the sideshows may be very interesting. They present very important issues, very serious issues, but issues that really do not relate to who committed these murders. And they should be dealt with outside this courtroom, because here now, in this courtroom, we're here to decide who murdered Ronald Goldman and Nicole Brown. Now, you as jurors sit as judges of the evidence. You're called the trier of fact. And as such, your job it is to be neutral and to be impartial as you examine the testimony presented. And in this regard, you're guided, just like any judge, by the law. And the jury instructions that were read to you on Friday is the law that you will apply to the evidence to determine the answers to the question that is posed here. Who murdered Ronald Goldman and Nicole Brown? The instructions discuss a wide range of topics. They talk about guidelines for the determination of credibility of witnesses, both expert and lay witnesses, and they talk about what the people are required to prove to establish the defendant's guilt. But they go beyond that, and they also tell you the frame of mind that you should adopt when you look at all the evidence. And one of the first instructions that was read to you by the judge on Friday, if you'll recall, concerned your duties as a jury, and it stated in part, you must not be influenced by pity for a defendant or by prejudice against him. You must not be biased against the defendant because he has been arrested for this offense, charged with a crime, or brought to trial. Now, of course, that makes sense. It's logical. And that means that we have to present proof to you. We can't just come in and say it so. Why don't just get up here and say it so? I have to prove it to you with evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. So that makes sense. Now, the instruction goes on to read, you must not be influenced by mere sentiment, conjecture, sympathy, passion, prejudice, public opinion, or public feeling. Both the people and the defendant have a right to expect that you will conscientiously consider and weigh the evidence, apply the law, and reach a just verdict regardless of the consequences. In the course of this trial, you have heard some testimony of a very emotional nature. I expect that in the course of arguments, you're going to hear very impassioned speeches, fiery speeches, speeches that may stir up feelings of anger, sorrow, pity. Although your feelings may be aroused, as would be natural and understandable for all of us. As the instruction tells you, as a trier of fact, you, the judges, are to remain neutral and impartial and not be influenced by such passion or sentiment, no matter how sorely tempted you may be to do so. And this applies to both sides, both sides. Although the brutal and callous way in which Ron and Nicole were murdered may understandably make you feel sorrow, pity, even anger, it would be wrong to find the defendant guilty just because you felt sorry for them. On the other hand, although it would be completely understandable if you were to feel angry and disgusted with Mark Fuhrman, as we all are, still it would be wrong to find the defendant guilty, not guilty, just because of that anger and disgust. So as you listen to the arguments of counsel, please remember, when you weigh the evidence and you consider all of the evidence, remember that an appeal to passion and emotion is an invitation to ignore your responsibility as a juror. To be fair, we must examine all of the evidence in a calm and a rational and a logical way. And let me come back to Mark Fuhrman for a minute, just so it's clear. Did he lie when he testified here in this courtroom saying that he did not use racial epithets in the last 10 years? Yes. Is he a racist? Yes. Is he the worst LAPD has to offer? Yes. Do we wish that this person was never hired by LAPD? Yes. Should LAPD have ever hired him? No. Should such a person be a police officer? No. In fact, do we wish there were no such person on the planet? Yes. But the fact that Mark Fuhrman is a racist and lied about it on the witness stand does not mean that we haven't proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And it would be a tragedy if, with such overwhelming evidence, ladies and gentlemen, as we have presented to you, you found the defendant not guilty, in spite of all that, because of the racist attitudes of one police officer. It is your duty, and it will be your challenge, to stay focused on the question you were brought here to answer. And the only question that you were brought here to answer: did the defendant commit these murders? In seeking the answer to this question, you look to all of the evidence presented to you by both sides now, by both the people and by the defense. And you determine what evidence really answers that question. Because the defense has thrown out many, many other questions. They throw out questions about whether LAPD has some bad police officers. Does the scientific division have some sloppy criminalists? Does the coroner's office have some sloppy coroners? And the answer to all these questions is sure. Yes, they do. That's not news to you. I'm sure it wasn't a big surprise to you. But those are not, they're important issues. You know, we should look into the quality control. Things should be done better. Things could always be done better in every case, at every time. There's no question about that. We're not here to vote on that today. The question is what the evidence that was presented to you that relates to who killed Ron and Nicole, what does that tell you? Does that convince you beyond a reasonable doubt? No matter how much more qualified or how much better they could have done their job, still in all, did they present enough evidence to you? Did the evidence come to you in sufficient quantity and convincing force to convince you that the defendant committed these murders beyond a reasonable doubt? Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that we have more than met our burden in this case. Now, the defense has thrown out a lot of possibilities to you, the merest of possibilities. And a lot of them were just there to scare you. You heard Dr. Gerdes talk about it could be this, it could have been that. I see the validation studies, you know, kind of like, reminds me of a doctor when you have to go in for an operation, they give you all this list of things that could possibly happen to you, Nevertheless, and they have to give you that warning, right? They got to tell you that, because otherwise you cannot give an informed consent and say, yes, knowing the risk, I'm going to go and do this. Now, if you really believe that all these horrible things are going to happen, no one would have an operation. You wouldn't take the risk. But you know, they've got to tell me everything, no matter how remote the possibility. And indeed, you go and you have the operation, and you're fine. And none of that stuff happens. Well, in this case, it's actually, they've raised all the possibilities of things that could happen in an effort to scare you away from the evidence. But we have done better than you could ever do in an operation, because we have proven to you that nothing in this case did happen. We have proven to you that it was not contaminated. We have even proven to you that it was not planted, for lack of a better term. And I'm going to go through the evidence and demonstrate how we have proven that to you. So why were these issues raised? Why were these questions raised? Well, they are all questions and issues that were raised as a distraction. They were roads raised, roads created by the defense to lead you away from the core truth and the issue that we're searching for the answer to, which is who murdered Ron and Nicole. But these roads, ladies and gentlemen, these are false roads. They're false roads because they lead to a dead end. The false roads were paved with inflammatory distractions, but even after all their tireless efforts, the evidence stands strong and powerful to prove to you the defendant's guilt. Now, I'd like to show you a jury instruction that is very important. I think that both the prosecution and the defense will agree. May I approach for a moment?
Attorneys are in a sidebar conference there with Judge Lancito. We're going to take this opportunity for a short break and come back with more closing arguments in just a moment.
Together, they take a provocative look at today's most compelling cases. Greta Van Susteren and Roger Cossack. Burden of Proof. This fall on CNN.
Billy, what's wrong?
I can't get this math.
Never before in America and in no other country in the world has it been easier to get top grades in math. How? The answer is Math Made Easy videotapes. Basic math, high school math, or college math, all tested and proven instructional videotapes just for you. If you need top grades in math, Math Made Easy tutoring tapes are a must. Used by educators all over America. It's like having your own professional tutor at your side. Follow the thousands of students who have gained confidence and have prepared for A's in math. Select the tapes you need. Call now for details and a free brochure. Dial 1-800-MATH-156. Parents or grandparents, now is the time to help a student in your family.
Mom, I got an A. That's great.
Math Made Easy tutoring tapes are guaranteed. Call now for more information. Dial 1-800-MATH-156. That's 1-800-MATH-156.
Tonight, Jerry Spence guest hosts Larry King Live.
The sidebar conference has ended and Marcia Clark has resumed her closing argument.
Mere possible doubt, okay? Because everything relating to human affairs is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. That's very important. It's a doubt founded in reason. I'm going to amplify more on that with examples when we talk about the actual evidence in this case. But bear that in mind, a possible doubt. I have a possible doubt that the sun will come up tomorrow. Do I have a reasonable doubt about it? No. I have no doubt founded in reason that that's going to happen. Just for a very basic example. So think about that, too. We're not talking about what possible doubt is. It's reasonable doubt. Now, the other part of it, it is that state of the case which, after entire comparison, the entire comparison and consideration of all of the evidence. Now, what that means, ladies and gentlemen, is you consider the defense case and you consider the prosecution case. You consider all of it. You'll probably hear from the defense multiple times, we don't have to prove anything. That's right, they don't. In every criminal case, when the people complete their presentation, the defense can say, no witnesses. We rest. Because they can sit and make the state prove their case without ever calling a witness. That's right. That's correct. But when they do, then you must consider the quality and the nature of the evidence that they have presented. That goes into the mix. That's part of your consideration. What kind of evidence did they present to demonstrate something to you, to prove something to you? If they try to prove something to you, their witnesses, their evidence gets evaluated by the same rules ours do. The same jury instruction applies. You will see a jury instruction in your packet back there that talks about how to evaluate the credibility of witnesses, both expert and lay witnesses. There is no distinction made in that jury instruction for defense witnesses or for people's witnesses. It's all the same. You determine their credibility and the relative convincing force of the proof by the same rules, okay? So that's the first thing to remember. When you look at everything, you look at all of it. What have they shown you? What have we shown you? We have the burden of proof. But you look at what they've shown you when you want to consider what was proven to you. We got pieces of boards and exhibits everywhere in this courtroom. All right, now, all I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, is it's reasonable doubt and it's not possible doubt, and we'll come back to it again. But at the conclusion of all of our arguments, when you open up the windows and let the cool air blow out the smoke screen that's been created by the defense with the cool wind of reason, you will see that the defendant has been proven guilty easily beyond a reasonable doubt. Or to put it another way, the evidence has conclusively proven that when Detective Mark Furman said he did not use racial epithets in the last 10 years, he lied. But it has also conclusively proven that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, I'd like to start with the evidence in this case with the timing, okay? I think that's the easiest place to start. The timing on June the 12th. Let's begin with a very brief review of the movements of Ron and Nicole, and we're going to start with the recital in the late afternoon. I'm sure you recall that recital for Sydney at Paul Revere High School. Nicole left the recital and went to the Mezzaluna restaurant near her home, along with her parents and some friends and her children, Sydney and Justin. And she arrived at the Mezzaluna at approximately, I think it was 6:30 p.m. Ron Goldman, who was an acquaintance of hers, a waiter at the Mezzaluna, was working that night but did not wait on her table. And when Nicole and her family left between 8:30 and 9, they didn't know that the simple act of dropping a pair of glasses would have the tragic consequences that we all know now that it did. Now, you recall at the end of the People's case there was a stipulation that we entered into, and you recall that the judges told you that a stipulation is to be accepted by you as an undisputed fact. And the stipulation told you the following. After leaving the Mezzaluna that night, Nicole's mother called the Mezzaluna to ask about her glasses. That was at 9:37. Karen Crawford, the bartender and Sunday night manager of the Mezzaluna, took the call and went out to look for the glasses. She found them outside near where Nicole had pulled up in front of the restaurant, and at Mrs. Brown's request, she put the glasses into an envelope on which she wrote, I believe she wrote, Nicole Simpson will pick up Monday. That call lasted 2 minutes. It was also stipulated that at 9:40 p.m., Mrs. Brown called her daughter Nicole, and they spoke for 2 minutes. And in that last conversation, before her death, Nicole promised her mother that she would arrange to pick up the glasses. Now, those two conversations with Nicole's mother were a matter of stipulation. That's an undisputed fact. Karen Crawford testified that about 5 minutes after speaking to Nicole's mother, she got a call from Nicole. That would mean Nicole called her at about 9:43. Nicole asked to speak to Ron. He took the phone, and after Ron spoke to her, he asked Karen for the glasses. She gave him that envelope containing the glasses. And at about 9:50, 10 of 10 that night, Ronald Goldman left the Mezzaluna restaurant. When he left, he was wearing the white shirt and dark pants that were part of his waiter's uniform. And that uniform was later found by his sister, Kim Goldman, in his apartment, draped over the bedroom door. That uniform is here in evidence. So we know that Ron went home and changed clothes after he left the Mezzaluna at about 9:50. The other waitress in the restaurant, Tia Gavin, testified that it takes about a minute to walk from the Mezzaluna to his apartment. So, even being a little generous, he got home by about 9:52, say. He changed, he freshened up, because we know he wasn't wearing that waiter's uniform when he was found. And so it would be reasonable to infer that he got to Nicole's house with the envelope sometime shortly after 10. And when I say sometime shortly after 10, we don't know exactly what time, and I'm not saying that we do, but 10:10 or so would seem a reasonable amount of time to get freshened up, changed, and get over there, based on what we do know. Now, that brings me to something else that I want to point out. In the case, as in every case, there is certain evidence that is introduced that is directly proving a fact. For example, in this case, Ron Goldman left Mezzaluna at approximately 9:50. It's approximate time. Could have been a few minutes later. So we know that sometime before 10 he left. We know he changed clothes, okay? But the direct thing we know is that sometime shortly before 10 he left. We know he changed clothes because he was wearing something different when he was found. We know how long it takes for him to get home because we have a witness telling us that, but we don't know is exactly what time he left his house. We know he left his house in time to be murdered, and we'll talk about that shortly. And in time for him to be there with the dogs barking, we have to make inferences. Okay, we have to make an inference from the evidence that we know about as to when he got to Bundy. Now, you can draw an inference that is reasonable, or you can draw an inference that is unreasonable. What we are required to do here, and what I must do, is draw inferences, that are reasonable, based on what we know when he left the Mezzaluna, changing clothes, freshening up, and I think Stuart Tanner testified that they had plans to meet at the Baja Cantina. He was going to get cleaned up to go somewhere. It's reasonable then to infer that he took 10 minutes or so to do that, change clothes, freshen up, and then go over to Bundy. Now, the dogs. Excuse me, the witnesses that testified to the dog. As you may recall, we heard from a number of them, and they were neighbors of Nicole. Now, as for the people that the prosecution presented on this issue, all of these people were people who lived very close by. All of them were people who were home on that night, and all of these were people who were not distracted by anything else going on at the time. And all of these were people who did not seek out involvement in this case. All of these were people who were found by the police during normal police procedures as they went knocking around the neighborhood doors to find out if anybody heard or saw anything. And some of these people were disturbed by the police at 2:30 in the morning, at 5 in the morning, and these people just were summoned by the police to tell what they heard, what they saw. They didn't go out looking for their 15 minutes of fame. They didn't go calling the police and running after the detectives to try and tell them they knew something important so they could be on TV and become the latest sensation. These people were called upon by the police because they were there. They were near her. They were close to the condominium. They were within range where they might have seen or heard something, and so they were contacted. And so they were subpoenaed. They didn't ask to be involved. And that's a big distinction between our witnesses and the witnesses called by the defense on this issue. Now, the significance of the barking dog is obviously that it tells us roughly when the murders occurred. Not exactly, but it's reasonable to infer, again, reasonable inference, that the murders occurred either shortly before or during the time when the dog was barking. Now, the neighbors who testified to this said that they had not heard a dog barking so insistently like that before. It really drew their attention. That's why they remembered it. It's why we woke them up or disturbed them or made them concerned, made them look out their windows to see what was going on, because it was unusual. Which means that Nicole was not in the habit of letting her dog run around like that. Which means that if that dog is barking like that and she's not tending to it, she's already dead. Now, what did they say? The witnesses that we presented were very consistent in this regard. I'm going to show you
All right, Mr. Escobar, would you just briefly display that to defense counsel so they know which one it is we're looking at? All right, it's the timeline board. All right, proceed. Thank you, Mr. Escobar. And we may have a problem with the court reporter. It's timeline board. I just had him show it to you, counsel. Do you have a small copy of this? All right.
We're bringing down small copies. Can counsel...
All right. Why don't you proceed with your argument at this point? Let's compromise. Move it over here so we can all see it. Mr. Escobar, Mr. Wooden, would you move this back over to the standing position, please?
Aren't going to be able to see it so well for now. We'll move it back down in just a little bit. Okay.
All right, 1386, can you see that? 165, can you see that? Yes, sir. All right, thank you very much. Ms. Clark.
Okay. All right. Now I'm going to direct your attention down here. Okay. The first witness that we called was named Pablo Fenves. You may recall that he testified he was in his apartment on that night, and that at approximately 10:15 to 10:20, he heard the insistent barking of a dog. He called it a plaintive wail. And the nature and sound of the barking that he heard made it sound to him like it was a dog in trouble, like something traumatic had occurred. And it drew his attention, made him think about what was happening, and he noticed it. He noticed it, and he noticed the time because he'd been watching the news. And so he tied the time to that event. And he testified it was between 10:15 and 10:20, approximately, that he heard that. We called also, and you see he's right here on the timeline, Mark Storfer testified as well. Now, let me back up, I'm sorry. Pablo Fenves was the one who lived behind the condominium, diagonally behind Nicole Brown, across the alley, if you'll recall. His windows, he had windows that faced the alley, and at one point, I think he pointed out where he was able to see. And he indicated that the barking seemed to come from the location of Nicole's condo. So he lived right behind her. The other witness who testified was Mark Storfer. Mark Storfer lived down on Dorothy. That would have been just south of Nicole's condominium. Mr. Fairtlew, do we have the dog board that we had showed with the witnesses where they lived? Is that down here? Oh, I'll get it. That's fine. That's fine. We used it during the presentation of the testimony. I think it really makes it a lot easier to remember the locations and figure out where people are in relation to each other if you can see that board. And then I won't have to explain so much. That's great. Thanks.
Ms. Clark, this is People's Exhibit.
People's Exhibit 26, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Here, the red house here that I'm pointing to is Nicole Brown's house. This purple house right here, south on Dorothy, that is Mark Storfer's house. And he testified, if you may recall, that he was just putting his little son to bed when he heard the dog barking. And he was concerned, and it drew his attention because he was worried that the dog was going to wake up his son, you know. I think a lot of us know what that's like. You finally get the baby to bed, and then something happens to wake it up. It's horrible, and that's what happened to him. So he was very cognizant. He was very aware of the fact that dog was barking, and it was disturbing him. He went upstairs, and approximately, he said, 2 to 3 minutes after he heard the dog start to bark, went up and looked at his clock because he was concerned how late the hour was and why the barking was so loud at that late hour. He looked, and he looked at his clock, and it said 10:28. Now, he said they always keep their clocks 5 minutes fast. So his clock really, this gets complicated, really said 10:23. Since he heard the dog start barking 2 to 3 minutes before he looked at the clock, it was approximately 10:20 to 10:21. Now, he also lived very close. And what's important for you to know and recall about his testimony is that when the dog started barking, he indicated that he looked, let's see, he indicated that he looked out his window at 10:23. A few minutes after the dog started barking, he went to see what was going on. And the source of the noise seemed to come from north of him on Bundy, which is, of course, the direction of Nicole's house. And when he looked out the window at 10:23, he saw no one walking down the street. That's real important. I'd like to ask you to try and remember that fact. Mr. Darden will discuss how significant that is. when he speaks to you later. We also heard from Eva Stein and Louis Karp. They were the next-door neighbors of Nicole Brown. This is the blue house here. They live right next door. Now, on that night, Eva Stein had gone to bed shortly before 10 o'clock. And at some point, she indicated shortly after she fell asleep, she was awakened by the loud, insistent barking of a dog. Or she thought it might even been more than one dog because it was so loud. She indicated that shortly after that, approximately half hour later, after she started to hear the barking dog, her boyfriend, Louis Karp, came home. And she could tell that he came home because she heard the bell. So a half hour after she heard the dog barking, he came home. And Louis Karp told you he came home at 10:45, 10:50 at the latest, which means that she heard the dog barking also at 10:15 to 10:20. Now, and just to remind you, Pablo Fenbez's house is the yellow one indicated here on the board. So she's just across the alley behind Ms. Brown's condo. All right, now, Louis Karp also told you something else. He told you that when he came home, he went into his garage, and then he went out in front to get the mail. And when he went out in front to get the mail, he saw a dog in the street. And this was the time he indicated that he got home. When he got outside, he saw a dog running around in the street, barking insistently. A dog that he identified for you as Cato, Nicole's dog. The dog was prancing around in the street and acting in a very weird manner, and Mr. Karp was a little afraid of him and went back inside. Now, Mr. Karp also told you that he saw a man walking a dog. Steve Schwab told you that at about 10:30 he left his home and went out and took his dog for a walk. If you recall, he said that he waited to see the end of the Dick Van Dyke Show and then went out to walk his dog. It was about a little after 10:30. He told you of the route that he took, walking around the neighborhood, and he told you that at approximately 10:55, he saw Cato, Nicole's dog, at the corner of Dorothy and Bundy. And he told you that the dog was acting very strangely. So he went over to look at the dog. And when he did, he noticed that the dog had blood on its back paw, and the blood appeared to be moist. He crossed over to the east side of Bundy where he said the lighting was better. In other words, saying to you that the side of the street that Nicole lived on was poorly lit. Now, he noticed that the dog's paws had blood on it, but he did not testify that he saw any paw prints on the sidewalk. Does that mean that they weren't there? No. It means he didn't notice them. Obviously, if the dog had blood on its paw, and it had gone out of Nicole's home, and it had walked down the sidewalk, there were paw prints there to be seen. The fact that someone doesn't see something doesn't mean it isn't there. It means they didn't see it. That's what I mean about reasonable inferences to be drawn from the evidence. Now, when he crossed over to the east side of Bundy where they had more light, the dog stayed with Steve. He stayed and they continued to walk. But as they walked, at each house that there was a pathway, the dog stopped and barked, looking up the pathway. This dog was acting very strangely. Obviously, it had seen a very traumatic event. Whether it actually witnessed the murders or simply came up on the bloody aftermath, it's clear the dog saw something. Now, when Steve got home, he took the dog into his courtyard, and he was able to see that there was blood on the underside of the belly, and there was blood on all four paws. But the dog was not injured. Now, Steve's friend, Sukru Bostepi, if you recall, he was the one who found the bodies. Sukru agreed to take the dog from Steve for the night. And you recall that when he took him into his apartment, the dog was acting so agitated and so nervous that he had to take it out for a walk, and he decided to let it lead him, perhaps lead him to where it lived. And the dog did lead him. The dog pulled. The dog pulled, and as they went south on Bundy, the dog pulled harder and harder. And as they walked south on Bundy towards Nicole's home, when it got to the pathway that led up to Nicole's house, the dog stopped. And it looked up the pathway. And Sucru told you that had the dog not done that, he would not have looked up the pathway. And he would not have seen what he saw. But as it was, he did. And because he followed that dog's gaze, he saw a sight probably the most horrifying one ever seen in his life, or hopefully ever will see. Now, Sucru told you that when he saw Nicole Brown lying on the ground, it was midnight. So we know that the murders occurred after 10 and before midnight. That's the window that we know we have just based on what people observed and what people saw. Now I'd like to turn to the defendant's activities for that night. And I'm going to show you how during the time period preceding the barking, during the barking, and for over half an hour after the barking, the defendant's whereabouts are unaccounted for. Let's start with Cato. Cato was a necessary witness for us to call, but he was by no means a witness who was happy to testify for the prosecution, as you could tell. This was the defendant's house guest, someone who started out as Nicole's friend and boarder, who found a better deal, certainly a cheaper deal, at the defendant's estate. You'll recall that he met Nicole after her divorce back in 1992 in Aspen. And when he went to a party at her house on Gretna Green in during 1993 or the end of 1992, he asked if he could rent the guest house on that property, and she agreed. And they made an arrangement that he would pay monthly rent and reduce that monthly rent to some extent by performing babysitting activities for her 2 children. Now, he lived there with her in Gretna Green for almost a year, filling in as babysitter for the children, a friend to her, and the children as well. But when Nicole moved in January of 1994 to Bundy, there was no separate home for him to live in, no separate guest house. And the defendant asked him not to go and move in with her. And he persuaded Cato to go and live with him at Rockingham for free. That was a very good deal for Cato. As you may recall, I even asked him, how much money did that save you? You know, to stay in a place like the defendant offered him, with the availability of the pool and the jacuzzi, tennis court, living on that estate in kind of like a studio apartment, probably would have cost him $600 a month. Or what did he say? I think we wound up estimating that the total amount of money he saved staying there for free was about $6,000. He was very indebted to the defendant. And the aspiring, but none too successful at that point, actor Cato saw also a career-wise move that was very good for him, because in the defendant he could have a connection. Get the picture here. Logically speaking, this man is indebted to Mr. Simpson. And he was not a happy camper to be a prosecution witness. And he certainly didn't want to come in here and give testimony that might prove damaging to him. And you could tell from his demeanor, I'm sure, that he was not about to volunteer anything he didn't absolutely have to tell us unless he was cornered. I don't know whether you remember it now. It's really been a very long time. But during his testimony, I brought out the fact that at the grand jury proceedings back in June of '94, I asked him whether he'd ever witnessed any fights between the defendant and Nicole. And when he was asked in front of the grand jury whether he ever remembered seeing them fight, he answered that he remembered only one. And I asked him, do you remember anything about the nature of that fight? And he said, no, only that it was one. Only that it was one. And then when he came into court here, ladies and gentlemen, when I asked him why he didn't bring, we asked him what he meant by that one fight that he had witnessed. That was the 1993 call to Gretna Green that you heard on tape when Nicole Brown called 911 and the defendant was standing outside screaming, yelling obscenities at her, and broke the door down. And she was afraid for her life. That was the fight he was talking about. When he answered to me in the grand jury, I remember one fight, and I only remember that it was one. Now, when he gave that vague, almost meaningless answer, no one at that time knew about the 911 tapes. And so he could get away with it until that became a matter of public record, and we all found out. And I couldn't confront him with that because I didn't know about it. And that's how he slid around and would have continued had it not been brought to our attention by other means. But you see it, so at that time he was safe. But when he got called on it, and you realize how only that it was one, and he's talking about that event, that gives you a sense of how much he wants to help Mr. Simpson. Now, although on June the 20th, when he was directly asked under oath about the past relationship of violence between the defendant and Nicole, he said almost nothing, as I've indicated to you. And when he was interviewed by Mr. Shapiro, 6 days before that, he was a lot more forthcoming. When he was interviewed by Mr. Shapiro, as I pointed out during his testimony, he brought out the 1993 Gretna Green incident. He brought out the fight at the Jenner's Christmas party in 1993. But when I asked him 1 week later, when he was under oath in front of the grand jury, I remember only one fight, only that it was one. Very different demeanor between the time that he spoke to me in front of the grand jury and the time that he spoke to Mr. Shapiro 1 week earlier. And doesn't that alone tell you how reluctant a witness he was for the prosecution and how much he identified himself and wanted to identify himself with the defendant's side? Now, after he spoke to the police, though, this is the position he finds himself in, so you know, so you understand why he had to come here and give the testimony he did. At the time he spoke to the police in the early morning hours of June the 13th, he didn't know that what he was giving was damaging evidence against the defendant. He only knew he heard thumps on his wall. That's all he knew. And the events that transpired that night. He knew they went out to McDonald's. He knew that they had gone through all the things that I'll point out later for you, but they went to McDonald's, they had a burger, they came back. He went to his guest house. Mr. Simpson stayed outside. He later heard thumps on the wall during a phone call. At that point, he didn't know the significance of what he was saying. And he would surely never have told the police any of those things had he known what they meant. And so the problem was that once he told the police what had happened that night, he was stuck. He couldn't go back on his word. He had given them a detailed statement. It wasn't like he had given something vague that he could slide around with. He gave a very lengthy, detailed statement to the police because he was telling the truth. He didn't know any better than to tell the truth. And so when he was called back before the grand jury, at the preliminary hearing and at this trial, he had to recount that same truth. And he had to tell you. He had to tell you. Now back to the timing. Cato told us that he was on the phone with a friend when the defendant came out to the pool area near his door. And he was able to pinpoint that time with the phone call bill that he had, because the phone call was a long-distance call. Now, the call was placed at 9:03, and it lasted for 7 minutes. And when he saw the defendant come out to talk to him, he hung up the phone. So it was about 10 after 9. I think we do. At 10 after 9, approximately, and just so we have 9:10 here, maybe it was 9:09, the defendant came out to talk to Cato. This is a very, very significant conversation that they have. I'm going to come back to this a couple of times. So here's the first time. The defendant told Cato that he had only $100 bills on him. And he asked Cato if he had any fives for the sky cap. You may recall that. Asked him if he had fives. Cato went to look, and he realized he only had $20 bills, so he gave the defendant a $20 bill, which the defendant took. Then the defendant told Cato he was going out to get something to eat. He didn't invite Cato. Cato invited himself. Now, I remember when I heard that, I thought, what's wrong with this picture? This doesn't fit. If you're going out to eat and you only have hundreds, you need change, you're going to break that 100 when you go out to eat. Why do you have to ask Cato for fives? You've only got hundreds. Wherever you go, you can break it, if you're going out already anyhow. So what's the point here? Now keep that thought in mind, because I'm going to come back to that. That's very significant. All right, that was at about 9:10. They left immediately and they drove to McDonald's in the defendant's Bentley. Did it strike you as odd that he'd take a Bentley to a drive-through to the McDonald's when he's got a Bronco? It's not like there's no other car. Now, you've seen the picture of the defendant taken at the recital for his daughter, Sydney, earlier that night. And in that photograph, he's wearing black dress slacks and like a white polo-type shirt and a black, looks like a shirt to me, because you can see the seams in the sleeve and a collar to it, with the sleeves rolled up. But Cato told you that at the time he saw the defendant, at approximately 10 after 9, the defendant was wearing a dark blue or black cotton sweat outfit that had long sleeves. So after the recital, the defendant changed clothes. And that's important too. I'll come back to that. Cato had several occasions to notice the defendant's hands during the drive to McDonald's, and during the time that they paid, and during the time they got change, and he noticed that there were no cuts on the defendant's hands. Or he didn't notice any cuts on the defendant's hands, to be more accurate. And that's actually an important distinction. You'll notice too, though, when you look at the photograph of the defendant in the recital, you can see his left hand. And you can see that as of the time of the recital, when he's posing with Sydney, there's no cut on the back of the middle finger of the left hand. And that's important. Now, what's probably even more significant than Cato's lack of observation of any cuts on the defendant's hand when they're in the, at the drive-through lane is this. Cato wound up paying for the food with his own money, paid for both of them. He handed the defendant the money, the defendant paid, the defendant got change back, and gave it to Cato. Gave it to Cato. Wasn't the whole point of talking to Cato to get change for the skycap, get fives for the skycap? Okay, now you have another inconsistency here. First of all, he asked Cato to give him change when he's going out already, he can get it himself. Secondly, he has the opportunity to get change right there at the drive-through window, either take Cato's or break the 20 that Cato gave him, and he doesn't take that opportunity. That's important too. I'll come back to it. They returned to Rockingham, and Cato proceeded, wanted to indicate, when they returned, during the ride home, the defendant wolfed his food down while he was driving. Cato saved his. And all of these facts are going to be tied in at the end of this presentation. So I ask for your patience. Bear with me. I want to stick with the timing right now so I don't get distracted. When they got back to Rockingham, Cato got out and he walked towards the house, expecting the defendant to follow him. But when he got to the front door, he turned and he realized he's not here. And he saw the defendant still standing by the Bentley, watching him. And he had not moved. So as Cato told you, he took the hint, turned and went to his room. Now, why didn't the defendant just walk in the house? Or, if he intended to go somewhere, why didn't he just get back in the car and go? Either in the Bentley or in the Bronco. Why wait for Cato to be out of sight? I'll come back to it. I just want to think about it for a minute. Now, as soon as Cato got back to his room, he called a friend, and fortunately the friend lived far enough away that it was a long-distance call, so we have his phone bill that indicates what time it was. And he indicated that he made that call as soon as he got back to his room. So the call was made at 9:37. So he left the defendant's presence at 9:36. And you can see here, at 9:36, the defendant was last seen standing in the driveway. From 9:36 until 10:54, the defendant's whereabouts were unaccounted for. So we have the beginning of our window of opportunity at 9:36. Okay, now I'd like to remind you of some testimony you heard about the Bronco. Back up for just a minute, talk about the car. Cato said the defendant almost always parked the Bronco on Ashford, and when I asked him when during the 6 months that he lived there he could remember ever seeing it parked on Rockingham, he said that he couldn't come up with any answer. I did ask him if he'd seen the Bronco either when they left the house to go to McDonald's or came back, and he indicated that he didn't notice either way. He wasn't looking for the Bronco. But there was a witness who was out on Rockingham that night. He was out walking his dog between 9:30 and 9:45. That witness was Charles Cale. He was a neighbor of the defendants. And when he was walking his dog, he was a neighbor of the defendants, he knew where the defendant lived. And I think he indicated that he had even been on Mr. Simpson's property at some point. So he was walking his dog that night between 9:30 and 9:45. And as he did so, he walked down Rockingham. And he looked, and he could see, I think he indicated it was 60 yards away, but he could see, that'd be 180 feet, that there was no Bronco parked on Rockingham when he was walking his dog, approximately between 9:30 and 9:45. Now, there are two inferences we can draw from this. Either one is reasonable. Either the Bronco was on Ashford, which is why he didn't see it on Rockingham, or Mr. Simpson had already left in the Bronco by the time he walked his dog. Now, Mr. Cale also indicated that when he left his home on June the 13th at 7 a.m., when he drove down Rockingham, he did see the Bronco. And you notice it was parked at kind of a funny angle to the curb. Now, what that tells us then, let's adopt, well, we have two reasonable inferences, and I'm going to talk to you about this a little bit later. We have a jury instruction on direct and circumstantial evidence. And that jury instruction tells you that when you have two inferences, both of which are equally reasonable, one of which points to guilt, one of which points to innocence, you are to adopt the interpretation that points to innocence. That is, if both of them are equally reasonable. Now, in this case, at the point that Charles Cale is walking down Rockingham and is walking his dog and sees no Bronco on Rockingham, since he didn't look down Ashford, it is equally reasonable that the Bronco could have been on Ashford as it is that the defendant had already left in the Bronco. The inference that points to the defendant that's less inculpatory, that is less incriminating, is that the Bronco was on Ashford. Let's take that one. Okay? So let's infer from his testimony that when Mr. Cale was walking his dog, the Bronco was on Ashford. What does that tell you? It wound up on Rockingham. That's where it was found in the early morning hours of June the 13th. No one's disputing that. The Bronco was moved. And the inference to be drawn from that is that the defendant was out in the Bronco and he moved it. But you don't have to rely on just that inference. We have more. And what we have two things. As you may recall, Dr. Baden was the defense witness pathologist. He testified that the defendant told him that he had gotten cut when he went on the night of June the 12th, as he was preparing to get into the limo, he went to get the cell phone from the Bronco. That tells you the cell phone was in the Bronco. I'm going to talk about how he got that cut a little later. The cell phone was in the Bronco. That's where he had to go and get it from when he was getting ready to get into the limo. If the cell phone was in the Bronco, and he's using the cell phone that night, he was out in the Bronco. And we have the proof for you in the form of the defendant's phone bill.
Twist, so
Your
defense
Honor,
counsel
this
can
is
see
People's
this.
403.
Right. Right. Thank you.
Okay. This is a little bit smaller. I'm going to hold it closer so you can see it. But this you'll have back in the jury room. Let me tell you right now, in case I forget, the exhibits that I use that I don't say a people's number for, you're not going to get those back in the jury room. So if you want to take notes or if anything will help trigger your memory from those that you want to make a note from, go ahead and do it because you won't have them again. Okay? Here's the exhibit that we marked during the trial. You will have this one back there with you. It indicates that the defendant made 2 phone calls on the night of June the 12th from his cell phone that we now know was in his Bronco at 10:03. Now, in terms of timeline on that night, what this tells you is that the defendant was out in his car at 10:03. Now, at that time, he made phone calls to Paula Barbieri. You may recall we heard the testimony of the, I think it was Llewellyn Robertson of AirTouch, and she told you, she interpreted the record for you and what it meant. And she told you that the calls were not completed, but we didn't need her to tell you that. The calls to Paula Barbieri were not answered because Paula Barbieri was in Las Vegas. She was not at home, either in Florida or in Los Angeles. She was in Las Vegas at the Mirage. You recall we had a witness testify to that. She checked into the Mirage at 2 p.m. on June the 12th. So she was not available to take those calls. Now, I think we have further corroboration for the fact that the cell phone was in the Bronco in the fact that Alan Park, the limousine driver, testified that he saw, as they were loading up the limo, he saw the defendant go out towards Rockingham, out to where we know the Bronco was parked, once or maybe even twice. So there is further corroboration for the fact that he went and got the cell phone out of the Bronco just before they left. Now, those phone calls are very significant in terms of their timing, because you realize that at 10:03, when he's out in the Bronco and he's made those calls, that the murders occurred about 10 to 15 minutes after that. We'll talk more about the state of mind that he was in at that time. We'll do it a little later. Now, Cato. Let's go back to Cato. He indicated that at about 10:15 or 10:20, and he's very approximate on these times. He's not looking at his clock. I think he readily admitted that to you. He made a phone call to his friend Rachel Ferrara, and that was a local call, so unfortunately we don't have a phone record to establish exactly when it occurred. This is an estimate on his part. Now, he testified, and I'm sure you recall it, that during that phone call, and he thought it was about half an hour after he made the call, he heard those thumping noises on his wall, very loud. So loud and so strong that the wall he was leaning on shook and a picture moved. And he said it was right in the area of the air conditioner that hangs over that narrow, dark south pathway. Those noises got him so upset, he suspected that it was an earthquake. He also told you he had suspicions that it might have been a prowler. And so he decided that he would go and see what might have caused them. And he told Rachel, he was scared and worried enough that he told Rachel that if she didn't hear from him in the next 10 to 15 minutes, to call the police. Now, he may have said it half-jokingly, but it's pretty clear he was worried. He was shook up. He was very shook up by those sounds that he heard, which is why he kept coming back to the issue, and he kept trying to talk to the defendant about it. And Alan Park, the limo driver. Now, let's talk about Alan Park for a minute. You remember, he was the young man who had never been to Brentwood before, so he decided to make sure that he wouldn't be late. And although he was not supposed to be there until 10:45 for this pickup to LAX, he left at 9:45 to be on the safe side. And you may remember that this was a witness who was absolutely neutral. Absolutely neutral. He was not going to strain to avoid answers. He was not going to make any effort to embellish anything. This was a witness who was just going to tell it straight and tell it honest all the way through, no matter who was asking the questions, myself or the defense. And he stood up there and he took the grilling for a very long time. I went back and I counted. The cross-examination and recross-examination by Mr. Cochran took up 175 pages of transcript in these proceedings. Now, he told you that on that night, he was driving down Sunset. He made a right at Rockingham and drove up Rockingham at 10:22. Now, he looked at his clock and his watch many times that night, and the reason he did is very obvious. He's a driver. It's important that he be on time. It's important to him, it's important to his job, and this was an important job. I mean, he's going to drive for Mr. Simpson. You know, it's not just me, somebody like that, or somebody that ordinary average folk. It's important. He wants to do well, and he certainly doesn't want to be late, make Mr. Simpson miss his flight, so he's checking that clock. And at 10:22, he drives up Rockingham, and he's looking at the curbs to see the addresses, because he's never been there before, and he wants to see 360 Rockingham. This is also logical. I mean, what do you do when you're looking for an address? You look at the curbs and you try to see where it is, and that's what he did. But when he did that, he saw no Bronco parked on Rockingham, and he was looking right there at the curb. Do we have the picture? This is People 62A, Your Honor. Kind of looks faded on the, Oh, you can see it, right? See that curb area? You can see there's a 360 there. Now, as he was driving up, he said, I could see the 360 on the curb. Now, if he could see the 360 on the curb, and you can see where the Bronco is right there, that big white car, he's not going to miss it. He's going to see it. If he's driving slowly enough to see the number on the curb and realize that he's hit the defendant's address, then he's obviously paying enough attention to see a big old white car there, and he didn't see it. So we know that at 10:22, the Bronco was not on Rockingham. But we know more, because we know at this point, when Alan Park turned the corner onto Ashford, he told you he did not see any Bronco on Ashford either. So as of 10:22, that Bronco's gone, and the defendant is gone. That's further corroboration for what we told you with the phone calls in the Bronco. He was out in that Bronco on that night. So he indicated that he turned right onto Ashford, he made a U-turn, and he parked across the street from the defendant's home from the Ashford gate side. He got out of his car. Remember, he went and sat on the curb behind the car and had a cigarette, waiting for it to be time to start buzzing for the defendant. And when he got back in his car, he looked at the clock, and he saw that it was 10:39. Now, at 10:39, he decided to check out the other gate, the Rockingham gate, and see if that would be easier to pull into than the Ashford gate. Because remember, he told you he had that stretch limo, kind of hard to maneuver. So, you know, what gate he went in and where he was, this was an important consideration for him. The logistics were not that easy with that car. When he drove down to the Rockingham gate, he told you that he pulled the driver's side window parallel with the driveway so that he could look into the driveway and see whether it would be easier for him to get the stretch limo up that side of the driveway, because of the way it curved. And you guys remember, you were there, you saw it's a curving driveway. When he did that, the area where the Bronco was found on the curb just north of the Rockingham gate was well within his field of vision, but he didn't see it. Again, further corroboration. The Bronco was not there. Now, he backed up Rockingham, and he backed all the way up past Ashford and then made a left back onto Ashford. And at that point, he actually pulled up into the Ashford gate so that the headlights would be almost up against the Ashford gate, I think he indicated. And he told you that he saw a 300 ZX, a black one, parked to his left on Ashford Street, just to the left or east of the gate. And Cato told you, that's right, that was my car. That was there. And you even see it in some of the photographs that we've shown you during the course of this trial. Now, when he pulled up facing the Ashford gate, Mr. Park told you that it was 10:40, and he looked at his clock. At that point, He turned off his headlights and left the parking lights on, and he got out to push the buzzer at the Ashford gate. He wanted to let the defendant know that he was there. He pushed the buzzer, he told you, a good 2 or 3 times, and he heard the buzzing and the ringing noise as he did that, but he got no answer. He was concerned because the pickup was supposed to be, he told you, for 10:45. Starting to get up there now, so he called his boss, and he wanted to ask him what he should do. And I have a board that shows Alan Park's cell phone record. And that was a very important cell phone record because that helps us to fix a lot of events that were testified to that otherwise would have been very approximate. With the help of his cell phone record, we have much more definite times, much more precise.
All right, Mr. Escobar, if you just briefly show defense counsel. All right, this is People's Exhibit.
Sorry, Your Honor. People's Exhibit number 149.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, hold it up close to you so you can see it. Can you all see it? Yeah? Okay. All right. He made the call to his boss at 10:43. You can see. We show you when the call begins and when the call ends. Dale St. John was his boss. And he called his pager. After he placed that call, he told you that he got out to ring the intercom a few more times. So now he rang the intercom at 10:40, no answer, 10:43, no answer. And he said he rang it a few times on each occasion, no answer. He noticed that there were no lights on downstairs and that there was one light on upstairs. He got back in the car and he called his mother. And he got his boss's home phone number and called him again at 10:49. And you see that call. We have a lot more calls in here. But at 10:49, he called his boss again. And he left a message because he got no answer. Now, when he left that message at 10:49 for his boss, after he hung up, he got out and tried the buzzer again. Now, this is the third time he's tried to get someone to answer that buzzer at the gate. The third time that he rang 2 or 3 times. And this third time again, he got no answer. Now, he also testified throughout all these events, getting in and out of the car and buzzing. You guys can sit. I'll come back to it in a minute. I want to wear you out. Thank you. He told you also, if you recall, that during this time that he was out by the Ashford gate, he was paying attention to who was there. He was trying to reach the defendant, but he was very focused on whether he could get somebody to answer the buzzer, on whether he could get Dale St. John to call him back. I mean, these were the things that were occupying his mind. And he was carefully concerned about this because he had to get to the airport. But he was not listening for traffic. He was not listening to hear if a Bronco pulled up, and it wouldn't have been, he told you, would not have been significant to him if he had heard a car pull up or a car door slam. So what? He's thinking, I got to get somebody to the airport. He's not thinking what cars are driving by, who's here, who's not here. He just wants to get going. He's late, and he's worried about that. So, although it would have been nice if he could have told us that he heard the Bronco pull up on Rockingham when it did, he just wasn't paying attention to that. And so he can't give us any information on that. We know the Bronco did pull up. We know it did because it got there. We know it wasn't there as of 10:39 when he drove down on Rockingham, and it was there later that night. All right, back to Park. Now, after he tried the buzzer at after calling his boss at 10:49, he got out. It was when he was actually buzzing at that point. Let me back up for a second. He called his boss at 10:49 at home. He got no answer. He went out to the gate and he rang the buzzer again 2 or 3 times and got no answer. While he was at the gate that third time, he heard his car phone ringing and he went back into the car. It was his boss calling him. That call came in. That last call came in at 10:52. And he indicated now, he told you about the fact that his boss called him, and he told his boss that no one had been home, and he'd been ringing for a while, and he was very concerned because he was running late. Now, at that time, I asked him, were you seated in your car when you were speaking to your boss? He said, yes. Where were you looking? I was looking through the gate right into the driveway. Well, what is the driveway lighting like? What is it like in there? Well, it's not really very well lit. The play area down in front, I'm going to pull out a diagram of Rockingham in a minute and show you exactly what I mean. It was dark, though. There were very little light. There was a light over the garage, but it gave very little illumination, and it did not light up the south pathway area at all. So he sat in his car talking to his boss, looking straight through the gate and at the driveway. Okay, this is just to get you oriented in case you forgot. It's been a while since we went out and did the walkthrough at Rockingham. So you see the area that says play yard there, and Park indicated that area was very dark. He indicated also, as he was seated in his car at the Ashford gate, that he could not see the Rockingham gate from where he was seated. He indicated to you, you see where that line is drawn at the garage? He saw nothing below that line. His field of view was limited to what was in front of that line. And that's because of the lighting that was at the driveway. Now, when he told his boss about no one being home and it was running late, his boss said, well, sometimes he does run late. Mr. Simpson does run late. Why don't you look at the lighting in the, I believe he said the pantry area, because he usually watches TV there. Well, Park checked the area, looked, and he couldn't see any lighting coming from that area, and he told that to his boss. During this conversation, Alan told you that he saw Cato come out on the side yard where the arrow is pointing, roughly in that area. I think it was a little bit farther back towards the tree, the other tree, that one. And he was holding a flashlight. You recall he told you that? And at the same time, he said almost simultaneously, he saw a person approximately 6 feet tall, 200 pounds, African-American, wearing all dark clothing, walking at a good pace up the driveway. And he told you that he hung up within
with the court reporter, please.
Let's bring in our analysts, Roger and Greta from Washington. Roger, Marcia Clark is focusing now on window of opportunity / timeline, which is a cornerstone of all murder cases. Earlier, she talked about several elements, most notably Mark Fuhrman. She moved quickly to defuse that issue.
Mark, I really believe that is something that she absolutely had to do. You know, Mark Fuhrman is the Achilles heel of this prosecution, and you have to, when you are either prosecuting or defending and you just have a killer witness in front of you, that just kills you, you have to look the boogeyman right in the eye and take him on. You've got to look that jury in the eye and say, folks, I know we have a problem. I know this guy's not good. I'm not here to stand by him, and I'm not here to sell him to you. I'm here to get rid of him, and that's what she did.
Greta, what's been your assessment of Marcia Clark's closing argument so far?
Actually, Mark, I think she's doing a brilliant job for the prosecution, and I think the thing that stands out the most to me is the fact that she puts O.J. Simpson in the Bronco at 10:03. She said that he at later point went to get the cell phone. There are some records indicating that he was using the cell phone at 10:03, and I think that's a powerful piece of evidence for her to argue to the jury. She's doing a pretty darn good job with the evidence so far. I mean, this is just getting started.
With the attorneys in a break, we're going to take a break also. We'll be back with more in just a moment.
These may seem like ordinary purchases, but now the Chase credit card can turn these ordinary purchases into something extraordinary. Free flights on any airline. Introducing Chase Flight Rewards. Call today and start earning free round-trip tickets when you use your Chase card. There are no blackout dates, no frequent flyer programs to join, and best of all, you decide where to go and what airline to fly. With Chase Flight Rewards, you earn points for Chase card purchases. So use your Chase card when you shop, and you could take off for paradise. Reach for your Chase card when you dine out, and fly free to the U.S. city of your choice. Start earning free flights on your purchases.
The sidebar conference has ended, and Prosecutor Marcia Clark has resumed her closing arguments.
Here, I'll tell you where. You can turn it around. All right. I believe it. Now, let me say this, because I know I'm going to forget if I don't say it when I think of it now. If you have any questions about anything that is said by either myself or by the defense during argument as to whether or not it is accurate, you can ask to have the record read back. Court reporters hate me for saying this, but in a trial this length, you're probably going to need to have your memory refreshed about something. And it's real important that you not, if your memory conflicts, if your notes conflict with what we're saying, you've got to have that resolved. If you need to have the record read back to have that resolved, then do it. And if you think that something I have said has been a misstatement, believe me, I'm not trying to. I'm trying to be very, very accurate here. But in case everybody makes mistakes, in case I make a mistake, have the record read back. I believe the testimony indicated that he saw this person at approximately where the arrow is. And he saw him walk up the driveway and into the entrance. Now, he hung up within 30 seconds of seeing that, which means that, according to the cell phone bill, the call ended at 10:55 and 12 seconds. Approximately 30 seconds before that is when he saw the man walk into the house. And immediately, as soon as the man walked into the house, the lights started to go on. They went on downstairs. Now, Alan waited in his car, thinking that someone would let him in. But no one did. Now, if you recall, Cato said that he had gone out to that side yard to investigate the thumping noises. And when he saw the limo driver, he figured that the limo driver was already taken care of and that the defendant would buzz him in. So he didn't worry about it. He kept on about his business, and he went down to that south pathway, if you recall, to start looking to see what was going on back there. So Alan got out of his car and buzzed again. And this was now within a minute of seeing the man walk into the house, the lights go on. Within a minute of that, Alan buzzed again. This is the fourth time. This time, he got an answer immediately. And the answer was given to him was by the defendant. The defendant answered and told him he'd overslept and he'd just gotten out of the shower and he would be down in a minute. Now, Alan told you that the man who he saw enter the house appeared to be the same size as the defendant and about the same height and weight. He would not stretch even one iota to draw the obvious conclusion that the man he saw walking up the driveway was the defendant. Of course it was. There was no one else there that night. It was the defendant. Who else could walk in the door, immediately turn on the lights, and then answer the intercom, I mean, this is an easy, reasonable inference to draw. Easy. But what's significant here is that he lied. Why did the defendant lie? Why, when he was just out in the driveway, walking into the house, dressed in all dark clothing, why, when he answered the intercom for Allen Park, did he lie and say, I've overslept, just getting out of the shower? We know it's not true. We know it's not true. Why was it important for him to make Allen Park believe that he'd been at home? And I think we all know the answer to that question. Because he hadn't been at home. Because he'd just come back from Bundy. Now let's go back to Cato for a moment. It's concerning those thumps and when they happened. Cato said that he hung up from his call with Rachel pretty quickly after he heard the thumping. He estimated for you 2 to 3 minutes. Now, with Allen's cell phone call, Bill, we can be very, very precise about when that was. He indicated that he went out to investigate the noises, hung up with Rachel, went out to investigate 2 to 3 minutes after he heard the thumping. Allen told you he saw Cato and the defendant at I'm saying the defendant, he said the man that looked like the defendant, you understand. I'm talking about what we know based on all of the evidence. That it was him. 10:54, he saw Cato, approximately. Because it was at the same time he saw the defendant. And he hung up 30 seconds after seeing him walk in the house and after seeing Cato on the side yard. So at 10:54, Cato was out in the side yard. Hearing the thumping noises 2 to 3 minutes before that means that he heard the thumping on his wall at 10:51 to 10:52. So what we have, about 2 minutes after the thumping, the defendant was walking into his house from the driveway, and Cato out in the side yard. In other words, we have the thumping and Cato walking out and the defendant walking out around at the same time. And the thumping happened very shortly, what is it, within half an hour of the murders. And the defense would have you believe, ladies and gentlemen, that the defendant's appearance on the driveway just 2 minutes after the thumping on Cato's wall is a coincidence. And the defense would have you believe that the thumping and the appearance of that glove, the defendant's glove, were unrelated events. And the thumps themselves, just think about that. Regardless of where or how they happened, just the fact that they happened shortly after the murders at the defendant's house and just before the defendant walked up his driveway in dark clothing, like the dark blue or black sweat outfit that Cato described, you just put those facts together and you realize what has happened. The defendant came back from Bundy in a hurry. Ron Goldman upset his plans, and things took a little longer than anticipated. He ran back behind the house, that dark, narrow south pathway. You all saw it. You were there in daytime, but imagine how dark it is at night. That dark, narrow south pathway, thinking he could get rid of the glove, the knife, in that dirt area in the back. You recall back behind the guest houses, there's a dirt area. It's just all dirt, not very well tended. But he was in a hurry. He was moving quickly down a dark, narrow pathway, overhung with trees, strewn with leaves, and in his haste, he ran right into that air conditioner that was hanging over that south pathway. And running into that air conditioner caused him to fall against the wall, making the wall of Cato's room shake. You recall that air conditioner. It was hanging low. You had to stoop to get down under it. And if you're in a hurry and you're not looking where you're going, in that dark, narrow pathway, you can see how it can easily happen, how someone in a hurry can do that. And it was just as simple as that. Simple common sense tells you that the thumping, the glove, and the defendant's appearance on the driveway almost immediately thereafter are all part one set of events, all connected in time and space. You don't need science to tell you that. You just need reason and logic.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the morning session at this time. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been actually submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. We'll stand in recess until 1:30. All right.
For 90 minutes, Marcia Clark has been delivering closing arguments for the prosecution, trying to tie together several pieces of testimony. We're going to take a break as the court is in a lunch break and be back with analysis in just a moment.
My doctor just told me I'll never have to worry about heartburn like my mother.
No antacids, Tums, or Maalox?
No, he said there was something brand new. Nothing like antacids. It's called Pepcid AC, acid controller.
Pepcid AC?
This one little Pepcid AC pill stops heartburn, then controls acid an incredible 9 hours.
9 hours?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's all day.
Well, now you won't need those antacids you're always taking. And new Pepcid AC can prevent heartburn from ever starting.
So I can have linguine and clam sauce again.
And live the way we want.
Live the way we want.
Pepcid, the prescription that's helped millions, is now available in non-prescription strength for heartburn and acid indigestion. You can be heartburn-free with new Pepcid AC.
Tylenol Extended Relief.
They named it Tylenol Extended Relief because it's extended relief.
I can't give it a better name than Tylenol Extended Relief because that's what it does.
Remember, it's Tylenol Extended Relief.
Perfect name, great product.
Today on CNN Talk Back Live, what evidence will the jury use to decide the Simpson case? Tell us what you think today, 3:30 Eastern on CNN.
Today, big news from the automotive world. Happy Sport utility buyers flock to showrooms for lower payments and savings on the popular GMC Jimmy. Now that's a lot of green. And speaking of green, Jeep owners are green with envy. Now the Jimmy tops Grand Cherokee with over 4,400 simoleons in savings. Would there be a better time to save? Get moving. See your 5-star GMC truck dealer today.
The red fire is burning bright. A red vision comes into sight. I'm flood deeper.
Like clouds through ashes, the red sun flashes.
Oh, I'm more red than our lips are red.
The waves have now a redder glow.
And the hours are breathing faint and low.
Party in the Red Zone is our sweepstakes name. And if you win, then off you'll go in January to the big game. Wherever Ginny Red is sold is where you'll find the party in the Red Zone display. And then be sure to watch the NFL on TNT every Sunday.
Guest hosts Larry King Live.
I'm Mark Watson, Los Angeles. The Simpson court is in a lunch break at this hour, but for 90 minutes, Marcia Clark has been delivering closing arguments to the jury. Day one of closing arguments. She began for about 10 minutes with a very warm, sincere hello to the jury, and she moved quickly to the issue of Detective Mark Fuhrman. I want to bring in our analyst, Roger and Greta from Washington. Greta, a surprise to you at all that Prosecutor Clark moved quickly to diffuse the issue of Detective Fuhrman?
Absolutely not, Mark. In fact, that's one of her problems. So she wanted to quickly get that out of the way, and she wanted the jury to know that she was not afraid of him and that she was not, of course, in favor of what he has said or done, but merely that the important thing from the prosecution viewpoint is that this was a police investigation, and while he may be a liar and he may have done some bad things, she still stands behind the investigation, and she needed to get that out front before the jury so that she could proceed with the important part of her case, which is a recitation of the evidence.
And Roger, what observations and assessments have you made on the first 90 minutes of the prosecution's closing argument?
Well, I must tell you that I think that Marcia is going through those parts of the case which are favorable to her, which is exactly what she should be doing. This is the opening part of the closing argument. This is when you argue your case. This is when you put all the good stuff that's for you out there, and you don't worry too much about the defense, because you know they're going to get their chance next, and then you know you're going to get the final chance to speak to them. So she will have another chance to come back and speak to the jury after Johnny Cochran speaks to the jury and to answer the questions that he brought up. And in many ways, we'll be hearing some of these same arguments all over again.
I tell you one thing, Mark, though, of course, we've only heard part of it. We have not heard the defense. But if I were sitting in that defense chair, I would certainly be worried, because Marcia Clark is very effectively marshaling all the evidence favorable to the prosecution, and she's presenting it in a very, very interesting and very sort of cold and detached manner. I think she's doing a very good job for the prosecution right now. But we haven't heard the defense.
And you know, Mark, we haven't even heard the DNA argument yet. So that's, I think, the strongest part of their case.
Well, for the last hour and 10 minutes, the focus has been the timeline, the window of opportunity. She's talked about testimony from Cato Kalin, Alan Park, and of course, she began this phase out with the witnesses who testified about the plaintive wail and the barking dog and the whereabouts of Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman. Do you think so far she's laid it out in a cohesive manner for the jurors to understand, Greta?
Absolutely, and I think probably the most important thing she did was she brought out the fact that O.J. Simpson had to go to the Bronco to get his cellular phone, and that's very important because there is a record that he used his cellular phone around 10:03. In other words, Marcia Clark was able to put O.J. Simpson in that Bronco after he got back from McDonald's with Cato Kalin, and I think that's an extremely significant point, and one the defense is going to have to answer when they get their opportunity to address the jury.
Roger, is it fairly understandable to you so far?
I think so. I think that she's speaking in ways that everybody can understand, that this jury certainly is going to understand. I don't think there's any difficulty at all with this.
All right, once again, the Simpson court is in a lunch break, but this program reminder for those of you following coverage here on CNN, our coverage resumes at 4:30 p.m. Eastern, and the session will extend until 8 p.m. Eastern. Both sides and the judge and jury will then take a dinner break, and court resumes at 9 p.m. Eastern until 11 p.m. Eastern. I'm Mark Watson, Los Angeles. We're going to take a break. When we come back, Lou Waters and Natalie Allen will join you from Atlanta with more news of the day.
Well, Medicare did it again, just like clockwork, raised its deductibles and co-payments for the 28th straight year. Hi, I'm Dennis James, and if you're like me, you're concerned about all the cutbacks in Medicare. Well, for you people 65 and over, I am excited to bring you this good news about total senior care from Physicians Mutual. It's the Medicare supplement insurance policy that pays every penny of every medical bill that you owe. Every penny. Simply put, whenever Medicare pays part of an expense, Total Senior Care pays the rest, all of it, right down to the last cent. Now, I want you to write down this toll-free number and then call it to get this free information kit with all the details. But first, I want to tell you what makes Total Senior Care so remarkable. From the very first day you're hospitalized, Total Senior Care pays your entire Part A hospital deductible. It pays all your Medicare hospital and skilled nursing home co-payments, and it pays your Part B medical deductible in full. And unlike other policies that pay only up to Medicare's allowable charge, Total Senior Care pays the total difference between what Medicare pays and what you actually owe. And here's another big difference. Total Senior Care has no waiting periods, no deductibles. You are fully covered as soon as your policy is issued. And best of all, you can count on Total Senior Care to match any future increases in Medicare's deductibles and co-payments dollar for dollar. So do yourself a favor. Find out about Total Senior Care. Call this toll-free number to get your free information kit directly by mail. There's no obligation or cost of any kind. You are merely calling for information. So get the security and peace of mind you deserve. Call right now, okay? Okay.
We're here when you need us, Physicians Mutual.
This fall, the worldwide resources of television's only global news organization come together to create a truly international newscast. Worldview, the news the world will be watching. Weeknights this fall on CNN.
Soda
An alleged rape of a 12-year-old girl further strains U.S. relations with Japan. Also,
Rachel was screaming really bad. I think she's the only one who saw what happened besides me.
A friend of Randy Weaver says it's time senators heard the truth about the shootout at Ruby Ridge. Hello, it's time for a news update. I'm Lou Waters.
I'm Natalie Allen. Thanks for joining us. The island of Okinawa has become a flashpoint in the already strained relationship between the United States and Japan. 3 weeks ago, a 12-year-old schoolgirl was allegedly abducted and raped on Okinawa. The 3 prime suspects, U.S. servicemen. But so far, the U.S. military has refused to surrender them, citing a bilateral agreement on the legal status of American troops in Japan. To many Japanese, it's just another example of United States arrogance. CNN's Mei Lee reports.
They came by the thousands from all around the small island of Okinawa to protest a violent crime against one of their own, the alleged abduction and rape of a 12-year-old schoolgirl by 3 U.S. servicemen. The rally grew in intensity as protesters took to the streets and headed for Camp Foster, one of more than a dozen U.S. military bases on the island. Many marched with signs that blatantly expressed their hostility toward the U.S. military. Others shouted angry slogans, "No more bases, no more violence," and
we Okinawans have sacrificed so much because of the military bases here.
The situation has to change and will change. Look at what happened in other Asian countries like the Philippines. U.S. forces were pulled out, so they should do that here.
Okinawans say this protest represents not only their anger over the alleged rape, but also the frustration that has built up through the years over U.S. military presence. They say the rape is just one in a long list of problems. Protesters brought those complaints directly to the U.S. military in the form of a letter. As media surrounded the encounter between the leader of the rally and a top U.S. military official, American Marines stood guard to ensure that the event took place without incident.
I accept this letter, and I will forward it up the chain of command. I want to apologize to the family, the victim, and the Okinawan people.
Quickly following the tense exchange, which lasted no more than 5 minutes, U.S. base officials and protesters went their separate ways, knowing full well that there may be more confrontations in the future, confrontations which could cause even greater divisions. Mei Lee, CNN, Okinawa.
Despite the protests, the Japanese government has just agreed to pay a bigger share of the cost of stationing U.S. troops in Japan. A national Japanese newspaper reports Japan's payments will rise by about 2%, more than $30 million a year. U.S. and Japanese officials reportedly will sign the agreement tomorrow in New York.
Right now, the focus of the war in Bosnia is thousands of miles from the battlefields. The opposing parties sat down with Secretary of State Warren Christopher and diplomats from other allied countries today in New York.
I want to urge all the men and women around the table to move forward and see if we can't develop at least the substantive basis for a discussion of a cessation of hostilities or a ceasefire. I personally think the time has come for that. Maybe this is that moment in history when we can reach a ceasefire, a cessation of hostilities. Also, I'm going to be urging the parties to discuss some of the other outstanding difficult issues, such as the issue of Eastern Slavonia. I say it's an important day. It's a time to maintain the momentum for peace, to overcome the momentum of war in the region.
Secretary Christopher mentioned Eastern Slavonia, which is the last Serb stronghold in Croatia. While the talks go on in New York, the Serb army commander in Bosnia warns of fiercer fighting if peace negotiations fail.
A friend of Randy Weaver says U.S. Marshals lied when they said they were ambushed at Ruby Ridge. The 1992 Idaho shootout is the subject of Senate hearings. Kevin Harris was in the besieged cabin, and he admits he probably killed a deputy marshal in the shootout, but he says the government started it by shooting the Weaver family dog and the Weaver son, Sam.
Sam stopped above the dog. As I came up next to him, he started to raise his weapon and said, "You shot my dog, you son of a bitch." And As soon as he started to raise his weapon up, I turned to my right and headed for cover. As I did, I saw smoke puffs and brass shell casings flying in the air down in the woods below the trail. I assumed Sam was shooting, and that someone was shooting back at him, but I didn't actually see Sam shoot. In fact, once I turned away from Sam as he raised his gun, I never saw him alive again.
Harris fired his own gun into the brush. As he mentioned, that's where the marshal was killed. Harris says he was just shooting back at someone firing at him. He says marshals did not identify themselves until after the shootout ended. Harris says he also witnessed the death of Weaver's wife, killed by an FBI sniper.
As I started through the door, I heard a loud boom. I was looking at Vicky, at her face. As I heard the shot, it was as if there was something moving under her skin. Then her face was deformed, almost seemed to explode. The next thing I knew, I was lying on the floor. When I couldn't feel my left hand, I realized I'd been hit. Rachel was screaming really bad. I think she's the only one who saw what happened besides me.
5 FBI agents, including former Deputy Director Larry Potts, are under suspension while the Justice Department investigates a possible cover-up in the Ruby Ridge case. Well, still to come, will the U.S. government have any money to spend after next month? We'll have the latest battles on Capitol Hill.
Also ahead, details on British research that holds new promise in the fight against AIDS.
When a person suffers a stroke, the blood flow to the brain is reduced or cut off. Then a chain of chemical reactions known as the glutamate cascade causes severe damage to brain tissue. Once this occurs, your body is defenseless. But there is hope. Drug therapy may be able to stop the destruction of brain cells in the crucial hours after a stroke. We're working on it. Call today for a free booklet on stroke from America's pharmaceutical research companies.
So MCI's friends and family comes to me and says, we have really big news. I said, great, let me tell it. They said, well, we got something a little bigger in mind.
Friends and family, automatic savings, every call, even bigger savings for one and all. Don't need names, don't need lists, savings automatic, get the gist.
Look, the whole naming thing, you don't need it. You get friends and family, you get savings. Simple. Friends and family.
Back in 1964, this car cost me less than $2,400. Now, that same year, I bought my first Globe life insurance policy. It only cost $1 to start, and I've had that same policy now for over 30 years. Today, it would cost 10 times as much to buy a new model, but you can still start a Globe life insurance policy for $1. Now, that was a good value for me over 30 years ago, and an even better value for you today. Call right now to receive complete information about Globe's $10,000 long life policy. You'll learn how $1 is all it costs to start a long life policy that can provide your family financial support when they need it the most. Globe makes buying life insurance simple and easy. Maybe that's why millions of people have Globe policies. Call Globe today.
To receive complete information and applications by return mail, call Globe at 1-800-257-2200. Call Globe today.
We matched a hard-hitting former prosecutor with a tough-as-nails defense attorney. Together, they take a provocative look at today's most compelling cases. Greta Van Susteren and Roger Cossack. Burden of Proof, this fall on CNN.
President Clinton says he's not going to be blackmailed by Republicans. House Speaker Newt Gingrich has threatened not to schedule a vote on raising the government's debt ceiling if Mr. Clinton and Congress oppose GOP plans to balance the budget. Congress has only a few more days to pass and send to the White House 13 spending bills. From Capitol Hill, CNN's Candy Crollis tells us what's going on.
Well, one thing for sure, that October 1st deadline for passage and signing of 13 appropriations bill is going to pass without those appropriations bills for a couple of reasons. First of all, most of them aren't ready. Only 2 of the 13 have been sent to the president. The rest are in varying stages in the process. 3 have yet to be passed by the Senate. 1 is still pending in the House. Second of all, once they reach the White House, the president has threatened to veto a couple of them.
I strongly favor balancing the budget to lift the burden of debt off of our children and to strengthen our economy. But I think we have to do it in a way that is consistent with our values. Giving people the chance to make the most of their own lives, strengthening our families, protecting our children, honoring our parents, growing the middle class and shrinking the underclass. Those are the values that we ought to be making these decisions on. In my judgment, the congressional budget that the Republican majority has offered violates those values.
Theoretically, without those spending bills, the government wouldn't have any money to spend, but practically speaking, neither Congress nor the White House wants to see the government shut down. And Republican leaders say they're very close to an agreement with the White House on an interim spending bill.
We create an environment where he can get the vetoes out of his system, we can renegotiate, everything can get through. And we can do all this without a single federal employee being laid off. Now, we think that shows, on our part, good faith and a serious effort to make sure that the federal government can do its job in an orderly manner. We would hope that the president and Mr. Panetta would now be willing to sit down and finish up the agreement today. It's nice to have him off the campaign trail and temporarily serving as president again.
Bottom line, they will not get the appropriations bill by October 1st, but it doesn't look as though either end of Pennsylvania Avenue wants to see a government shutdown. Lou?
All right, Candy Crowley on Capitol Hill, and we've just learned that the president is going to make some sort of an announcement about what we don't know, but it's scheduled in about 20 minutes from now at 3:45 Eastern Time. When that happens, we'll bring it to you live. Natalie.
Researchers in Britain are welcoming the results of a new study on AIDS. It shows that 2 drugs used in combination can have a significant effect against HIV. CNN's Rob Reynolds has today's News from Medicine.
The basic idea behind the study is simple. 2 drugs taken together are more effective in fighting HIV than either drug taken separately.
We saw a reduction in the number of people who developed AIDS having been solely HIV positive before, a reduction in the number of people who went from AIDS to severe AIDS, and a reduction in the number of those who died.
In a 3-year study involving over 3,000 patients in 8 countries, researchers found combination drug therapy reduced death rates by 38%. The drugs involved are AZT and DDI or DDC, all known as antiretroviral agents.
They interfere with the virus making copies of itself. They put a spanner in the works, as it were.
Researchers caution that the treatment is not a cure, but may point the way to even more effective therapies.
What we haven't got is a long-term answer to AIDS and HIV by any means. We have opened up another door for research in the future, and it gives us concrete evidence for the first time that using a combination of drugs may be the way to prevent HIV from damaging someone's immune system and therefore keeping them healthy.
These findings support evidence from a recently released U.S. trial showing combination therapies are better than AZT alone.
For me, the crucial element is it buys time.
AIDS patient Oscar Moore participated in the study.
What combination therapies are doing in that sense, therefore, they're not promising to cure anything, but they are buying you an extension of time while all other researches are continuing.
The study showed patients who had taken AZT for some time prior to starting combination therapy were not helped as much as those who took AZT for the first time in combination. This is less encouraging news for patients in countries like the United States, where doctors routinely prescribe AZT as soon as HIV is diagnosed. The drugs used in the study are approved for use in the United States and most other countries. Researchers say they expect that combination therapy will now be used widely to treat AIDS and HIV patients. Rob Reynolds, CNN, London.
Are you tired of having lenders dictate the terms of your loan? Well, call the Money Store. At the Money Store, you can help decide the terms for refinancing your mortgage or getting a home equity loan. Just call 1-800-LOAN-YES and tell them the amount you want to borrow and how much you can afford to pay each month. Then the Money Store will structure the loan to meet your needs. That's right. Now there's a lender that works with you and lets you help decide the terms of your loan. So call the Money Store at 1-800-LOAN-YES.
When you're a child on wheels, it seems like there's always someone or something there to stop you. But when you're an adult, you can't always depend on that, which is why it's nice to know that no matter what you drive, import or domestic, you can depend on Pep Boys for the best brakes at the best price. And people who understand that there will always be times when you need someone to rely on. So when you need brakes, come to Pep Boys and drive away happy.
Unlike those big juice companies, we have a different idea about stock growth, market indicators, even futures. Florida's natural premium brand, not from concentrate juice, is made by a co-op of growers whose only business is making juices. They own the land, the trees, the company. So although our idea of stock analysis may be a little different, it's a difference you can taste. Florida's natural premium brand juice.
If you've been drinking Ensure, there's a little something you should know. Sustacal has more protein, less fat, and about twice as much calcium. No, Sustacal can't add years to your life, but it might help add life to your years.
One of our next orders of business covering the president. In about 15 or 20 minutes, he'll be in the briefing room to make comments on the progress of the peace talks in Bosnia going on in New York. I'm Lou Waters.
I'm Natalie Allen. We'll see you later today.
Tonight on Larry King Live, famed criminal defense attorney Jerry Spence is the guest host at a special time, 8 Eastern on CNN.
Tune in to Sports Channel to see your favorite local baseball heroes, brought to you in part by your New Olds Connection dealers.
The music of Seattle is as progressive as the people. Listen to Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, Nirvana, Screaming Trees, Tab, Alice in Chains, or Mudhoney. Catch Candlebox at Rock Candy or hang at the Crocodile Club. Where else can you get the Seattle sound? Best Buy. They don't sell flannel, but they do sell thousands of CDs for under $10. Get 4, the new release from Blues Traveler, just $10.99. Some places are known for great music.
This is CNN.
I'm Jan Hopkins at the CNN Business News Desk in New York. The Federal Reserve today, as expected, left short-term interest rates unchanged. Bond prices giving back earlier gains. A report of stronger than expected retail sales in late September, coupled with a weak 2-year note auction weighing on treasuries. Long bond is now up just 1/32 in price, and the yield stands at 6.57%. Stocks also retreating. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is now down 7 points at a level of 4762. The Dow had been up as many as 29 points. Broader and secondary market indexes are mixed. Another financial nightmare, this time for a Japanese bank. Daiwa Bank says unauthorized bond trading by one of its New York executives led to a loss of $1.1 billion. At a press conference in New York, officials said that Toshiide Iguchi, a senior trader at Daiwa, was arrested on charges of falsifying the bank's books to conceal the loss, which was wrapped up over an 11-year period. The bank said that the massive loss will virtually wipe out its profits for the first half of this year. That's business news for this hour. I'm Jan Hopkins in New York. Talkback Live is next.
The defense has explored every nook and cranny of the case. We have exhaustively tried to give you every piece of information that could possibly be relevant to answer the question we're here to answer.
And in doing so, in the exhaustive examination and cross-examination of all of the witnesses in this case, and the exhaustive investigation and work that's been done, one thing is clear. This defendant has received the ultimate in a fair trial.
Finally, closing arguments get underway in the O.J. Simpson trial. But do you know more about the case than the jury? Most likely, and it's your turn to talk back. Back Live, I'm Susan Rook. The O.J. Simpson case is being tried in essentially two courts, one defined by law and witnessed by the jury, the other defined by the camera and witnessed by everyone else. And you might be surprised to learn how much more you know than the jurors. Millions watched the slow-speed Bronco chase, but the jury didn't see it in court.
This is AC. I have O.J. in the car. He's still alive, but he got a gun to his head.
They also didn't hear what Simpson had with him in the white Bronco, a fake beard, a passport, and $8,000 cash. Jurors don't know about Simpson's statement to police a day after the murders. While they did hear some of Mark Furman's racial epithets, they don't know he said this.
I wish to assert my Fifth Amendment privilege.
Those sitting in judgment also didn't get to hear from Simpson himself.
That I did not, could not, and would not have committed this crime. I have 4 kids, 2 kids I haven't seen in a year. They asked me every week, Dad, how much longer? All right. This trial over. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Simpson, you do understand your right to testify as a witness?
Yes, I do.
So is it a case of what the jury doesn't know won't hurt him? Joining us today, CNN Special Assignment Correspondent Art Harris, currently covering the Simpson trial. Thanks for joining us. Happy to have you back in Atlanta, Art, at least for a little bit. In Los Angeles, criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor John Burris, and in Miami, Sanford Marks, a jury consultant for criminal and civil defense teams. You too, by the way, can join us by phone, fax, or on the line via CompuServe. Chris is monitoring the CompuServe forum today. So let's talk about what the jury doesn't know about. Millions and millions of people watched that Bronco chase, but it was not admitted into evidence. So we have a fax from Jack in Texas who says the jury didn't get to hear about the Bronco chase. That would have made a world of difference. John, first to you as a lawyer, explain why that was not admitted into evidence. Just refresh everybody's mind. And would it have made a world of difference?
Well, number one, the prosecution chose not to introduce it, and I think in large measure because it was sort of evidence that was subject to different interpretations. Even though the prosecution would have liked to introduce it as evidence of a flight, a state of mind, a guilty state of mind, the defense would have argued that, in fact, O.J. Simpson was despondent, he was upset about being falsely accused, and he really didn't try to leave. All he really tried to do was go out to the gravesite where his wife was, or ex-wife, and see it before he turned himself in. The fact that he took a $10,000 and a false wig of some kind to mask his identity didn't necessarily mean he was trying to leave. It very well could have meant that because he was so popular that he had to have a disguise in order to go out there, and $10,000 itself isn't an extraordinary sum of money. So I think there was a mixed bag for both sides, and therefore the prosecution chose not to do it. I don't think it would have helped or hurt either side because it was a mixed bag. It was subject to interpretation. That's why it wasn't introduced.
Alexander's in our audience, and Alexander, you were saying earlier that that would have helped you if you were a member of the jury.
I think it would have affected the jury's opinion as far as the outcome of the trial if they would have known that he had that much stuff with him, especially $8,000 to $10,000.
And the passport, Art?
Yeah, the prosecution was ready to bring it in, as John had pointed out, on rebuttal, because they were going to use it, as they told me, to refute the fact that he'd been cooperative, that he'd come back from Chicago and submitted voluntarily to talk to the police. This was going to be used to show he had not been, that he ran when it was time to come in. But the defense had an answer for that. They were going to bring in A.C. Cowlings, Robert Kardashian, and show how distraught he was. As one of the defense team lawyers told me, Susan, we will bring the jury to tears if they bring that chase in.
So let's talk about one of the other things that they didn't bring in, namely the police statement. This was the day after the murder. And just before the show, I was talking to the audience, and I said, talk to Rich. And I said, now listen, if your ex-wife had been brutally murdered, what's the first thing that you would want to know, or what would you ask the police?
A little bit about how it happened, some of the details of the crime. They could give any details as to any suspects that, in fact, maybe that are out there.
Now, this statement was not allowed, the jury didn't hear about it, but what is unusual about it is what is not included,
Well,
right, Art?
Yeah, the investigators told us that it was, in their view, as damning for what O.J. Simpson did say, the inconsistencies, as what he didn't say. And in Rich's question, what you would have asked about had your wife been murdered, O.J. Simpson did not. He didn't ask if his ex-wife had suffered. He didn't ask to call his children. And the police were very intrigued by this as reflecting his state of mind. And the only reason the prosecution didn't introduce it is they were trying to force O.J. Simpson to the stand. And if they had introduced the tape, it would have given him one more reason not to take the stand. And as they said to me, you cannot cross-examine a tape recording.
Gary is joining us on the phone from Oklahoma. Hi, Gary. Sandy and I'm going to send this question to you. Gary, go ahead.
Okay. I want to know how it can be a fair trial when the jury doesn't know all the information.
Sandy, how much information do you think they know?
Well, interestingly enough, certainly the jury knows a lot more than we think they know through pillow talk and conjugal visits. And yet, you're talking about the chase and the confession. You got to remember that these jurors were not sequestered at the time of the chase. Everyone saw that chase. And
I think it was like 55 million people.
That's
more than
right.
the presidential debates.
It's amazing, but
more
that's
than the
true.
Gulf War.
That's true. And they haven't forgotten that. The fact that there's other bits of evidence that they've been sitting as prisoners for 9 months and they haven't had an opportunity to see or hear, more than likely they're getting little tidbits. But, they've still received an awful lot of evidence.
Okay. Paul, one of the little tidbits, we're going to talk about whether or not they know about the Furman tapes. This is what you're concerned about, that the jury didn't hear about, or more about them, right?
Well, yeah, there's a great deal of evidence about his various statements, the interviews that he had with the person here in North Carolina, his taking the Fifth Amendment. There was a whole controversy and issues, a great many things, and the possibility whether he would even be brought up on charges or whether it be a separate trial. And the jury just didn't hear any of that except a few excerpts and what he said when he was actually on the stand. And I don't think they have a true idea whether he's a credible witness or not.
John, very quickly, explain California law and taking the Fifth, because like a lot of laws out in your state, it's a little quirky.
Well, it's not that quirky. This is a constitutional issue. If a person has
no, but the judge explaining taking the Fifth and whether or not you take it in the stand in front of the jury.
Well, in California, we do not allow people to take the Fifth Amendment in front of the jury. The issue here, though, is could you take the Fifth Amendment after you've already testified in the case? That's a really debatable question because you've already testified. Ostensibly, you have waived it. But in this case, the court said he had not because he was unaware of potential charges. There's a real dispute about that, and I think that issue will be debated for years to come. I think the court probably was right, though, in not allowing all of the Furman tapes to come in. More of it should have come in, particularly around cover-up and planting of evidence, but he chose not to, and I think that hurts the jury's deliberation somewhat.
But what about the issue that in California you don't have to take the Fifth on the stand, and in some states you do have to take the Fifth on the stand? Bob, do you think that that Furman should have... Oops, we're going to take a break. We'll be back after this.
Talk Back Live is brought to you by MCI.
Now you can get friends and family's biggest savings by not doing anything at all. You don't have to name anyone. You automatically get our best savings whenever you call any other MCI customer.
What you're really saying is that I could sit here on my Tookus and save on my long distance, right?
You could say that.
Cool. Could you tell me where you are? I feel a little odd.
In business, a lot can happen. If you want to keep up every week, you have a choice. Not Forbes, not Fortune. You can read Business Week, or you can read a week of the Wall Street Journal. Either way, you'll find out all you need to know. The question is, how much time are you willing to spend in the process? Business Week is designed for busy people. One look at the cover and you'll know exactly where to turn inside. A quick scan of the contents page and you'll have all the events of the week that interest you.
Now is the time to subscribe to Business Week, because right now you could get 28 issues of Business Week for the low rate of $25.95, a savings of almost 69% off the cover price. And with your paid subscription, we'll send you this compact cordless data bank free. Here's how to subscribe.
Call 1-800-982-0660 for 28 issues of Business Week for just $25.95. That's 1-800-982-0660.
Together, they take a provocative look at today's most compelling cases. Greta Van Susteren and Roger Cossack. Burden of Proof. This fall on CNN.
I'm Ed Lancaster. I was a Pennsylvania State Police officer for 25 years. During those years, department regulations did not permit active members to endorse name-brand security devices. But now that I'm retired, I can tell you, this club really works. In my many years of investigating crime, I have never experienced a car stolen while the club was in use. The fact is, the club has proven to be over 99% effective in eliminating auto theft. Our ears have become immune to the sirens and horns caused by vehicle false alarms. Not with the club, it doesn't false alarm. Its high visibility and tough construction lets thieves know that this car is immobilized. Your vehicle anti-theft device should be the same one I and most other police officers use. Make sure your anti-theft device says the club on the handle.
Let Winter International protect your family from harm with the Door Club home security device. Now available at Sears.
Tonight, Jerry Spence guest hosts Larry King Live.
Hello, I'm Lou Waters at CNN Center. We have news breaking in New York, and we're being told by CNN White House correspondent Claire Shipman that the president is about to step out in front of the news media to make an announcement that an agreement has been reached in New York in the search for peace at the U.S.-led peace talks on Bosnia. Claire Shipman reports the president is expected to announce an agreement that will move the peace process forward, one step along the way. According to one official, it will be the creation of a set of constitutional principles by which the warring parties can begin to live together in peace. This would presumably clear the way for the next steps, which are a ceasefire and then a final division of the Bosnian territory. He described the agreement as a superstructure that all sides feel they can live with and to which the warring parties have already agreed. There will be no formal signing or handshake as far as this official knows. We are expecting to hear from the president in about 3 or 4 minutes. Christiane Amanpour will join me to tell us what it all means after we've heard from the president. And when this all happens, we'll bring it to you live. Now back to Susan Rook and Talk Back Live.
The gall of him to stand up there and make a statement and not get on the stand and show some courage and take the stand and testify.
Welcome back. We are talking about what the jury doesn't know as the O.J. Simpson trial nears its final end. Sandy Marks, to you, you're a jury consultant. Bill McCabe's comment that the jury knows probably as much as we do. Do you think that's true?
Well, I don't know if they know as much as we do, but they certainly know more than what has been given to them in the courtroom.
Do you think they know things like Fred Goldman's news conferences, talking about Judge Ito and how it's a travesty of justice and really unfair, etc.?
I want to believe that they don't. And if any of the jurors do, I think it may be just a very small minority of them. And certainly that minority of jurors that does have more information than the other jurors is not about to share that with anybody else, obviously in fear of being bounced off the jury. They've made a major commitment here, and I don't think they want, at this point in time, to be sent home. But I think it's only a small amount of jurors. You know, jurors I've talked to after long, lengthy trials before, they've all told me that they follow the judge's instructions. They tell their spouses and significant others don't share things with them because they feel the power of being in court.
It's not just pillow talk, but it's also the phone conversations. Now, the phone conversations are supposed to be monitored. Kay is joining us on the phone from Pennsylvania. Kay, go ahead.
Hi.
Hi.
I do feel that the juries know more than, what they're supposed to. I do feel that there is pillow talk going on, and we have to realize that they're not the only ones that's been held like prisoners. I mean, they're just as much a prisoner as O.J. Simpson in a way. And I feel that their families are the same way. And I do feel that there has been conjugal visits where there was pillow talk. I still feel, though, that they still can come to an intelligent decision with all the facts in front of them. And
Okay, Kay, thanks. So, John, if it is found out later that the jurors do, in fact, know more about the Furman tapes or know things that they shouldn't know through pillow talk or phone conversations or whatever, is there any legal recourse?
Well, it depends on what the outcome is. Number one, pillow talk is of different kinds. I mean, that's number one. We don't know whether the pillow talk relates to this case, but if later it turns out that there was pillow talk that gave the jurors access to information they were not entitled to have, and O.J. Simpson is in fact convicted, then you must have a hearing to determine, one, what that information was, secondly, what impact it had, and it ultimately could cause a reversal of a conviction because jury misconduct of having information outside of the scope of the testimony is in fact a prejudicial error, and the court would be duty-bound to reverse this case if it was of significant information.
Now, Art, you've got some inside information about some of the prosecution's tactics. For example, the trip through LAX. Why don't you tell us about that?
Well, these are some of the ways that the prosecution tried to test how O.J. Simpson could have gotten a weapon away, out of town, and
remember to all of you, I mean, we took that trip to Chicago. Yeah.
Some prosecutors felt that he dumped it in the airport's trash can. Others felt that he got it out another way, and we found out that prosecution investigators actually snuck a knife with a 5-inch blade through a metal detector at LAX.
Art, excuse me, we're going to toss for breaking news.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello again from CNN Center. I'm Lou Waters. The president is about to step into the briefing room in the West Wing of the White House. Claire Shipman is there. Claire, what's happening?
In a minute, he's expected to announce that a constitutional agreement has been reached in New York at the U.S.-led peace talks on Bosnia. One official told us, quote, "It will be the creation of a set of constitutional principles by which the warring parties can begin to live in peace. It will not be an all-encompassing peace agreement." He said the next steps, of course, will be a ceasefire, and then a final division of territory is still to be negotiated. Essentially, this official described it as a superstructure by which all of the sides had agreed they would be able to live. Some of the problems in the talks had been, of course, that the Bosnian Serbs were looking to be able to secede. It's not clear how that was worked out. Some of the sides had wanted a strong central government. The Bosnian Serbs did not. Again, it's not clear how that was worked out. But essentially, the president will be making his announcement, and then we will go on to New York, where the principals there who've been negotiating will fill us in on more of the details. Lou?
We understand, Claire, that the announcement was made in New York after Richard Holbrooke talked to the Secretary of State and the President. Is that how it worked?
That's right.
Here's the President.
Good afternoon. I have just spoken with Secretary Christopher and the rest of our negotiating team in New York. And I'm pleased to announce another positive step on the path to peace in Bosnia. The foreign ministers of Bosnia, Serbia, and Croatia have endorsed a set of further agreed basic principles for an overall settlement of the war, building on the agreement they reached in Geneva on September the 8th. These principles spell out in greater detail the constitutional structures of the state of Bosnia, including the establishment of a national presidency, a parliament, and a constitutional court. They commit the parties to hold free and democratic elections under international supervision And they further provide that a central government will be responsible for conducting Bosnia's foreign policy, as well as other key functions that are still being discussed. The American people must realize that there are many difficult obstacles still to overcome along the path to peace. There is no guarantee of success, but today's today's agreement, moves us closer to the ultimate goal of a genuine peace. And it makes clear that Bosnia will remain a single internationally recognized state. America will strongly oppose the partition of Bosnia, and America will continue working for peace. We hope the progress we are making finally reflects the will of the parties to end this terrible war. We know it's a result of the international community's resolve and a determined diplomacy on the part of our negotiating team and our European and Russian partners. I have instructed our team to return to the Balkans on Thursday to press forward in the search for peace. If and when the parties reach a settlement, America should help to secure it. The path to a lasting peace in Bosnia remains long and difficult, but we are making progress, and we are determined to succeed. As you know now, our team in New York will have a press conference, and they will be able to answer your more detailed questions about the specifics of the agreement.
What about your response to Senator Dole, Mr. President? What about that letter that Senator Dole sent you yesterday?
Well, I intend to write him a response and to make it available. But remember, I have said since February of 1993, constantly for more than 2.5 years now, that the United States should participate in implementing a peace agreement. We should not have ground troops on the ground. Under the present UN mandate, we should not have ground troops on the ground in combat. But the United States is the leader of NATO. No peace agreement could be fairly implemented without the involvement of NATO, and we cannot walk away from our responsibility to try to end this terrible conflict, not only for the people of Bosnia, but for what it means for ultimate peace throughout the Balkans, and the ultimate security of the United States, and the ultimate avoiding of war and involvement by the United States. And that has been my position for 2.5 years. We have had several congressional consultations about it, and of course, as developments proceed here, if there is a peace, and we have a good implementation agreement that I believe the United States should be a part of, I will, of course, extensively further consult with Congress. But this has been my public position, well known, and members of the press corps have asked me about it now for more than 2.5 years, and it will continue to be my position, and I will continue to consult with Congress. Thank you.
Going to go ahead without congressional approval. All right, the president making his announcement on a success in New York in the process of peace. Christiane Amanpour joins us here in Atlanta at CNN headquarters, who for so long has been covering the war in Bosnia. And as you have pointed out, we have just now heard an announcement of a formality that was agreed to in early September.
As the president said, building on the basic principles that were achieved in Geneva, the basic principles to keep Bosnia-Herzegovina as a unified sovereign state that would be divided with 2 entities. They are apparently going to tell us more about the constitutional arrangements they have come to in order to create presidential elections, who will take part in the presidency. It will no doubt be a group presidency, some people from the Federation and some people from the Serb entity. Talk about electing a parliament. Now, the Bosnians and the Croats have wanted to have free and fair nationwide elections. The Serbs have wanted to put their own people in. The Bosnians and the Croats clearly want to see people like Radovan Karadzic, General Mladic, Koljevic, the present leadership, out before any final agreement is reached. But I think clearly what the president has said and what everybody knows is that this is not the end yet. The very difficult issues remain of dividing the territory, the issue of Sarajevo itself, the issue of the corridor in northeastern Bosnia. So there's quite a lot of work yet to be done, but yet one more step on the way to a final peace agreement. The end game appears to be underway. I think one should be under no illusions that it's going to be simple. The territory has always been the most difficult thing to resolve. On the other hand, although a month ago or just 3 weeks ago, the Serbs were sitting on about 70% of the territory. They are no longer sitting on that amount. It is almost now, by battlefield gains from the Bosnians and the Croats, come down to a 50-50 division on the ground. So that may be easier to resolve. But there's still difficult issues, emotional issues, issues like Sarajevo to be resolved, and we'll see what happens next.
And the president said there's no guarantee of success.
But more than at any other time, there's a feeling that really the time that has come now to at least have a break in the war. Whether or not it's a permanent, forever peace remains to be seen, but the balance of power on the ground has changed radically since the Croatians stormed through Krajina and created a whole different balance of power on the west of Bosnia. The Serbs, by overrunning Žepa and Srebrenica in the summer, created a whole Serb sphere of influence on the east of Bosnia, and so it's shaping up to be what eventually will probably happen, which is a very strong Croatia and Serbia, and a small Muslim state which will be allied to the Croat Federation. The interesting thing to see is whether they've made progress on the issue of secession. The Bosnians and the Croats, the Federation, have not wanted to see the Serb entity be allowed to secede to Serbia, and we'll probably hear from the officials later on the details of what exactly has been achieved on that front.
Now that the superstructure, as it's called, has been set up, what is the likely next step in this peace process?
Well, everybody would like to see a general ceasefire, and then talking about the division of the territory and plotting out the demarcation lines, the new confrontation line, or the peace line, if you like, and see what happens with Sarajevo. The Americans have said it, the rest of the international community has said it. They want to see a united Sarajevo. It's the symbol of Bosnia-Herzegovina. The Serbs have always claimed part of it. Or rather, since this war, they've claimed part of it. It is right now divided, there's no doubt about it. The Serbs are on part of Sarajevo, and we'll see how that shakes down.
What is your sense? Are you surprised or encouraged because these talks in New York have been successful, especially since the Bosnian government balked at the last moment?
I think there are a lot of things that have changed in the last few months, which have brought Bosnia and the international community to this point, not least of which is a strong resolve of the international community to get serious, and particularly the leadership of the United States. You heard the president say that it would not be fair to think about implementing and guaranteeing a peace without U.S. leadership. Well, by the same token, U.S. military and diplomatic leadership over the last few months has played a significant role in bringing the parties to this point. It's been considered by many in the international community, and particularly on the ground, that to try and achieve some kind of resolution of this problem without credible American leadership, to coin a phrase, is trying to play baseball without a bat. So they've stepped up to the plate, and it looks like for the moment it's paying off. But these are still steps. There's still a final solution that hasn't yet been achieved.
All right, Christian Amanpour. Again, an agreement has been reached at the U.S.-led Bosnian peace talks in New York, one step along the way, and that is the creation of the superstructure, the entity within which all parties will operate from this point on. Still a lot much more to accomplish. I'm Lou Waters at CNN Center. O.J. Simpson, in about a half hour, Inside Politics is next.
Now you can get friends and family's biggest savings by not doing anything at all. You don't have to name anyone. You automatically get our best savings whenever you call any other MCI customer.
What you're really saying is that I could sit here on my Tookus and save on my long distance, right?
You could say that.
Cool. Could you tell me where you are? I feel a little odd.
I'll see if I can make it.
What takes business presentations to a whole new level? The Intel Pentium processor. It gives your notebook the power to make PC software come alive. With video and graphics that help your presentations speak for themselves. The Intel Pentium processor.
This fall, watch the news the world will be watching. Worldview, the global newscast. Weeknights this fall on CNN.
Cable advertising you can feel. You see it everywhere. Northern Ohio Interconnect gives me the opportunity to send 4 separate messages into 4 different markets, and we don't have to pay for customers 100 miles from home.
Zone in with cable advertising.
Cable makes our TV advertising work.
Come on, guys, don't take it so hard. You did your best, and that's what really matters. Tell you what, why don't we get some burgers? How about the place with the clown? Pizza, then. You guys like pizza? Ice cream. Fine, I give up. Where do you guys want to go?
How about Hooters? Hey, Coach, think we'll win next week?
Hope not.
This is CNN.
I'm never surprised at anything that Ross Perot does.
Ross Perot's plan to form a third party draws a public ho-hum from most members of the GOP presidential field. But what are they saying behind closed doors? Trying to influence the U.S. electorate is no nickel and dime hobby. Where will the Texas billionaire get the money for his 96 endeavor? And did a weekend phone call with Colin Powell play a role in Perot's new independence ploy? It's all part of Inside Politics. Thanks for joining us. I'm Judy Woodruff. Bernie is off today. When it comes to running for president, you could say that Ross Perot has been there and done that. Well, he's not saying he won't do it again. He now says that his ambition is to establish a new political party, a party that he says will soon replace either the Democratic or Republican Party. CNN's Tony Clark looks at what Perot needs to do to succeed.
Texas billionaire Ross Perot knows he has a tough fight ahead of him.
If we have to have 900,000 petitions signed, we will start this week in California.
California is the first state in Perot's Independence Party drive, and it is a must-win for Perot if he's to create a new political party nationwide.
We're getting the petitions together, we're getting them printed, we're getting the platform out, we're getting the word out to people. So right now it's all a massive build-up so that we can hit the streets as soon as possible.
Perot's supporters have less than a month to get 890,000 signatures on petitions or sign up 89,000 new members. They say they'll try to do both, but analysts say it will be a difficult task.
I think it's clear that he can't get the 900,000 signatures. Nobody could do that. 900,000 valid signatures in 3.5 weeks, that's impossible. But I think he has a chance to get the alternate method, which is just as good, the 90,000 registrations.
Yet Perot's backers are encouraged by the initial reaction to the idea of a new party. Phones at Perot's Dallas headquarters have been ringing since his appearance on CNN Monday night.
The response last night was tremendous, and it was instantaneous. The 800 number was shown on Larry King Live at 8:25, and within the first 5 minutes, MCI tells us there were over 800,000 attempts to call that number.
Perot, perhaps to bolster his new party's chances, reached out to the hottest non-candidate today, Colin Powell. In a weekend telephone call, Perot briefed Powell on his third-party plans.
Obviously, it's something that I would consider, and he knows I would consider it, but he did not push me, encourage me, or give me any indication that this was the purpose of it. I think he really feels he's tapped into a segment of the American population that doesn't feel itself represented by the two major parties, and he's going to create a party to see where it leads.
Powell is an attractive candidate, but Perot's third-party organizers are looking at many possible presidential candidates.
I think it's a great opportunity for the people of California and for the people of the United States to have an opportunity to vote for the individual that they want to be in the presidency in 1996.
Perot will try to jumpstart the petition drive with full-page newspaper ads in every major California newspaper this weekend. Perot will return to California this coming weekend to address volunteers in 5 cities, urging them to get their petitions signed before the October 24th deadline. Tony Clark, CNN, Los Angeles.
More than 25,000 signatures are needed by December 14th if Perot's Independence Party is to be on the 96 ballot in Maine. And the first steps were taken today as papers were filed with Maine's Secretary of State, declaring the intention to form a new party. In New York State, there is already an Independence Party on the ballot. It was formed by Tom Golisano last year when he ran for governor. He won Perot's endorsement and gained enough votes to keep the party name on the ballot for '96. While New York's Independence Party is not affiliated with Perot, there have been conversations between the two about using the party spot on the ballot for Perot's candidate. While this new third-party endeavor stands to gain from Perot's name and political organization, it apparently won't get to tap into one of his greatest political resources, the bulging personal pocketbook which Perot opened wide for his own presidential campaign. CNN's Brooks Jackson explores the financial hurdles ahead.
For Ross Perot's new Independence Party, getting on the ballot may be the easy part. Getting the money is going to be tougher. To finance their 1996 conventions, the Democratic and Republican parties have already received checks for $12 million each from the federal government, taxpayers' money. Perot's party will get nothing. The Democratic nominee will get $60 million in public financing for his campaign. So will the Republican. But a third-party nominee would get nothing before the election, maybe something later if he or she gets 5% of the vote.
The campaign financing that came out of Watergate favors the Republicans and Democrats in a way that makes it very, very tough for anybody else, Perot, Powell, you or me, anybody, to run a new party or an independent candidacy.
Perot legally spent $61 million of his own dollars to finance his independent presidential candidacy in 1992. But under federal law, all he or any other donor can give to the Independence Party is $5,000.
When he was running as Ross Perot, he was afforded the constitutional right to spend as much as he wanted to propagate his views, to spread them around the country. Once, however, he establishes an institution, he becomes a donor like any other. And the federal campaign finance laws are intended to limit the amount that any one donor can give to any political organization, including a new political party.
Perot says he'll be seeking contributions from the public this time, lots of them.
The Democrats get money from Washington, Republicans get money from Washington. We're going back out to millions of people and ask them to make small contributions to build a war chest for our presidential candidate.
Another possible hurdle for a third party, enforcement of the election law is overseen by 6 federal election commissioners, 3 Democrats, 3 Republicans, no independents. Judy?
Well, Brooks, you've made it sound pretty tough. Are there no loopholes in all of this?
Oh, there's always a loophole, Judy. Right now, because no Independence Party exists, Perot's advisors take the position that he can spend without limit to promote the formation of a party. Pretty soon, though, some contributions are going to come in. They're going to have to form a federally regulated committee to accept them. At that point, there becomes very little wiggle room.
All right, Brooks Jackson, thanks. We have only just begun to dissect Perot's latest political adventure.
The whole third party, as it's discussed by Ross Perot, is a phenomenon of his personality.
Coming up, the political spinners say their thing, and they say it very carefully. And more on how Colin Powell fits into Perot's third-party picture. Do new numbers show a candidate outside the two parties might have an inside track?
In business, a lot can happen. If you want to keep up every week, you have a choice. Not Forbes, not Fortune. You can read Business Week, or you can read a week of the Wall Street Journal. Either way, you'll find out all you need to know. The question is, how much time are you willing to spend in the process? Business Week is designed for busy people. One look at the cover and you'll know exactly where to turn inside. A quick scan of the contents page and you'll have all the events of the week that interest you.
Now is the time to subscribe to Business Week, because right now you could get 28 issues of Business Week for the low rate of $25.95, a savings of almost 69% off the cover price. And with your paid subscription, we'll send you this compact cordless data bank free. Here's how to subscribe.
Call 1-800-982-0660 for 28 issues of Business Week for just $25.95. That's 1-800-982-0660.
This fall, the worldwide resources of television's only global news organization come together to create a truly international newscast. Worldview, the news the world will be watching. Weeknights this fall on CNN.
At the center of our justice system is balance. So we matched a hard-hitting former prosecutor with a tough-as-nails defense attorney. Together, they take a provocative look at today's most compelling cases and put the law on trial. Greta Van Susteren and Roger Kosick. The issues, the courts, and your rights. Burden of Proof, this fall on CNN.
Ross Perot may have stolen some political thunder with his plans to form a third party, but another potential candidate continues to hold his share of the spotlight, Colin Powell. A new CNN USA Today Gallup poll shows Powell running even with perennial frontrunner Bob Dole as the top choice of GOP voters if Powell ran as a Republican. Phil Gramm and Pat Buchanan trail significantly. Rounding out the field, Pete Wilson and Malcolm Steve Forbes with 3%, Lamar Alexander at 2%, and Bob Dornan, Dick Lugar, and Arlen Specter at 1%. In a head-to-head matchup just between Bill Clinton and Bob Dole, Clinton would win by 7 percentage points, his largest lead since when we began asking this question back in February. But if Colin Powell were the GOP nominee opposing Clinton, Powell would win by 15 percentage points, 54 to 39. Make it a three-way race, Clinton, Dole, and Powell as an independent, and Powell holds his own, tying with Clinton at 33%, with Dole not far behind. Let's bring in our own Bill Schneider now, who is in Watertown, Massachusetts. Bill, looking at these numbers, what does all this mean for Colin Powell?
Well, Judy, I think these figures show that Colin Powell now has the standing to do three things. Number one, to win the Republican nomination. He's now tied with Bob Dole for first choice among Republicans. Second, to defeat President Clinton. Powell is the only potential Republican candidate who's actually beating Bill Clinton right now. Dole has fallen behind, and he does best of any of the declared Republican candidates. And number three, Powell has the standing to win as an independent candidate. Ross Perot says he wants to break the monopoly of what he calls the two Washington parties with a third party. Powell is the only potential independent candidate who has the credibility to do that. So the message to Republicans is, if you want to beat Bill Clinton, nominate Colin Powell. The message to Ross Perot is, if you want a third party to succeed, nominate Colin Powell. And the message to Bill Clinton is, be afraid. Be very afraid that one of those two things could happen.
Well, Bill, let's talk about Republican primary voters. At this stage, Powell has already taken positions on a number of issues. How do his positions sit with those voters?
Well, we tested Powell's positions on 4 issues to see how taking a stand has helped him or hurt him among Republican voters. The question we asked was, would his position make you more likely or less likely to vote for Mr. Powell, or would it not affect your vote at all? Now let's take a look at the abortion issue. General Powell says he's pro-choice on abortion. 42% of Republicans say that would make them more likely to vote for him. 31%, a smaller number, say it would make them less likely to vote for him. The rest say it would have no effect. So it looks like the net impact of the abortion issue, the fact that he's pro-choice, is a plus among Republicans. The same thing happens with the issue of gun control. He says he's for a 5-day waiting period. 62% of Republicans say that would make them more likely to vote for Mr. Powell. Affirmative action. Powell says he's for continuing affirmative action programs without quotas. Republicans say that would make them more likely to vote for him. And a big surprise, Powell says he would refuse to sign a pledge not to raise taxes. Again, Republicans say that would make them more likely to vote for him. Clinton says he's the candidate of common ground, but General Powell right now looks like he's the candidate of common ground in America at this moment.
All right, Bill Schneider. Still to come on Inside Politics, where does Perot's third-party plan leave the grassroots effort over at United We Stand America? We'll talk with the group's director when we return. And reaction from candidates already in the race to Perot's new party announcement.
Who will be in today's Winner Spotlight, Dave or Kate? Keep watching.
Imagine our friend Kate on TV.
Oh, I hope she wins.
She's had such a rough time with money since Peter died last year.
Didn't he have insurance? Social Security? Well, at least she could bury him with that.
Don't count on it. Social Security pays only $255. The funeral costs over $4,000.
She had to ask her kids for help.
What are people our age supposed to do?
Well, Tom and I got additional life insurance from Colonial Penn.
That's got to be expensive.
No. We each pay only $6.95 per unit of coverage a month.
Nobody would insure me at my age.
Colonial Penn will. They won't even ask about your aches and pains.
No health questions?
None. You can't be turned down for any reason.
I bet they raise your rates every year, right?
No, you're wrong. My rates stay exactly the same.
In the winter spotlight, it's Kate! Congratulations!
Kate was due for a win.
Sounds like everybody wins with Colonial Penn.
Here's a winning idea for you and your friends. If you're over 50 like me, you can still buy the life insurance protection you need from Colonial Penn. Your rates are only $6.95 per unit per month and never go up. There's no medical exam, no questions about your health. What's more, your benefits never go down simply because you grow older. This plan builds cash value, unlike some veterans plans offered by other companies. Best of all, if you're a man or woman over 50, you cannot be turned down for this protection. To find out more, call now.
Call toll-free 1-800-480-1800 for your free information kit. Operators are here 24 hours a day. That's 1-800-480-1800.
I'm calling Colonial Penn.
Get information for me, too.
Call toll-free 1-800-480-1800. You'll also receive this handy guide to Social Security absolutely free. Call now. There's no obligation. 1-800-480-1800.
Does Ross Perot's plan to form a third party leave his organization United We Stand America in the lurch? Or will that group be leading the march toward partisan independence? Joining us in Dallas to discuss the situation, the Executive Director of United We Stand America, Russell Verney. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, Judy.
Is this an idea that you're on board with, Mr. Verney?
Oh, absolutely. United We Stand America members, since we formed, have been active in political campaigns in the political party of their choice. And right now, the voters, the independent voters and the United We Stand America members in California are going to create another choice for people to be involved with. I think it's very exciting. It's perhaps the most historical event that's happened in 130 years in American politics.
So where does this leave the rest of United We Stand?
Well, United We Stand America will continue exactly as it is. We're an educational organization that's designed to inform our members of public policy decisions that are pending and motivate them to be involved in the political process. We would like to create informed voters throughout the country on issues. We focus squarely on issues. And I think this just gives another vehicle for candidates or incumbents who are running for re-election to talk about their issues through a new political party.
All right, well, let's talk some specifics because we didn't get, I think, all the specifics last night from Mr. Perot when he was interviewed by Larry King. First of all, you do plan to have a candidate on the ballot in November. What are the first 3 things you need to do to make this happen?
Well, Judy, the intention is to have the opportunity to put a candidate on the ballot next November. There is no decision yet as to a candidate to go on that ballot. This is creating the process in each of the 50 states, and election laws are created by state government, not the federal government, so each of the 50 states is a different process. Election laws are about as complicated as the tax codes, and there are 50 different versions of them across the country. And the goal is to create the opportunity to put a candidate on the ballot next November. After our United We Stand America conference in Dallas, August 11th, 12th, and 13th, the members of United We Stand America wanted to preserve their options for 1996, but we asked Congress to deliver on some reforms by Christmas of this year, such as balancing the budget, such as passing a balanced budget amendment, and tough campaign finance reform laws and some lobbying reform laws. California has a deadline of October 24th of this year if you want to create a political party so you preserve your option into 1996. And that's really what's driving the decision right now to move ahead in California. Also in Ohio, in Maine, they have deadlines that occur this year. So the independent voters and the United We Stand America members in those states want to preserve their option for 1996.
Well, and how do you do that? I mean, you're not suggesting you can get the 900,000 signatures, are you, in the next 3.5 weeks in California?
That's certainly a daunting task when you consider that you have to get some overage of that because it's 890,000 valid signatures. It comes out to an average of about 50,000 signatures a day. Last night, Ross Perot gave out an 800 number for people who wanted information on this. It was 800-685-7777. And in the first 5 minutes, we had 800,000 calls to that number. 24 hours later, almost, we're still averaging 500 calls an hour to that number. I think that the interest is out there. I think the excitement is out there among the independent voters. We know that 62% of the American voters are dissatisfied with the partisanship of the two parties and are open-minded to the creation of a new party.
Let me just stop you there and ask you, I mean, how do you go about choosing your candidate? What are you going to do to pick the nominee of your party and the running mate?
As Ross described last night, the creation of a new political party would provide the opportunity for lots of candidates to seek that nomination. Not just one candidate, but many candidates could seek it. And the method that we envision is that a person wanting to seek that nomination would get the signatures of 10% of the people who have created this party, the people who signed the petitions between now and when the party is actually formed. And any candidate that gets 10% of the petition signers' signatures then becomes eligible for the nomination, and then we will set up a process nationwide that is coordinated by a convention but holds local meetings in communities throughout the country in auditoriums where lots of people can get involved in the process, probably be supplemented by perhaps some online services, by satellite communications, and mail ballot opportunities for those who can't get to local meetings, so that every person who's helped to create this political party can participate in the nominating process.
And when would these signatures have to be gotten in order for this person to be eligible?
I believe that process will start in April. Keep in mind that because there are 50 different laws on creating the party, there are some states that we can't even start the petition process in until the spring. So we would have
but
to have
in some states you're getting underway. You're getting underway right now, obviously.
Right. Deadlines are extraordinarily different. California, the deadline is October of this year. Other states is next summer.
Well, Russell Verney with United We Stand America and the new political party Independence, we thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Judy. It's been a pleasure.
Inside Politics continues after this.
And I would like my daughter to be a doctor.
Once again, Encyclopedia Britannica presents a parent's wish list.
She perhaps would like to be a museum curator or something like that.
The more we love our children, the harder we wish for their success. But it takes more than wishes. You need to give your child all the advantages you can. And one great advantage is the new Encyclopedia Britannica. It's the best home learning program in the world. A 32-volume reference library with everything from instant information to in-depth knowledge. To get more information on the new Encyclopedia Britannica, call for this free color booklet. And just for previewing Encyclopedia Britannica in your home, you'll get this 3-volume desk reference set free.
I believe that one person can make a difference. I believe that one person can make an impact.
Now you can use your home computer to get even more from Britannica. Call now for your free booklet and details about the new Britannica CD.
Call 1-800-831-1616.
What in the world? Dad took it when you walked me to school that first day, remember?
It's amazing you didn't hate me forever for making you wear those galoshes.
You've always tried to protect me, Mom. That's why I bought that extra life insurance. When Dad died, I found out a funeral can cost over $6,000. I never want to leave that kind of burden on you.
If you're a man or woman between the ages of 45 and 75, the Mutual of Omaha companies have a guaranteed life insurance plan that fits you perfectly. It can cost you as little as 29 cents a day, and it's guaranteed in 5 ways. Your payments will never increase. Your benefits will never decrease. There are no health questions. You don't even have to take a physical. You can't be turned down, and it can't be canceled, ever. Call toll-free for your free information. There's no risk or obligation. Call 1-800-433-3900. Operators are available. Call now. 1-800-433-3900.
Many politicians are evidently responding to Ross Perot's third-party announcement by taking a familiar walk on a very fine line. Our national correspondent Gene Randall has been sampling the reaction.
Once again, throwing down the political gauntlet, Ross Perot has a new banner, the Independence Party, planned as a nationwide challenge to the two-party system. Key element, a presidential primary next spring.
The odds are very high the party will have a presidential candidate. And
major party leaders, influenced by what Perot's action could mean for their candidates in 1996, had muted reaction.
Earlier, I think the president is in a strong position and will be in a strong position, but to make any predictions as to which candidate will be helped or hurt is really difficult.
To the extent that a third-party candidate like Perot gets votes, it helps Bill Clinton.
Maybe that's why House Speaker Newt Gingrich Tuesday took Perot to task, calling third parties a fantasy of delusion, and why Republican presidential frontrunner Bob Dole treated it with a certain disdain.
You know, he can do anything he wants, I guess.
Ed Rollins worked for Ross Perot in 1992.
He likes this game, and I think he'll get back in it before it's over.
Out on the GOP presidential campaign trail in New Hampshire, Senator Phil Gramm of Texas said he is never surprised by anything Ross Perot does.
If we have a credible candidate, a credible program, Ross Perot's not going to be credible.
The difference is
California Governor Pete Wilson was in Sacramento.
I think America has been, by and large, well served by a two-party system.
Lamar Alexander said a Republican insider and Ross Perot in the race would be a déjà lose formula, a repeat of 1992. Perot's plan is to work for ballot access first in California, Ohio, and Maine, then nationwide, state by state.
He's starting early. He has people in place from the United We Stand group. I don't know the quite status of those people, but he does have something approximating an organization in all or most states. And he started planning early enough to do this.
It may be too soon to call this third-party effort a vehicle for another Ross Perot presidential run, though his aim clearly is to put himself back once again in a political driver's seat. Gene Randall, CNN, Washington.
And what does the candidate in the White House think about the Perot new party idea? Well, for that, we turn to CNN White House correspondent Claire Shipman. Claire, what reaction are you hearing to all this?
Well, Judy, in public, nobody over here wants to say much of anything. The official line is that it's still far too early to tell what effect Perot's announcement will have. But earlier today, the president couldn't help commenting when Charles Rangel, Representative Rangel, who was here for a meeting, gave him some help.
What do you think about Ross Perot's decision to form a third party?
Give us a break, will you?
I'm trying to balance the budget, and I'm an ardent promoter of political reform, as you know. But he'll have to do whatever he wants to do, and the American people can make their judgment of that.
Now, behind the scenes, advisors admit, though, that the Perot announcement ought to help the Clinton candidacy by dividing the anti-Clinton vote. And while they're certainly pleased about that, they still say they're going to aggressively prepare for every possibility in this campaign. Now, on why Perot did it, what he hopes to achieve, Clinton's advisors say they think Perot just wanted to remain relevant, and as one aide put it, this way he's ensured he will be relevant in 1996. Judy?
All right, Claire Shipman at the White House. Thanks. And that is all for this edition of Inside Politics. I'm Judy Woodruff. Thanks for watching. Up next, CNN's continuing coverage of closing arguments in the O.J. Simpson murder trial.
Tonight on Larry King Live, famed criminal defense attorney Jerry Spence is the guest host at a special time, 8 Eastern on CNN.
You heard the news?
This store is great. I never knew Rockport made so many women's shoes.
It's the grand opening of the Rockport shop at Great Northern Mall.
I'm on my feet all day long. I need a pair of comfortable shoes.
The Rockport shop is a revolutionary new concept store carrying a full line of men's and women's comfort casual footwear. Hundreds of sizes and widths from the authority on comfort and style, Rockport shoes.
This is the biggest selection of Rockports I've ever seen. I love my Rockport.
Join the revolution, the Rockport shop at Great Northern Mall.
When you're heading for the game, don't forget to call ahead for the Mad Cactus Tailgate Party Package. Just $19.95 gets you combo buckets of award-winning mesquite-fired ribs plus chicken wings and a choice of 2 sides. Place your order by calling 234-RIBS. The Cactus will fire up a tailgate party package you can take out to the game downtown, on TV, or anywhere, anytime. The 1995 Tailgate Party Package, new this season at the Mad Cactus, Pearl at Whitney Road in Strongsville.
This is CNN.
I'm John Metaxas at the CNN Business News Desk in New York. After wavering above and below the break-even point, stocks chose a direction later in the session, down. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 4 1/3 points, ending at 47.65. The broader and secondary markets closed mostly lower, the Nasdaq down 8 points. But bonds are higher. The Treasury's 30-year bond is now up 6/32 to yield 6.56%. The Federal Reserve left interest rates alone after a closed-door meeting of policymakers. The discount rate remains at 5.25% and the federal funds rate 5.75. The bond trader behind a scandal at Daiwa Bank of Japan is under arrest. Federal prosecutors in New York today charged Toshiide Iguchi with falsifying the bank's records to conceal losses of more than $1 billion. The story is reminiscent of the Nick Leeson scandal at Britain's Barings Bank, but Daiwa apparently is in no danger of collapse. The losses represent only 1% of Daiwa's assets. And that is business news for this hour. I'm John Metaxas in New York.
Let me first, I want to take this opportunity to thank you. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. You have been through so much.
And with that, Marcia Clark launched into her closing arguments in the so-called trial of the century. I'm Jim Moret in Los Angeles. At long last, final arguments have begun in the O.J. Simpson trial. We expect the court's afternoon session to begin any time now, and we'll resume our live coverage when that happens. But first, a look at what we've seen so far today. After a warm and brief hello to the jury this morning, prosecutor Marcia Clark quickly changed moods. She was just minutes into her final argument when she denounced Detective Mark Fuhrman as a man she wished never existed on the planet.
And let me come back to Mark Fuhrman for a minute, just so it's clear. Did he lie when he testified here in this courtroom saying that he did not use racial epithets in the last 10 years? Yes. Is he a racist? Yes. Is he the worst LAPD has to offer? Yes. Do we wish that this person was never hired by LAPD? Yes. Should LAPD have ever hired him? No. Should such a person be a police officer? No. In fact, do we wish there were no such person on the planet? Yes. But the fact that Mark Fuhrman is a racist and lied about it on the witness stand does not mean that we haven't proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And it would be a tragedy if, with such overwhelming evidence, ladies and gentlemen, as we have presented to you, you found the defendant not guilty, in spite of all that, because of the racist attitudes of one police officer. It is your duty, and it will be your challenge, to stay focused on the question you were brought here to answer. And the only question that you were brought here to answer: did the defendant commit these murders?
Clark told the jury she wanted to start her final arguments with an emphasis on timing, on what happened when on the night of the murders. To illustrate her points, Clark used an exhibit board showing a timeline. In the middle of that board, there was a red shaded area to illustrate a time during which the prosecution says O.J. Simpson cannot explain his whereabouts. Clark went on to discuss in detail the testimony of Simpson house guest Kato Kaelin. She reminded the jury that Kaelin had testified he heard 3 thumps on his wall on Sunday evening. Thumps, the prosecution argues, were the sound of O.J. Simpson sneaking back to his Rockingham home after committing the murders at Bundy. Clark also referred to the testimony of limousine driver Alan Park. She reminded the jury that Park has testified to seeing an African-American person, about 6 feet tall, dressed in dark clothes, suddenly appear in the Simpson driveway shortly after Kaelin heard something banging against his wall.
And the defense would have you believe, ladies and gentlemen, that the defendant's appearance on the driveway just 2 minutes after the thumping on Cato's wall is a coincidence. And the defense would have you believe that the thumping and the appearance of that glove, the defendant's glove, were unrelated events. And the thumps themselves, just think about that. Regardless of where or how they happened,
Just the fact that they happened shortly after the murders at the defendant's house and just before the defendant walked up his driveway in dark clothing, like the dark blue or black sweat outfit that Cato described, you just put those facts together and you realize what has happened. The defendant came back from Bundy in a hurry. Ron Goldman upset his plans, and things took a little longer than anticipated. He ran back behind the house, that dark, narrow south pathway. You all saw it. You were there in daytime, but imagine how dark it is at night. That dark, narrow south pathway, thinking he could get rid of the glove, the knife, in that dirt area in the back. You recall back behind the guest houses, there's a dirt area. It was just all dirt, not very well tended. But he was in a hurry. He was moving quickly down a dark, narrow pathway, overhung with trees, strewn with leaves, and in his haste, he ran right into that air conditioner that was hanging over that south pathway. And running into that air conditioner caused him to fall against the wall, making the wall of Cato's room shake. You recall that air conditioner. It was hanging low. You had to stoop to get down under it. And if you're in a hurry and you're not looking where you're going, in that dark, narrow pathway, you can see how it can easily happen, how someone in a hurry can do that. And it was just as simple as that. Simple common sense tells you that the thumping, the glove, and the defendant's appearance on the driveway almost immediately thereafter are all part one set of events, all connected in time and space. You don't need science to tell you that. You just need reason and logic.
Court is once again in session. The jurors are being brought into the courtroom. While that's happening, let's go to the Criminal Courts building in downtown Los Angeles, where Greg LaMotta is standing by. Greg?
Well, Jim, let's cut right to the chase. Joining me this afternoon is Sally Ann Stewart with USA Today. Sally Ann, you were in the courtroom for this morning's session. Any greater sense of anticipation this morning?
Well, there was definitely a somber mood throughout the courtroom. Many of the family members of the victim and the defendant were dressed in dark colors, as were many of the jurors. The jurors seemed to take a few notes, but many of them just sat there with their notebooks in their lap. That's not unusual to me because the jurors have signaled for weeks and weeks that they have heard enough. They've wanted to have longer sessions. They've wanted to have Saturday court sessions. They have been telling the judge for weeks that they're ready to do their job.
Okay, thank you very much. And we understand court's getting ready to resume. That's Sally Ann Stewart with USA Today. Jim, back to you.
Thanks, and that's Greg LaMotta at the Criminal Courts building in downtown Los Angeles. Let's bring you directly into the courthouse and the courtroom. Marcia Clark is once again addressing the jurors.
The gloves appearance, the gloves dropping on the south pathway, and the defendant's appearance on the driveway within a couple of minutes of each other. Now, while Alan Park was speaking to the defendant on the intercom at that time, Cato, who wasn't worried about Alan being left outside, went over to the south pathway and looked down the gate. Can we get 66D back? Put up that diagram again so you can orient yourself, because it's hard just talking about this in the abstract. Okay. Can we back out just a little bit more? A little bit more? There we go. And the south pathway, if you recall, is at the bottommost edge below where that area marked garage is. You might recall. And he said that he went over to that area, looked down there, went through the first gate, went as far as the second gate, but that flashlight was very dim. And he was worried, and he was scared, and he didn't want to go any farther. So he looked down there, but it was dark, and he didn't want to go any farther. He said that he could not see the portion of the pathway that was right outside the wall of his room where he'd heard the thumping. It was too dark. And he came back out without going actually any farther on the pathway. When he came back out, he realized that Alan Park was still waiting outside the gate. Now, this is after Alan had spoken to the defendant on the intercom. And when he realized that the defendant had not yet buzzed Alan in, he went and he let him in. Now, let me ask you this. Why didn't the defendant let Alan Park drive in to the driveway? Why leave him sitting out there at the gate? Why make him wait outside? Because the defendant was frazzled, ladies and gentlemen. He was hurried, and he needed to buy some time. Time to wash himself up, wash off the blood, change the clothes, and to compose himself. to appear normal, to appear calm, business as usual. So he bought himself that time, and he did not let Alan in. And when the defendant came downstairs, he had changed clothes. No longer the dark clothing that Cato had described him in earlier that evening. He was wearing stonewashed denim jeans, denim shirt, and carrying a garment bag. You remember that Louis Vuitton garment bag that's here in evidence. Alan estimated that the defendant came downstairs dressed like that, carrying the garment bag, about 5 to 6 minutes after he spoke to him on the intercom. I think Alan Park's words were a good 5 minutes. Could have been longer. This was an estimate by him. But before the defendant actually came down, Cato went to let Alan Park in the gate, let him in, and he immediately told Alan about the thumping noises he had heard. He asked him, did you feel an earthquake? The same thing he asked Rachel Ferrara, if you recall. She told him she hadn't. Alan said the same thing. I didn't feel an earthquake. Now, Cato was clearly upset, clearly distracted and upset by that thumping noise he had heard. In fact, as you recall, he went to check that south pathway twice. Once before he let Alan in, and then a second time after he let Alan in. Because he had the conversation with Alan Park, asked him about the earthquake, if he had felt it, told him about the thumping noises. I think said he told him he thought, or he was thinking anyway, that it might have been a prowler. And after he let Alan in, he felt safer, and he went back to check the south pathway again. Again, with that dim flashlight. And didn't get any farther than he did the last time, and still wasn't able to see as far as the area of where his room was, and it was still very dark back there. And he gave up. But so Cato was concerned enough to check that south pathway twice, talk to his girlfriend Rachel about it, saying, call the police if you don't hear from me, talk to Alan Park about it, and he talked to the defendant about it. The defendant came downstairs, and he started talking to him. Did you hear that? Did you feel an earthquake? I'm really worried. I heard this thumping on my wall. I'm really concerned about this. He's really worried about it. And what does the defendant do? The defendant never went out to the south pathway to check what might have gone on back there, to check for the sound of the source of the thumping. The defendant never called West Tech Security, nor did he ever tell Cato to call West Tech Security. The defendant never called the police, nor did he tell Cato to call the police. In fact, he left without even setting the alarm and had to call Cato from the airport to tell him to set the alarm, something he had never done before. Now, having heard about the thumping noises from Cato, hearing Cato's concern about it, how Cato was trying to figure out why that happened or what was the source of it, and being very worried about it, knowing that he was going out of town, his daughter Arnell staying on the property, and would be there alone with Cato, he did nothing to check on the source of the thumping. He did none of the things you'd expect someone to do under those circumstances. That is, someone who didn't already know what caused the thumping. But you see, he did. He knew. So, of course, he was unconcerned. He knew it was no prowler. Certainly we knew it's no earthquake. Because he knew the thumps were caused by him bumping into the wall. And so he didn't have to be worried that Arnell was going to be in danger, or even Cato in danger, or his home in danger, because it was not a question for him. It was something he knew about. And he acted like someone who already knew what the source of those sounds were. Unconcerned. Now back to loading up the car. Alan and Cato described how they loaded up all the bags, all except one. You may recall that there was testimony about a small dark bag that was on the edge of the driveway by the Bentley. And Cato, as they were loading up the bags, offered to go and get that bag for him. I'll go get that for you. The defendant said, no, I'll get it. And the testimony was that all of the bags were loaded by either Cato or Alan Park, except for that one. And after the defendant walked towards it, after saying, no, I'll get it, after he walked towards it, no one ever saw that little black, dark bag again. Nor have we ever found the knife the defendant used, nor have we ever found the clothes that he wore during the murder, nor have we ever found the shoes that he wore during the murder. And it's so typical. It's so common. They get rid of the murder weapon, they think that's it. Can't get me. Home free. But you see, as you've seen, it's not that easy. Evidence was left behind. So we don't need the murder weapon because we have much, much more proof than that. Now, while they were loading the bags, Alan, as I told you before, saw the defendant go out to the Rockingham gate where we saw that the Bronco was parked. Now, I referred to this earlier that the defendant told Dr. Bodden that he'd cut his hand while getting the cell phone out of the Bronco. I'm going to show you why that does not explain all of his blood in that car. And I'm going to show you that he did not receive that cut on his finger from the cell phone. Now, the defendant stood in the foyer talking to Cato for a few moments. Can we get a photograph of that? And that's when he dripped blood. You see the little marker in that photograph. But after he came downstairs, the testimony went, he never went upstairs. Cato stood with him. Cato was talking to him. Cato went inside the foyer with him, went towards the kitchen at one point looking for a flashlight, you may recall, because Cato was asking the defendant for a better flashlight to go and look down that south pathway. Cato was standing by him, but the defendant was moving around the cars, getting things loaded up. But no one ever testified that he went back upstairs. And I think that it was Cato's testimony. I think Cato only testified to going into the house with the defendant once, and that was to get the flashlight. And they had also a conversation at that time about setting the alarm when Cato said, I don't want to set the alarm. I don't want the responsibility. I don't know the code. And the defendant said at that time, okay, I'll set it. And then he forgot and called him from the airport. Now, Alan Park indicated, I think, that he saw the defendant go in and out of the house a couple of times, but he never brought any more bags out. He only brought one bag out with him, and that was the garment bag as he came downstairs the first time. That was the only time he saw him bring a bag out. But Alan Park was busy loading the limo, and he was not watching the defendant carefully. Cato was hanging by the defendant. Cato was asking him, talking to him about the thumping, and he was trying to get his attention about something that he was very concerned about, because he was going to be left on that property alone with whatever caused that thumping noise. Cato didn't know. So he was talking to the defendant. He was asking for the flashlight, and he was talking to him about setting the alarm. And so Cato was the one who was more carefully tracking where the defendant was going, and Cato talked to him about what I told you, the flashlight and the alarm. Now, the defendant left, and when he left, as you know, he didn't set the alarm. While he was in the limousine, he asked the limousine driver to turn on the air conditioning. He complained repeatedly of being very hot. He rolled the windows down. Boy, it's hot. Boy, it's hot. You have the weather report, and it'll indicate to you it was a cool night. The defendant kept complaining about being hot. Man, I'm hot. Rolled down the windows, turned on the air conditioning. I asked Alan Park, were you hot that night? No. I asked Cato, were you hot that night? No. It was a cool night. Now, I said I'd show you that the defendant did not get that big cut on his middle finger from that cell phone when he went to get it from the Bronco. Let me show you something. You recall the testimony that blood was collected from the bathroom upstairs, that's just off the defendant's bedroom. And the blood is found basically in between the sink and the shower in the defendant's bathroom. The defendant was bleeding in his bathroom when he was cleaning and changing his clothes, obviously. That was before he went down to the limo, ladies and gentlemen, before he ever went to the Bronco. He already had that cut by the time he got downstairs. He got it long before he went out to that Bronco to get that cell phone. So since we know he was bleeding upstairs in his own bathroom, and before he went down to the limo, how come there weren't any blood stains on the staircase? Obviously, he didn't fly. And just as obviously, he also bled downstairs. I show you that foyer picture. You've seen that quite a number of times with the blood spots on the floor. So he left blood downstairs as well. There are two possible reasons. We didn't see photographs of blood spots on the staircase. Number one, they were there and they were missed. Seems doubtful because it's a light carpet, light colored carpet. Blood should show, but it's possible. Or two, the cut temporarily stopped bleeding. As you may remember, Dr. Huizinga testified that a cut will bleed, clot up, re-bleed, and I'm sure that wasn't news to you. I mean, that's life experience that's common to all of us. You'll cut yourself, you'll bleed for a while, and then maybe your hand will be still, and then you'll re-bleed if you exercise it or you rub it against something, you irritate it somehow. But in any case, by the time the defendant got downstairs with the garment bag and started loading up the limo, the cut was temporarily sealed. Now, here's the interesting thing about the blood trail on his driveway and the blood in the foyer. When you take into account the blood in the bathroom, doesn't it make sense that he actually reopened the cut while he was moving around getting ready to go? You know you have the blood in the bathroom before he gets down to the limo, so he was already bleeding. You know that you don't have blood spots in between the bathroom and the foyer, so at some point the bleeding stopped before he left his bedroom. But you do know that you have more blood downstairs. You have blood leading out to the Bronco. Now, Alan Park told you that he saw the defendant go out toward the Rockingham gate as they were preparing to leave. And you know that the defendant told Dr. Bodden that he went out to the Bronco to get his cell phone from the car. Now, although we don't know for a fact based on photographs that he certainly did not receive that cut on some razor-sharp cell phone, it certainly does make sense that when he went out to get the phone, he opened the door to the Bronco and his knuckle grazed the well of the door handle, reopening the cut. You gonna have the Bronco door? You see where the spot is, and then Dennis Fung is holding up the number 1. You see that little speck there? Picture yourself at the door at the car, okay, and you're up to the driver's door. What hand do you use to open the door? Your left, especially one like that where you have to push the button in to open the door, using his left hand, in which case this middle knuckle is going to graze that door, in which case a cut that has just temporarily sealed seconds or maybe minutes earlier is going to get irritated and re-bleed. Now, this is just common sense, but when you open the car door, obviously, you need to use the handle. When you close the car door, you don't. How do you close the car door? Slam. Very simple. So by the time he opened the door, before he reached in and got the cell phone, that cut was bleeding again. You have him bleeding before he comes down to the limo up in his bathroom. You have him going down to the Bronco and opening the door. But either way you look at it, he's already bleeding before he gets the cell phone. And that's shown to you by photographs. Now consider this possibility. He opened the car door, grazing his knuckle on that door, reopening the cut, and after getting the cell phone out, walks back up the driveway, dripping blood, walks into the foyer, talks to Cato about getting a flashlight that's better or stronger than the one he's got, talks to him about setting the alarm, and while he's talking to him, he's standing in the foyer. You know that foyer? All right, he's standing in that foyer. Can we get the close-up? All right, now you see those two drops down to the left of the number 12? It's kind of faint on this picture. You're going to have the pictures back in the jury room, and I think they'll be better and clearer for you than this is. Those are big drops. Those are big blood drops, folks, not the kind you see from that little slice that Dr. Bodden showed you on the defendant's finger. Now, we've all been living in this world for a while, and you know that when you get big drops of blood, that's from a big cut. You're not going to cut yourself on get a little slice, like almost looking like a small slice on the inside of that finger and drip blood like that. It just makes, this is common sense stuff. It's just very logical. Those drops came from a big cut, and we're talking about this cut on the middle finger. Now, did the defendant notice at that point that he was bleeding? Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe he did. Put something small on it, get ready to go, let's go. But in the rush of getting ready to leave, Cato, who's worried about a burglar back there, Alan Park, who's worried about getting to the airport on time, no one's paying attention to Mr. Simpson's hands. His finger is not the foremost thing that they're worried about here. Now, about the blood on the outside of the car door, I want to make one thing clear. I'm not saying that the blood could only have gotten on the well of that door handle at Rockingham.
Forgive me for interrupting you. Let me see. Counsel to sidebar with the court reporter, please.
While the attorneys once again go to sidebar for a conference with Judge Lance Ito, we'll take a break and be back with more of Marcia Clark's closing arguments right after this.
Tonight, Jerry Spence guest hosts Larry King Live.
Billy, what's wrong?
I can't get this math.
Never before in America and in no other country in the world has it been easier to get top grades in math. How? The answer is Math Made Easy videotapes. Basic math, high school math, or college math, all tested and proven instructional videotapes just for you. If you need top grades in math, Math Made Easy tutoring tapes are a must. Used by educators all over America. It's like having your own professional tutor at your side. Follow the thousands of students who have gained confidence and have prepared for A's in math. Select the tapes you need. Call now for details on the free brochure. Dial 1-800-MATH-962. Parents or grandparents, now's the time to help a student in your family.
Mom, I got an A. That's great.
Math Made Easy tutoring tapes are guaranteed. Call now for more information. Dial 1-800-MATH-962. That's 1-800-MATH-962.
I want to know about relationships, making them last.
Perhaps some other time.
I want to know more about the best way to keep fit.
Oh, that's another commercial.
I want to know more about Rogaine.
Rogaine with minoxidil?
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
Okay, just call this number now for a free information kit on Rogaine topical solution. It could help answer your questions because it's filled with all kinds of facts about Rogaine. And because you need a prescription for Rogaine, we'll send you a list of local doctors and special money-saving offers to help you find out if Rogaine's right for you.
But I want to know right now.
We'll mail it to you today. So what are you waiting for? Call now for your free information kit. Call 1-800-255-7776.
The sidebar discussion just ended. Marcia Clark has yet to begin her opening statements. You can see actually Christopher Darden is still at sidebar with Judge Lance Ito. Let's check in with our legal analyst, Greta Van Susteren in Washington. Roger, the judge is allowing clearly the attorneys to draw reasonable inferences, and the attorneys are clearly going to ask that of the jurors on the final arguments. Marcia Clark is now talking specifically about the blood drops in the foyer and upstairs in the bathroom, both, in her view, lending credence to the prosecution's theory that O.J. Simpson did not cut himself when he went to the Bronco, which is what the defense had suggested.
Right. And this is an important part for Marcia and for the prosecution. She has to be able to convince the jury that O.J. Simpson received those cuts when he was committing the murder. And anything other than that really gets right to the heart of the defense. So she has to go right for this and show them and convince them what she believes the truth really is.
Greta, are you surprised at all at the intricate detail that Marcia Clark is going into this early in her final arguments?
Not at all, Jim, because this is, as we've said from the beginning, a circumstantial case, meaning pieces of puzzle that have to point in one direction beyond a reasonable doubt in order to get a conviction.
The judge is asking the jury to step back into the jury room for just a moment. Roger, any thoughts on what the reason might be, clearly as a result of this sidebar?
Well, Jim, I must tell you that I don't think that Marcia was saying things or doing things that would have caused this kind of a problem, and I think maybe Greta may be onto something when she said that perhaps O.J. Simpson was doing something that maybe displeased the judge, but that's just a guess.
The court is tilting down, the camera's tilting down. Let's listen in now to the proceedings.
The record to reflect that the jury has withdrawn from the courtroom. Counsel, as I mentioned to you at sidebar, the reason that I interrupted Ms. Clark, and Ms. Clark, forgive me for the interruption, but while I was taking my notes here on your argument, I noticed that the television camera panned along the defense counsel table, and Mr. Cochran did a close-up of your client taking notes. And it's not appropriate for the television camera to be going along sidebar close enough that one can see what people are writing in their notes, and that's not appropriate. And I thought it would not be necessary to tell the television coverage that that's not appropriate, but apparently it's necessary to tell them that it's not appropriate. And it's a very flagrant violation and intrusion into the attorney-client privilege, and I'm inclined to terminate the coverage at this time. All right? So, Mr. Bancroft, I'm going to direct you to turn the camera to the seal, and the television coverage is terminated.
Well, you just heard what happened, according to Judge Lance Ito, during Marcia Clark's initial phase of her final arguments in this afternoon session. Some 18 minutes into this afternoon session, the court camera apparently panned over to the counsel table and, in the judge's view, committed what he called a flagrant violation and intrusion of the attorney-client privilege by taking a close-up on the fact that notes were being taken at the counsel table. And the judge has said that he is therefore inclined to terminate television coverage at this time. He's, in fact, directed that that be done. That is why the camera has tilted up to the seal. The judge has asked for the jurors to come back in. And let's bring in our attorneys. Greta Van Susteren, Roger Kossak. This is the culmination of, well, today is, in fact, the year anniversary of the first time the jurors were brought in, or prospective jurors were brought in for interview for this case. We've seen this case is now nearly 9 months old. This is clearly a moment that many people have been waiting for, having followed this case very closely over these long months. What, in your view, in some strange way, it parallels what we saw on for the first or second day of the opening statements with what the judge considered to be a flagrant violation when one of the jurors was inadvertently captured on camera.
You know, Jim, I think Judge Ito's gone off the deep end. I mean, I think it's absolutely absurd what he did. I was watching the TV. You couldn't see what O.J. Simpson was writing. I think that Judge Ito needs to revisit this decision and think it out, because I think this is an absolutely ridiculous decision. You know, there's been criticism of cameras in the courtroom because it was thought that it would intimidate witnesses. That's a long-standing criticism. Well, there are no witnesses. It's simply the lawyers summing up the case, and I think Judge Ito has made a huge mistake. I think that he has jumped... I think this time he's gone off the deep end.
Well,
Roger,
Jim,
what's your reaction?
Let me tell you, I was sort of hoping that Greta would, and it would be somewhat different this time and be kind of mild about it, because what I have to say, I was hoping that one of us would stay out of jail. But let me tell you, Jim, do you remember Captain Queeg in the Caine Mutiny? Well, that's exactly what I think just happened with Judge Ito. I'm telling you, I don't get this at all. The fact that the camera shows the defense lawyers sitting there and O.J. Simpson taking notes, no one could read the notes. No one could hear what they were talking about. This is absolutely benign. I mean, it's meaningless. And if you did ask us what we thought it was, I could have been sitting here guessing for the rest of the afternoon, and I never would have guessed that. And the notion that now he turns off the camera when there's no witnesses, that all we get to do is hear the final summing up in the argument, the least intrusive part of all, is just ridiculous.
And just to let you know what's going on inside the courtroom, even though you're looking at the seal and you're not hearing any audio coming from the courtroom, we are still connected to the transcript computer, so I'm seeing what the court transcriber is taking down in note form right now, and Marcia Clark is in fact continuing with her arguments. You are, however, not able to hear it because the court, Judge Lancito, has cut the audio. He has directed the court camera to tilt up to the seal, which it has done. Roger, from my perspective, not really noticing what was going on as far as this flagrant violation, as Judge Lancito called it. Here you are seeing now some tape of what the judge had called the violation. Judge Ito called this an intrusion of the, a violation and intrusion of the attorney-client privilege. That was O.J. Simpson taking a note. But Roger, as you indicated, I don't think from our vantage point we were able to see what was being written, and we clearly could not hear what was being spoken between O.J. Simpson and his attorneys, if anything.
Jim, this is just a capricious and an arbitrary ruling by a man who I understand that he's tired and he wants this thing over with, and he is taking it out on the one area of the people that he has some power with. He's shown, in my opinion, that he didn't have the strength to control this courtroom. He didn't have the strength to keep these lawyers in control, and that's why this trial went on so long. So what does he do? He takes it out on the one thing that he does gain control of and the one thing that can't kick back the camera. I really think it's a shame. I feel bad for the viewers. I feel bad for myself and Greta and you, Jim. That's just a shame that we can't see this.
Greta, how ironic, though, that this case is bookended by what the judge has called a flagrant violation of the cameras in the courtroom. We started the case like this. We are apparently ending the case like this.
Well, yeah, Jim, but it's as though he invented this reason. There was no flagrant violation. You know, I have pretty good eyesight, but I couldn't see what O.J. Simpson was writing. And when you talk about the invasion of the attorney-client privilege or relationship, you're talking about being able to hear what a defendant says or read what the defendant's writing. I mean, this is just a fiction that Judge Ito, for some reason, has created for himself. And I assume that very soon the media is going to bring on Kelly Sager, who's one of the most able lawyers in this whole case, and she's going to come in and argue the First Amendment, and we're going to have to jump through that hoop, and who knows how much that will delay the closing arguments. But this is really a foolish ruling. I think Judge Ito is just, he's just gone off the deep end on this.
You know what I think, Jim?
Roger, before we go to you, let's just listen to what Judge Lancito said in open court after the jurors left the courtroom, just before pulling the plug on the cameras.
For the interruption, but while I was taking my notes here on your argument, I noticed that the television camera panned along the defense counsel table, and Mr. Cochran did a close-up of your client taking notes. And it's not appropriate for the television camera to be going along sidebar close enough that one can see what people are writing in their notes, and that's not appropriate. And I thought it would not be necessary to tell the television coverage that that's not appropriate. But apparently it's necessary to tell them that it's not appropriate. And it's a very flagrant violation and intrusion into the attorney-client privilege, and I'm inclined to terminate the coverage at this time. All right? So, Mr. Bancroft, I'm going to direct you to turn the camera to the seal, and the television coverage is terminated.
Roger Cossack, you've heard the judge say this now twice. Again, it didn't seem that we could see clearly anything that was being written on that counsel table. The judge is obviously very short-fused. He is admittedly so, because this case has taken much longer than he anticipated it should. He is mindful of the fact that the jurors are very tired, and as a result of that, he has accommodated them by canceling his previously scheduled vacation for this Friday and the following Monday, if need be. He's adjusted the court hours to run until 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 p.m. Eastern tonight, tomorrow, and Thursday night. He will have court for a full day on Friday because he wants this to get to the jurors, hopefully by Friday, if not then by Monday. Does it seem that the pressure, in your view, is finally getting to Judge Lancito? Is that a fair
statement? Let me tell you, after thinking about it for a minute, let me tell you what I really think happened here. I think Judge Lancito was looking for a way to pull the plug, and I'll tell you why. I think he is concerned about the fact that if the camera is in there, that these closing arguments are going to go on longer than they would without the camera in there. And I frankly think that he was looking for a way to pull the plug because what the transgression here was so minor. It wasn't like you could see those notes. All you saw was lawyers taking notes. Well, you've seen lawyers taking notes throughout this whole trial with witnesses in the room. This is absolutely a nothing, and I think that he was absolutely looking for a way to pull the plug in hopes that he could get this, these closing arguments over. And wasn't it, didn't I read somewhere that he had a vacation plan for Friday and Monday that he just canceled? Well, perhaps that vacation's back on.
We are going to take a brief break. We'll be back to discuss more of this with our legal analyst. Stay with us.
Can your radio do this? Only one radio can give you stereo sound this big, yet is small enough to fit almost anywhere. The extraordinary new Wave Radio from Bose. Press the remote control and hear sound from a radio like you've never heard before. Big, rich sound that fills the room. You hear music the way it was meant to be heard. Clear, full, incredibly lifelike. You've got to hear the Wave Radio to believe it. And now you can, in your own home. Satisfaction guaranteed. Call us toll-free to learn how, and we'll deliver the Wave Radio to your door. Experience big stereo sound from a radio. Call today for more information. It will make a difference in the way you listen to music. A big difference.
Ever have a bulb pop and then break? Try this. Now the editors of Reader's Digest present the Family Handyman Helpful Hints, a new book with over 2,000 household hints. Hints like how the pros do a perfect caulking job, how to remove masking tape without spoiling your paint. Just use a hairdryer. You'll learn tricks of the trade, why you should use vegetable oil to clean up after painting, why you should keep postage stamps in the freezer, even a simple ingredient you can add to ordinary flat wall paint so that the dirt wipes right off.
Now, preview the Family Handyman Helpful Hints for 7 days free. Just call 1-800-257-1257. Keep it and pay 3 installments of $8.33 each. Or return it and owe us nothing. Just call 1-800-257-1257 now.
For those of you just joining us, Judge Ito has done what he has threatened to do for months now. He has effectively pulled the plug on all television coverage for the remainder of this trial. We are in the middle of the early stages of Marcia Clark's final arguments. Let's listen to the judge's ruling roughly 10 minutes ago.
But while I was taking my notes here on your argument, I noticed that the television camera panned along the defense counsel table, and Mr. Cochran did a close-up of your client taking notes. And it's not appropriate for the television camera to be going along sidebar close enough that one can see what people are writing in their notes, and that's not appropriate. And I thought it would not be necessary to tell the television coverage that that's not appropriate. But apparently it's necessary to tell them that it's not appropriate. And it's a very flagrant violation and intrusion into the attorney-client privilege, and I'm inclined to terminate the coverage at this time. All right? So, Mr. Bancroft, I'm going to direct you to turn the camera to the seal, and the television coverage is terminated.
Greta Van Susteren in our Washington studios. Isn't it interesting when you note that Judge Lance Ito played for the television audience, in effect, the Furman tapes, which were not admitted in evidence before the jury because the judge found that it was in the public interest that they be heard. How, in taking that into consideration, how do you then view this decision by Judge Lance Ito?
Well, Jim, there's certainly no way to justify what Judge Ito has now done, especially in light of the fact it was Judge Ito who wanted the world to hear the Mark Furman tapes, and suddenly now he's become the censor and does not want the world to hear the closing arguments. And this is important to both sides. This is not something that's an insignificant part of the trial. And frankly, I've now watched it on CNN 2 or 3 times, and his decision looks even dumber each time I see it. You can't see what O.J. Simpson is writing, and I don't know how in the world that this judge can possibly think this. And I think he better change his mind pretty fast, because I think it's unfair to the viewers, I think it's unfair to the lawyers, and I think it violates the law.
Roger, Greta said earlier she would certainly expect Kelly Sager, the media attorney who has argued before Judge Lancito in the past, as well as Douglas Morell of the ACLU, to come before Judge Lancito and ask that he reconsider this latest decision. However, it does not appear that the judge would be of the frame of mind to halt these proceedings in front of the jurors. When, if ever, do you think the judge will entertain arguments?
Well, I mean, there's times to do it. He could get in, you know, we could get in there tomorrow morning early. Kelly Sager could, and the gentleman from the ACLU, Mr. Morell. There's time to do it. It's just a shame that we just don't get to see the end of this now. You know, Jim, we know there are people who've watched this from day one and are really involved and interested. There's incredible implications for this trial. We've learned an incredible amount about ourselves from this trial, about the criminal judicial system, about racism, about police officers. There's been incredible benefits to this trial. Some things we've liked, some things we haven't liked. But nevertheless, we've seen them and we've had the opportunity to make some decisions about them. To pull the plug now, right at the end, when perhaps the most important part, when both parts sum up, and probably the least intrusive part, when it's just lawyers arguing, I think it's just bad form. I just have no idea what Judge Ito was thinking about, but I must tell you, I really do believe that he did it. He was looking for a way to do it because he wanted to, he thinks that this will perhaps speed up the closing arguments, because I know he's concerned about the fact that lawyers play to the camera, which is the least part of this case now, or the least opportunity to have happen. I just don't get it unless he wanted to go on his vacation.
Well, Greta, wait, hold on, Greta. Let me just bring you up to date on what's happening right now. Kelly Sager, the media attorney, is indeed on her way to the courthouse right now. We are told that Judge Lancito has requested a copy of the courtroom videotape. We are not going to show you right now, given the fact that the judge wants to review this videotape and determine whether or not this was an egregious act to show O.J. Simpson writing. We are told from the Court TV camera person, Court TV is in fact the pool camera provider for all of the coverage. The Court TV camera person was attempting to get a close-up of O.J. Simpson's hands, this at the same time that Marcia Clark was discussing the cut on O.J. Simpson's left hand, and that is what she has been talking about for some time. Let me try, if I can, to bring you up to date on what is happening in court. I will try to read along with these transcripts, a very rough copy coming out over the court computer. However, I will attempt to do that for you right now. Marcia Clark saying, it's just natural. It's something that I wouldn't even think about doing, but you would do it. I'm trying to put this into context for you. She is asking the jurors to use their common sense, their common life experiences in determining the facts and drawing inferences from those facts. In all the months that you've been sequestered, how many blood trails have you left in your rooms from the bathroom to the hallway? How many times in your life have you left a trail of blood around your house or your apartment and not cleaned it up? And we have had evidence from the defendant that he is very neat, that he is very tidy and a very clean person, and he leaves blood on his bathroom floor, he leaves blood on his foyer. Marcia Clark is clearly trying to draw the jurors into believing that O.J. Simpson was in a hurry, that he had cut himself not on the Bronco, as the defense has claimed, that he cut himself upstairs. He re-injured that cut when he went to the Bronco to retrieve his phone. So the cuts in this case to the defendant's hand and the blood that he leaves around doesn't get cleaned up. These are very important points. This is Marcia Clark's words. I'm going to summarize for you. The hand injuries occurred at the time of the murder. On the left hand, the left glove was lost at Bundy. There has been a great deal of discussion from the defense. If, in fact, the killer had a cut on the left hand, shouldn't the glove have been cut as well? The prosecution's theory, the glove was taken off or forced off or pulled off in the murders, and then O.J. Simpson cut his hand. That is the prosecution theory. These are all very significant points that demonstrate conduct by the defendant. Again, I'm reading from these transcripts coming out live right now. We are not able to show them to you. Once again, for those of you just joining us, Judge Lancito has cut the camera feed. He has called the camera operator a flagrant violation of the court order by showing O.J. Simpson writing. The judge has requested a copy of the court tape to review that tape to see if, in fact, you were able to see what O.J. Simpson was writing. We are told from the Court TV camera person, who was providing pool coverage, that he was trying to get a close-up of O.J. Simpson's hands while Marcia Clark, in her closing argument, was discussing the cut to O.J. Simpson's hand. Reading now once again from the transcripts, you have another piece of the puzzle. Now we're talking about conduct. Let's talk about homicidal conduct. How would you expect someone to act after they committed the murder? Do you think you know what a murderer looks like? It's been a long time, but you might remember I asked some of these questions during voir dire. That is when the jurors were first questioned to sit on the jury, and I asked you to think about if you know what a murderer looks like. You all said no, and rightfully so. The scary thing is we all know one where the bad guy is handsome and charming, where conspiracies, I'm sorry, much of these transcripts are very rough, and so some of the words do not come out as intelligible. So if I appear to be skipping over, it's simply because that's how the transcripts are coming out. We can't know. They are deceived by appearance of a pretty face. Then our security is threatened by that. Our life experience tells us we cannot predict what a killer looks like. The entire prosecution theory has been, from the outset, that they have to get over the very large hurdle that O.J. Simpson has a public persona, a public image. People have seemed to like him. He has been a hero to many people. He has been a spokesperson. He has been an actor. And it is that charm which the prosecution had to overcome, because the prosecution said when you look at O.J. Simpson, you do not see a killer, but the prosecution has presented its theory that that's in fact what O.J. Simpson is. We're going to take a break and be back with more of our coverage of the O.J. Simpson trial right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Vita Nelson is our guest. She's the editor and publisher of the Money Paper. We're talking about dividend reinvestment plans. Vita, how does one actually get started?
All you need is one share of stock. You can send from as little as $10 or even $10,000 without paying any commissions to a broker. These are the solid companies. These are the companies that have paid dividends for many, many years, and the reason no one knows about these plans is because no one has any vested interest in promoting them. If you pick from among the 873 different companies in our Guide to Dividend Reinvestment Plans, you are doing yourself the biggest favor in the world.
And you might even have fun doing it.
Where can I get some information on the Money Paper?
Call now. You'll get the Guide to Dividend Reinvestment Plans at a special promotional price. It has every company that accepts direct investments. Plus, you get a free copy of the Money Paper. You'll see how easy it is to invest without a broker.
Call 1-800-824-9339. That's 1-800-824-9339.
How can I save big money on contact lenses and eyeglasses?
Join Lens Express and you'll save up to 50%.
Lens Express?
That's right. Hi, I'm Linda Carter, here to say Lens Express gives you big savings and great service on all your eye care needs.
How do they do it?
It's simple. Volume. Lens Express is America's largest contact lens replacement service, and you get the same exact lenses your doctor prescribed or your money back.
What if I wear eyeglasses?
Lens Express will refer you to a local doctor who can save you up to 50% on fashion frames and eye exams, too.
Great service, terrific prices. How can I find out more?
Call for a free Lens Express catalog. Lens Express guarantees you the lowest price on every kind of lens, including daily wear, extended wear, torics, and disposables.
How fast can I get my new lenses?
Is overnight fast enough?
What's that Lens Express number again?
Call 1-800-556-LENS now to order your free Lens Express catalog. That's 1-800-556-LENS.
To unlock your body's potential, we proudly offer Soloflex. 32 old-fashioned iron-pumping exercises, each correct in form and balance, all on a simple machine that fits in the corner of your home. For a free brochure, call anytime.
We matched a hard-hitting former prosecutor with a tough-as-nails defense attorney. Together, they take a provocative look at today's most compelling cases. Greta Van Susteren and Roger Cossack. Burden of Proof, this fall on CNN.
For those of you just joining us, expecting to see Marcia Clark deliver closing arguments, we've taken another unusual turn in this rather long and unusual trial. Roughly 25 minutes ago, Judge Lancito pulled the plug on all camera coverage. This because of a close-up of O.J. Simpson's hands, which was taken by the court camera operator while Marcia Clark was discussing O.J. Simpson's cut to his left hand. Judge Lancito said it was not appropriate to take a picture of someone taking notes. He said it was a, quote, a flagrant violation and intrusion of the attorney-client privilege. He said he was inclined to terminate camera coverage, and that is, in fact, what he has done. We are, however, able to tell you what is happening inside the courtroom via our computer, which is attached to the court reporter in the courtroom, and we are seeing notes printing out in a very rough form as they are being typed into the computer. Let me try to bring you up to date on what is happening. Marcia Clark is addressing the jurors in the second stage of her closing arguments. She had about 90 minutes this morning, and she has been going on for roughly 35, 40 minutes this afternoon. When she's talking about evidence right now, you have another piece of the puzzle, Marcia Clark is saying to the jurors. You have an opportunity to have the cuts on the hand. You have both, most of whom side. Now, just to indicate to you, these are being printed out. You are able to see what I am seeing right now in a very rough form. The judge is addressing Marcia Clark. He says, we're down at the bottom of the screen. While there is a lag in the court transcript, let's go to Greta Van Susteren and Roger Kosek for a brief comment. Greta Van Susteren, you think this is a disservice to the jurors who are sitting and who will ultimately have to make the verdict in this case, for the public not to hear these closing arguments. Why?
Without any doubt, because when they reach a verdict, some part of the population is going to criticize them because they don't know how or why the jury reached its particular burden or reached its particular verdict. This is not an insignificant part of the trial. Sometimes people's opinions are changed by virtue of the argument made by the lawyers, and unless the people can hear these lawyers persuasively argue their case, they may criticize the jurors because they think the jurors reached the wrong verdict in this case. You know, it's a real sad day when Judge Ito pulls the camera for essentially no reason. It really wasn't smart what Judge Ito did because there was no violation. You couldn't see what O.J. Simpson was writing. I think, frankly, that Judge Ito has just had it and went off the deep end with this ruling, and I hope he has the intelligence to reverse this ruling.
Well, the judge has requested a copy of the courtroom videotape showing O.J. Simpson writing notes at the defense table. The judge has just indicated to Marcia Clark the court is going to take a break at 2:30 Pacific, which is about 5 minutes from now. We know that media attorney Kelly Sager is on her way to the courthouse. She could conceivably argue during this recess period if the judge is so inclined to hear the arguments. Let me read once again from the transcripts. The court is now giving his admonition once again to the jurors. You can see right here where we are reading, ladies and gentlemen, remember my admonitions to you. He's asking the jurors to step back into the jury room. He is going to take a break a bit early. Roger Kosek, do you agree with Greta Van Susteren? Is this a disservice given the fact that Judge Lancito played the bulk of those Furman tapes, even though the jury has never heard them? The judge played them for what he called a public interest, an overriding public interest.
Jim, I swear to you, I have tried to figure out an argument to support Judge Ito as I'm sitting here. And I cannot come up with one good reason for him to have done this. Of all of the issues to take a stand on, this one where is absolutely unsupportable. I mean, if the camera had zeroed in on what Simpson or the lawyers were writing and we could have read it, you'd have heard the yell all the way from Washington to Los Angeles when Greta and I would have let out. But that isn't what happened. In fact, remember, you were asking us, and we really couldn't figure out why he was taking a break. This is so uncalled for and so wrong. I hope that he realizes that he just made a mistake. Remember when he went for that $250 to $1,000 on Marcia Clark, and later on he backed off and came down to $250? Well, you know, everybody's entitled to a few errors. I just hope this is one of them, and I hope this is one of them that he realizes. It's just uncalled for. This is not the answer.
Kelly Sager, the media attorney, has in fact arrived at the courthouse. This is what she said to reporters only moments ago.
Well, I've just heard about it, and I'm trying to find out exactly what happened to see what, if anything, we can do about it. To see what, if anything, we can do about it. But I need to get some more information to find out. Well, I'm trying to get inside to find out what happened so that I can see what I can do about it. But I really need to get more information right now.
And And on a programming note, CNN will stay with the coverage of the Simpson trial through 7 p.m. Eastern, at which time, if court camera has not been reinstated and we are not able to bring you live court coverage, we will go to our regular programming, beginning with Moneyline, that at 7 p.m. Eastern. However, in the meantime, for the next hour and a half or so, we will monitor the situation and continue to bring you live coverage to the extent we are able to. Court is in a brief recess right now. Their closing arguments are suspended for a short time while they take the afternoon break. Roger Cossack, do you think that that once the judge reviews the tape, and we are not showing it to our viewers once again, mindful of the fact that the judge wants to review the tape to see if in fact it is an egregious error showing what O.J. Simpson is writing, but based on your initial viewing, you were not able to see what was being written, and given the fact that Marcia Clark was talking about O.J. Simpson's hands, it certainly is reasonable to accept the fact that the camera operator was going simply to show the viewers a shot of O.J. Simpson's hands.
Oh, Jim, this is inexcusable. I know I sound like a broken record about this, but I must tell you, I am in shock. I just cannot believe or figure out why, of all the times, probably the most benign and clearly one of the most important times. As Greta points out, look, this is whatever happens with this jury, there's going to be at least 50% of the population who are going to think they made the wrong decision. You know, let's not kid ourselves. We see the polls. We see how this breaks down. We see that Simpson apparently has a great deal of support from the African-American community, and we see it go the other way for people who think he's guilty. This is important. We all should see this. This is something that we should be able to talk about. We should see what each side has to say. We should see how they interpret how they interpret the evidence, and people have a right to see it. And for this, for nothing, to take out the camera is just absolutely wrong.
You know what, Jim, if I were the defense team, I'd tell you what I would do, though. I would sit there and let this happen during Marcia Clark's closing argument so the people never could hear her closing argument. But, you know, the minute it was time for me to step up to the plate and to give my closing argument, all of a sudden I would ask for the cameras because, you know, this is a right. If there's been any interference, it's with O.J. Simpson's right. If he's willing to waive any interference, then, of course, the American people will hear O.J. Simpson's lawyers argue. So this is really unfair to the prosecution, and I think that Judge Ito needs to take that into consideration. I don't think it was the O.J. Simpson's lawyers who asked to have the cameras pulled out of the courtroom. I think this was Judge Ito's decision on his own, and I think it was a very foolish one.
Well, I'll bet you both sides want the camera turned on at this particular time. I would bet anything that Johnny Cochran wants that camera turned on, and I'm sure that Marcia Clark wants it too. I mean, I'm sure the lawyers didn't want this done.
I think Johnny Cochran would love it if the cameras were turned off during Marcia Clark's closing argument. I would if I were the defense lawyer.
Well, Kelly Sager, the media attorney, is, we are told, in the courtroom at this moment. She is not yet, however, arguing before Judge Lance Ito that the camera should be turned back on. Judge Lance Ito has requested a copy of the courtroom videotape showing O.J. Simpson writing. That is what the judge called a flagrant violation and intrusion of the attorney-client privilege. Greta, we were not able to hear anything, given the fact that the microphones are tuned only at the lecterns, and we were able to hear Marcia Clark speaking. And as far as I could tell, you couldn't certainly see what anyone was saying. You were, however, able to see that notes were being taken, but we've seen that in the past.
Oh, not only that, Jim, but always during the trial, when I've been sitting there as a defense attorney, I've told my client to take notes as though he's interested in the case and to keep him or her busy so that there isn't any sort of unusual eye contact that is made to make a juror feel uncomfortable. So taking notes is actually such a routine thing for a lawyer to advise a client to do. And in this particular case, we have no idea what O.J. Simpson was writing. There was no interference with O.J. Simpson's rights of privacy or his relationship with his lawyer because he couldn't see anything. This is simply Judge Ito going off the deep end and making a decision that simply is a wrong decision. There is no risk here to that O.J. Simpson's rights were violated, and so what Judge Ito did was completely rash.
We are refraining from showing you the videotape that prompted this entire exchange and Judge Lance Ito's decision to pull the camera coverage for now. We're told that Marcia Clark, Barry Scheck, and Johnny Cochran are now in chambers with Judge Lance Ito. We are also told that Kelly Sager, the media attorney, is in the courtroom. She is hoping to argue before Judge Lance Ito why the camera should be turned back on and that there was, in fact, no violation of the camera coverage. Greta, looking back at this very brief interlude and this morning session, 90 minutes of closing arguments, and this afternoon prior to the camera being pulled, some 20 to 30 minutes, What is your assessment of the fact that Marcia Clark has gone into very specific details of the prosecution's timeline in laying out the prosecution's theory of how O.J. Simpson committed these crimes?
Well, there is no eyewitness to this crime, and there is no confession. This is a circumstantial evidence, meaning that Marcia Clark has to put together the circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt to convince this jury that O.J. Simpson is guilty. And so what she must do is meticulously go through the facts and to show how she believes that the evidence proves beyond a reasonable doubt that O.J. Simpson had the opportunity to commit this crime, as well as the motive. What is particularly interesting, though, is that when they did the opening statement, the prosecution first put on the motive evidence and then discussed the facts. Now they've done a reverse. Apparently they've made the decision to discuss the facts first, and then we'll probably hear from Christopher Darden on the motive.
Roger, we have heard Marcia Clark talk about drawing reasonable inferences. She has asked the jurors on a number of occasions to look at their own lives and use their common sense in trying to evaluate many of the unseen facts and to fill in the blanks of this puzzle, as she is calling it. Is that common for an attorney to do that?
Sure, Jim. One of the things that we always tell a jury is, and it's absolutely true, is that you know, don't leave your common sense at the door when you come on this jury. We're asking you to sit on this jury and draw reasonable inferences. And, you know, what's reasonable to you is your common sense, your life experiences, what you know to be true, what you found to be true in your life, and what you found to be suspicious. And so, you know, that's the beauty, if you will, of the jury system, is that we bring in people with different experiences and different viewpoints, and we put them together, and we have to convince them beyond a reasonable doubt if we're going to get a conviction. That's the way it works. And you know, I want to point out that in California, 90% of the time we get verdicts. So all this talk about a hung jury, and, you know, we don't really know what this jury is thinking. And I don't know. I know I sound like a broken record because I keep finding myself going back to the fact that we're not going to get to hear these arguments, at least as it stands now, and I just think it's a shame.
Marcia Clark and Christopher Darden have come out of chambers with Judge Lancito. Kelly Sager, the media attorney, is now in chambers with Judge Lancito. Let me try to bring you up to date on what's going on based on the latest. According to the media pool that is handling the courtroom coverage, the camera person, Chris Bancroft, was attempting to get a close-up of O.J. Simpson's hand while prosecutor Marcia Clark was talking about the cut on his finger. In doing so, however, the cameraman also got a close shot of Simpson's note-taking. Bancroft, who is the usual camera person employed throughout the trial, was aware of the rule forbidding any close-up shots of notes. He pulled the camera back to a wider shot when Simpson's notes came into view. The pool feed from the courtroom is on a 15-second delay, with an attorney who works for the media manning a, quote, kill switch in order to block any video that should not go out to television outlets. According to the pool producer, Nina Gobert, the attorney noticed the shot of the notes but decided not to utilize the kill switch because the shot was not close enough to make the notes legible. Kelly Sager, an attorney representing the media, is in the courthouse, and she is in chambers with Judge Lancito. Let's listen to what Judge Ito said to the camera, effectively, when this violation occurred.
Counsel, as I mentioned to you at sidebar, the reason that I interrupted Ms. Clark, and Ms. Clark, forgive me for the interruption, but while I was taking my notes here on your argument, I noticed that the television camera panned along the defense counsel table, and Mr. Cochran did a close-up of your client taking notes. And it's not appropriate for the television camera to be going along sidebar close enough that one can see what people are writing in their notes, and that's not appropriate. And I thought it would not be necessary to tell the television coverage that that's not appropriate, but apparently it's necessary to tell them that it's not appropriate. And it's a very flagrant violation and intrusion into the attorney-client privilege, and I'm inclined to terminate the coverage at this time. All right? So, Mr. Bancroft, I'm going to direct you to turn the camera to the seal, and the television coverage is terminated.
Kelly Sager is coming out of the courtroom. She has been in chambers with Judge Lancito. We are being told that she's taking the podium on the first floor of the criminal courts building. She is expected to make a statement. We are going to stay with our coverage of the Simpson trial, despite Judge Ito pulling the plug on the camera coverage. However, if the camera coverage is not reinstated, we will resume with our regular programming at 7 p.m. Eastern with Moneyline. Just getting a word from our producer, if you could just repeat that. Kelly Sager is in the courtroom speaking, and as soon as we're able to tell you what is going on, we will, of course, relay that to you. We're also mindful of the fact that many of you viewers have invested month after month of watching this, and we share your frustration with you. That's why we are continuing with our coverage, despite the fact that cameras have been pulled. We will, however, go back to our regular coverage at 7 p.m. Eastern Time if camera coverage is not reinstated. According to the District Attorney, Gil Garcetti, in court, leaving the court just moments ago, he indicated that this situation will be resolved shortly. And bringing you up to date, if you are just joining us, Judge Lance Ito has terminated the camera coverage because of what he called a flagrant violation of the attorney-client privilege, not only a violation but an intrusion into that privilege based on the fact that the court pool operator showed O.J. Simpson taking notes during Marcia Clark's opening statement. According to the pool camera operator, the camera operator was trying to take a shot of O.J. Simpson's hand while Marcia Clark was discussing the cut to O.J. Simpson's left hand, that occurring on the same night as the murders. The prosecution contends, of course, that O.J. Simpson cut himself while committing those crimes. We are just getting a word relayed from Kelly Sager, who is talking in court with respect to the camera coverage. Kelly Sager is arguing that even though the camera was looking at O.J. Simpson taking notes, the writing was not legible, and therefore there was no violation of the rule which forbids any notes from being shown. That is what prompted Judge Lance Ito to call the attorneys into chambers. First, he asked the jurors to step outside before terminating camera coverage. It is not even clear whether or not the jurors are aware of the fact that camera coverage has been terminated. Greta Van Susteren, if in fact Judge Lance Ito reviews these notes, reviews the tape and is able to tell that no notes were visible, do you think that he is of the mind to reinstate camera coverage?
But there's no far greater courage, Jim, than to admit that you've been wrong. And I would hope that Judge Ito would have the courage to say that he made a decision that was a decision he made too quickly, and that he had not had full information when he made the decision, and that he would now put the cameras back in the courtroom. In fact, you know, I'd admire someone who can make a mistake and then say I was wrong and then fix it.
Roger, what is your sense of the situation? Clearly, the judge has made decisions and changed his mind later, and as Greta indicates, it takes a big person to admit that you can change your mind.
You know, I agree with both of you, and it does take a big person to say that you've made a mistake and you've changed your mind. I just am so disgusted by what I think is such an irrational act that I guess I'm having a tough time getting off it. I would hope he changes his mind. You know, I would applaud him if he changes his mind, but you know, I have to tell you that this really distresses me. I mean, there's just no way in a million years, there's just no way that you can justify this.
Kelly Sager, the media attorney, is still addressing the court. I can't relay to you what she is saying because our computer is not reflecting what is being said in the courtroom. But Kelly Sager, the media attorney, is addressing the court, asking Judge Lance Ito to allow the camera to be turned back on. Neither the prosecution nor the defense asked that the camera coverage be terminated. We'll take a break and be right back.
Well, Medicare did it again, just like clockwork, raised its deductibles and co-payments for the 28th straight year. Hi, I'm Dennis James, and if you're like me, you're concerned about all the cutbacks in Medicare. Well, for you people 65 and over, I am excited to bring you this good news about total senior care from Physicians Mutual. It's the Medicare supplement insurance policy that pays every penny of every medical bill that you owe. Every penny. Simply put, whenever Medicare pays part of an expense, total senior care pays the rest. All of it, right down to the last cent. Now, I want you to write down this toll-free number and then call it to get this free information kit with all the details. But first, I want to tell you what makes total senior care so remarkable. From the very first day you're hospitalized, total senior care pays your entire
Part A hospital deductible. It pays all your Medicare hospital and skilled nursing home co-payments, and it pays your Part B medical deductible in full. And unlike other policies that pay only up to Medicare's allowable charge, Total Senior Care pays the total difference between what Medicare pays and what you actually owe. And here's another big difference. Total Senior Care has no waiting periods, no deductibles. You are fully covered as soon as your policy is issued. And best of all, you can count on Total Senior Care to match any future increases in Medicare's deductibles and co-payments dollar for dollar. So do yourself a favor. Find out about Total Senior Care. Call this toll-free number to get your free information kit directly by mail. There's no obligation or cost of any kind. You are merely calling for information. So get the security and peace of mind you deserve. Call right now, okay? Okay.
We're here when you need us, Physicians Mutual.
Camera coverage has been terminated in the O.J. Simpson trial for nearly 45 minutes. Judge Lance Ito pulled the plug just before 5 p.m. Eastern Time for what he called a flagrant intrusion on the attorney-client privilege. That when the court camera tilted down and showed O.J. Simpson's hands and also showed that he was writing notes. However, Kelly Sager, the media attorney, is currently addressing Judge Lance Ito in open court. Apparently, there is a suggestion that this case should end the way it began, with opening statements in showing a static wide shot of the attorneys. That, you might recall, was prompted by the inadvertent showing of one of the jurors, that by one of the camera operators. Judge Lance Ito is at this moment suggesting a monetary fine to be levied against the pool coverage and against the pool camera operator. That is being operated by Court TV for all media outlets to take. We are all, in effect, seeing and hearing the very same thing. Neither the prosecution nor the defense wants the camera turned off. Roger Cossack, from your perspective, clearly the defense was mindful of the fact that even if there is an acquittal in this case, O.J. Simpson has a public image which must be fixed, frankly. And in the event of an acquittal, the defense was very concerned that everyone heard and saw everything that happened in that courtroom. Based on that, don't you think that Johnny Cochran would be fighting quite vigorously to have that camera turned on?
But Jim, you know, most of the time I say things, and sometimes I'm right and sometimes I'm wrong, but I know I'm right on this one. I would bet anything. In fact, I think you've said it already. For sure the defense wants this on television, and for sure the prosecution wants this on television. If there's one part of this case they want the national public to see, it's the closing arguments, the part where they explain why they think their part of the case is the correct part of the case. And I promise you, Johnny Cochran, who is a marvelous orator, and sometimes I believe is speaking to a national audience rather than that jury, I promise you he wants the country to hear what he has to say. When you're talking about reasonable doubt, which is what the defense is talking about, and Johnny Cochran's going to explain to that jury about why there is a reasonable doubt, and O.J. Simpson, as you just said, does have an image problem. In fact, that's why I always thought he'd take the witness stand. I thought when he said 100% not guilty, I'd hear him up there right away saying what happened. Well, they chose not to, and perhaps that's the correct decision, but I must tell you, I can just say time and time again, I would bet anything both the prosecution and the defense want that camera on right now.
We are just hearing that Johnny Cochran has just told Judge Lance Ito whatever the court thinks is best, the defense will go along with. This is somewhat surprising given the fact that Roger, as you say, O.J. Simpson has an image problem, if nothing else, and if he is acquitted, he has to deal with that image or resurrect it in some fashion. Does that surprise you that Johnny Cochran would be taking that attitude? Greta, to you.
Well, no, I'm not surprised that Johnny Cochran wants his closing argument to be heard, because this has been an open trial from day one, and it'd be a little bit bizarre to only have part of the trial at this point.
But he's saying at this point, whatever the court thinks is best, he's fine with the defense, and the defense will go along with his decision.
Yeah, because you know why? Because the prosecution is in the middle of its closing argument, and what a great way for the defense to sort of shut down the prosecution from letting people hear what the prosecution has to say. You know, we don't know what he'd say when it was his turn to get up and talk, so I'm a little bit surprised that he is that conciliatory, but, you know, the defense does not want everyone to hear what the prosecution has to say. Similarly, the prosecution doesn't want everyone to hear what the defense has to say. But I think that's simply a tactical move by Johnnie Cochran, and probably one I would try to pull, too. But the bottom line is that Judge Ito did jump the gun, and he should put the cameras back in the courtroom so everyone can hear it. It simply was no violation, and I think Judge Ito should have the courage to rethink this and put the cameras back in.
Roger, what is your sense of today? There's been a break now for the last 30 minutes. Kelly Sager is still arguing before Judge Lance Ito to reinstate the camera coverage. The day has been rather herky-jerky. It didn't start off at noon Eastern, as Judge Lance Ito clearly wanted it to. There was a great deal of argument, only about 90 minutes of the initial phase of the closing argument for Marcia Clark, and we have to be mindful of the fact that Marcia Clark will complete this initial phase, then the defense will get up and speak, and then the prosecution gets one more turn. So this is still in the early stages of what is expected to be 4 or perhaps 5 days of closing arguments.
Well, I'm not surprised that it didn't start on time. I mean, this case very rarely starts on time, and somehow things at 9 o'clock means just something different to perhaps the judge or participants in this trial. The events this afternoon have just shocked me. I mean, I recognize the fact that Judge Ito has to control the camera, but you know, find something wrong. I mean, this is nothing.
The judge has indicated that there may be a fine levied against the pool camera coverage operator, and the court is going to be recessed until 6 p.m. Eastern. That's 3 Pacific. We still do not know the resolution of this dispute, whether or not the camera will remain shut off. But if it is reinstated, the judge is apparently entertaining a limitation on the camera shot. It may be limited to above the shoulders. We are not quite sure. The judge has not indicated a final ruling yet. Greta, does it concern you that there's more wrangling now over an issue that, frankly, the jurors probably shouldn't care about?
Absolutely, and Judge Ito now thinking about perhaps a fine or doing some sort of wide-angle shot, that's just a chance for Judge Ito to save face. I mean, clearly he's wrong, and there really wasn't a problem. We don't need these remedies, and so Judge Ito now apparently is trying to save face for what was essentially a very stupid and decision that he made, and he just flew off he just made it rather rashly.
And you know, for a guy who's so worried about the time and so worried about this jury and so worried about getting this case to the jury, I mean, he's just blown a few hours this afternoon for nothing.
Yeah, he should just say, look, I made a decision, it was wrong, cameras back on, let's get the closing arguments done now. Let's stop fooling around with these silly issues, and this is a silly issue that only one person created. That was Judge Ito.
Court will remain in recess for the next 10 minutes or so. Hopefully at that time we'll know the resolution to whether or not the camera coverage will be reinstated. We'll take a break and be right back.
This fall, watch the news the world will be watching. Worldview, the global newscast, weeknights this fall on CNN.
Ever have a bulb pop? And then break? Try this. Now the editors of Reader's Digest present the Family Handyman Helpful Hints, a new book with over 2,000 household hints. Hints like how the pros do a perfect caulking job, how to remove masking tape without spoiling your paint. Just use a hairdryer. You'll learn tricks of the trade, why you should use vegetable oil to clean up after painting, why you should keep postage stamps in the freezer, even a simple ingredient you can add to ordinary flat wall paint so that the dirt wipes right off.
Now, preview the Family Handyman Helpful Hints for 7 days free. Just call 1-800-257-1257. Keep it and pay 3 installments of $8.33 each. Or return it and owe us nothing. Just call 1-800-257-1257 now.
This is CNN.
When Finn arrived at her grandmother's, she had no idea what her future would hold.
What's your name?
Now her eyes are about to be opened by the women who've seen it all.
I never liked women. They give people an excuse to do foolish things.
I'm young. I'm supposed to do foolish things.
Are you using protection?
Chill, Sophia.
Winona Ryder, Anne Bancroft, Ellen Burstyn, How to Make an American Quilt. Rated PG-13. Starts Friday, October 6th at theaters everywhere.
We were supposed to get married. I didn't like the idea of leaving, but my country needed me.
50 years have passed since the end of World War II.
We were together. Eddie, Tommy, we were a bunch of scared kids. But your letters kept me going. The guys used to say, hey, let me read your letter. Nah, those letters are mine.
The U.S. Postal Service commemorates this anniversary with a unique book and stamp set. 5 books each depicting a year of war are graphic reminders of half a world gone mad. Each book comes with 2 sheets of 10 stamps that capture pivotal events that shaped the war.
I got a medal. I was very proud that our country was taking care of us. But I tell you the truth, we should have got a medal for eating that Navy food.
You get 5 books, 10 stamp sheets plus a free slipcase when you purchase the set. The cost is $79.95, but the memories are priceless.
God, it's going to be good to see those guys. We were close.
The World War II commemorative set. To order, call now.
The stories, the reporters, the program. CNN presents the weekly news documentary, a full hour devoted to in-depth coverage of a single issue, with a worldwide team of investigative reporters and the time to cover the story right. 1 hour, 1 topic, 1 network. CNN presents, Sunday, 9 Eastern.
Those of you just joining us, court has been in recess for approximately 25 minutes, and it will be in recess for at least another 5 minutes. Judge Lancito is considering whether to reinstate camera coverage after he pulled the plug just before 5 p.m. Eastern Time, that for what he called a violation of the attorney-client privilege when the court pool camera panned over to O.J. Simpson in an effort to show O.J. Simpson's hands when Marcia Clark was discussing the cut on O.J. Simpson's hand on the night of June 12, 1994. And according to Judge Lancito, the camera pushed in too far, and you were able to see that O.J. Simpson was taking notes. Ann McDermott, however, brings us up to date on all of the activities in court prior to Judge Lancito pulling the plug. Let's see that now.
Prosecutor Marcia Clark faced the worst blow to her case head-on, reminding the jurors of the racist remarks made by Simpson case investigator Mark Furman.
Did he lie when he testified here in this courtroom, saying that he did not use racial epithets in the last 10 years? Yes. Is he a racist? Yes. Is he the worst LAPD has to offer? Yes. Do we wish that this person was never hired by LAPD? Yes. Should LAPD have ever hired him? No. Should such a person be a police officer? No. In fact, do we wish there were no such person on the planet? Yes. But the fact that Mark Furman is a racist and lied about it on the witness stand does not mean that we haven't proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
Clark called the Furman issue one of many defense distractions, a road leading away from the central question of who killed Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman, a road Clark said was a dead end.
The evidence has conclusively proven that when Detective Mark Furman said he did not use racial epithets in the last 10 years, he lied. But it has also conclusively proven that the defendant is guilty.
Clark also made a point of thanking the jurors, sequestered now more than 8 months.
You have made a tremendous sacrifice. You haven't seen your children enough. You haven't seen your family enough. You haven't seen your loved ones enough. And all of this in the name of justice.
Then, using a timeline chart, the prosecutor tried to show that O.J. Simpson had plenty of time to commit murder. Earlier, outside the presence of the jurors, Simpson attorney Johnny Cochran took issue with some of the charts Clark planned to use.
Jury's not going to fall for this.
Clark snapped right back.
As he says, the jury's quote-unquote not going to fall for that, then he shouldn't be concerned. The jury won't fall for that. I think that the jury's not going to fall for their stuff.
Clark also revealed that she planned to undermine a defense argument that Simpson wasn't obsessed with his ex-wife to the point of murder because he had a new girlfriend. The prosecutor suggested that new girlfriend, Paula Barbieri, jilted Simpson the day of the killings.
Paula had checked in to the Mirage on June the 12th at 1:59 p.m. So at the time that the defendant was trying to call her, she was already in Las Vegas at the Mirage, a guest with Michael Bolt.
This time it was Cochran's turn to snap back.
Paula Barbieri stands by this man's side to this day.
But she wasn't standing by him in the courtroom. Simpson's family was, and also there, the families of the two victims. Ann McDermott, CNN, Los Angeles.
CNN producer Linda Nicolo was in the courtroom while media attorney Kelly Sager argued for cameras to be turned back on. She joins us now by phone from the criminal courts building. Linda, what can you tell us?
Well, basically, Kelly Sager came in to the courtroom, as well as several other attorneys. There was a lot of activity going on after the judge sent the jurors out of the courtroom. District Attorney Gil Garcetti came down, several of the other prosecutors. What the judge did was he took prosecutors, defense attorneys, and Kelly Sager into chambers to look at the videotape where he said that he could see O.J. Simpson writing on his pad, and he could see the words that O.J. was writing. When they came out of chambers, he then had Ms. Sager get up and argue. She said that she could not see what the words...
Linda,
sorry?
I don't mean to interrupt you. Will cameras be turned back on? I
Yes,
suppose that's the question everyone's asking.
Yes, the cameras will be turned back on. The judge said that, however, the camera can only show from the shoulders and above. It cannot pan down the tables. It cannot show computers. It cannot show anybody writing. He also said that he's going to impose a $1,500 fine to the RTNA for the camera person showing Mr. Simpson writing on the pad. The camera person then apologized, and the judge said, well, you've done a heck of a job so far, but this was a transgression.
Thank you. Linda, I'm sorry, did you want to add something else?
I just want to add something else. The judge then asked to see one of the legal correspondents from another network back in chambers, because earlier, when the judge initially turned the camera off, she stood up and said, Your Honor, will you hear argument now? And he very sternly yelled at her, sit down. So it sounded to me like he was maybe going to make an apology there.
Thank you. That's Linda Nicolo reporting from the courthouse via telephone. Once again, the cameras will be turned back on. This, according to Judge Lancito. Linda Nicolo has reported that there will be a $1,500 fine imposed on the RTNA, which is the Radio Television News Association. That is the organization which arranges for pool coverage of various events, including the coverage of the O.J. Simpson trial. Greta Van Susteren, your reaction?
Well, I'm not surprised. I'm just a little bit surprised that Judge Ito feels it necessary to save face and to impose a fine. I knew the cameras would be turned back on since his decision to turn them off was simply irrational to begin with, but I regret that he has to save face and impose a fine.
Roger, the judge said to the camera operator, you've done a heck of a job so far, but this was a transgression, hence the fine and the new limitation on camera coverage.
Well, I'm very pleased for Judge Ito that he saw the right decision here. I think it's asking for $1,500 is just sort of a way out, but I suppose it's the best way out. If I don't sound very enthusiastic, it's because I'm just not very pleased with what a judge from my home city and home state has done this afternoon.
We are efforting an interview with Stephen Brill, the founder of Core TV, who was involved in a similar event early on in this trial. You might remember that on the very first day of opening statements, the camera operator inadvertently tilted the camera down so far that the court and the viewers were able to see for just a brief moment one of the jurors in this trial. That obviously prompted some hearings. The judge at that time threatened to pull the plug on all camera coverage. He did not, however, do it. We do have Stephen Brill now available to us. Mr. Brill, thank you for joining us. What can you tell us about what happened in court? You have, I'm sure, reviewed the tape. What is your sense of what happened?
Not only did I review the tape, I saw it as it happened. And as you know, Jim, and as I think the world knows, when we make a mistake, we admit it quickly and candidly, which is what we did back in January. However, this is one instance where we did not make a mistake. That camera shot is a shot that we've used at the direction of the media pool many times before. We've looked at it before. I've looked at it personally a bunch of times to make sure that it was completely impossible for anyone to read anything, even see the structure of paragraphs on a page. It is not seeable. And I guess what happened was the judge, who I think deserves a lot of respect and has had a very tough job, is under a lot of pressure, was looking down at the monitor and thought he saw something that, in this instance, he didn't see, and he made a mistake. And people make mistakes. And this is one of those instances where, luckily, unlike in baseball, if you can have the replay and you can show the tape, you could get the judge to reconsider, which is what happened.
Well, Stephen, in this case, the judge has imposed a $1,500 fine on the RTNA, but he's also imposed some new limitations on camera coverage. There were some limitations during the opening statements as well.
Well, I have to admit to you, I kind of like the limitations. I've been sitting here all day. When you have the openings and closings is when you have the lawyers standing right in front of the jurors. And as you know, that's where, for the first time in 380 trials, we screwed up on the first day for 0.8 of a second. So I was watching all day, very focused on that, and telling our people to tell the camera to keep moving back and staying away. I just as soon have one static shot because it's going to help me sleep better tonight, and it's going to help me get through the rest of my day tomorrow and the next day.
Well, do you feel, and incidentally, we're standing by waiting for Kelly Sager, the media attorney, who's going to be holding a news conference momentarily. We'll take that live when it does happen. But, Stephen, do you feel that on review of this tape and on reflection that the judge was justified in considering this, even momentarily, to be a transgression?
Frankly, not meaning any disrespect for Judge Ito, whom I respect and whom I happen to like a lot, I think he was dead wrong.
And why do you think that he reacted so? Do you get a sense that...
I think he made a mistake. I mean, we make mistakes. He made a mistake, and he's been, you know, a big enough person to at least hear us out, as he did this afternoon, and to reconsider. And I think we just ought to go on and worry about the trial.
What is your sense overall about the potential backlash of cameras in the courtroom? It's clearly your bread and butter. You've covered more than 300 trials on your network, and you've never experienced a situation or problem such as you have in this case.
Well, I think you've just asked the question the right way. We've done 380 trials, including many since this trial, and we haven't had any backlash. I think what we have in the Simpson case is a California problem with trials, is a Simpson problem with trials. It's not a camera problem with trials.
Thank you. That's Stephen Brill with Court TV. Let's take you now to the Criminal Courts building. Kelly Sager is just beginning a news conference on the first floor of the Criminal Courts building.
This was your finest accomplishment so far. Thank you.
Media attorney who spoke before Judge Lance Ito, successfully asking that cameras be reinstated.
All set there? Okay, Kelly, why don't you go ahead and tell us what Judge Ito decided?
The judge decided to allow the camera to remain, that the shot of people at counsel table needs to be shoulders and above so that there's no possibility of accidentally catching some writing on the counsel table, and RTNA will pay a $1,500 fine. The pool, in other words, will pay a $1,500 fine for causing the disruption in Marcia Clark's closing statement.
You saw that tape. That fine is for a disruption and not for, I'm sorry, and not for actually shooting notes.
Well, he didn't make clear precisely what the fine was for, other than the fact that he thought they should not have been shooting the notes. He understood that it was not a deliberate attempt to shoot notes of Mr. Simpson, but they were trying to focus on his hand at a point in the closing argument where Marcia Clark was talking about Mr. Simpson's knuckles. And he acknowledged that it was not deliberate, there was no ill intent, but nonetheless did not think it was appropriate that they be that close to writings on counsel table.
And did both sides argue in this, Judge Ito?
No, Mr. Cochran simply submitted it to the court for the court to decide, and Mr. Darden did not ask that the camera be turned off, but did say that he thought a fine was appropriate because the action was should not have happened.
You saw the tape, and you personally don't think you could read the writing. What was Judge Ito's reaction? Because he saw it, I'm sure, a number of times?
He's seen it a number of times. I saw it twice. I could not read any of the writing on the legal pad. Judge Ito indicated that he thought some of it might be legible, and other people may have been able to read it, but I could not, nor could any of the other media people that I talked to that saw the tape. So it may be a question of whose eyesight is better and whether they thought it was legible. I did not.
Judge Ito didn't back down, though, at all. Court TV issued a statement saying that they clearly didn't make a mistake, that you couldn't read the writing, and this time Judge Ito had made a mistake. He didn't back down?
Judge Ito was clear that he thought that the conduct was inappropriate and he did not want it repeated, and I'm sure that it will not be repeated. The shot now will be shoulders and above at counsel table, and as I said, there was no intent to do anything in violation of the court's order, but he was concerned that it might happen inadvertently.
What did Gilgar said to do when he came in? He went into the courtroom, presumably
I didn't see Mr. Garcetti. He was not in chambers when I went in. Mr. Hodgman was there, and Ms. Clark and Mr. Darden went in and all viewed the tape. And I assume Mr. Garcetti viewed it, but he was not there when I was in there.
Is this all done in open court or in chambers when you talk to the judge?
Speaking with the judge was on the record in open court. He did invite me back into chambers to view the videotape because he understood from Jerry Ann Hazlett that I had rushed down here and hadn't had a chance to see the tape yet, and he wanted to give me the opportunity to see it. I did.
That's Kelly Sager, the media attorney who successfully argued the cameras be turned back on. You can see the camera coverage has been reinstated. Let's listen in to the proceeding.
My apologies to Ms. Clark for having interrupted her train of thought there. A couple of things happened that I needed to deal with immediately, and I apologize to you for the disruption in the thought process. We will go through at this point until 5 o'clock, and then we'll take our mid-afternoon recess. And however, I realize that since we're having extended hours, one or two of you may have a need for a comfort break. So if you do, just raise your hand, get the bailiff's attention, and we'll take a quick 5 or 10 minute break if you need to during the longer hours. Ms. Clark?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Okay. So now we've talked about conduct, we've talked about opportunity and timing. Let's talk about the physical evidence. I'm not going to do it in the detail you've already heard it, heaven forbid. But although you've already seen, with the opportunity evidence, with the conduct evidence, we already have evidence to show you that the defendant did commit these murders without even really getting into the physical evidence. And once you see the vast array of physical evidence, you can see that there's virtually an ocean of evidence to prove that this defendant committed these murders. What all of it does, all of this evidence, is it links the defendant to the victims and the crime scene at Bundy. Now, the defense has gone to great lengths to try and to show that they could discredit this evidence, and the lengths that they have included have been some of the most bizarre and far-fetched notions I think I have ever heard. They've hinted that blood was planted. They've tried to create the impression that multiple other blood stains were contaminated and that somehow all the contamination only occurred where it would consistently prove the defendant was guilty. So now the little amplicons, the little DNAs, they're co-conspirators too, because they know they've got to rush to only the places where you can attribute the blood to the murderer. When you think about that, just think about that one point logically, okay? Obviously, it's common sense. If contamination is going on, you're going to see it going on all over the place. As a matter of fact, if what they're saying is true with this aerosol effect, flying DNA all over the place, then Mr. Simpson's blood type ought to be showing up in other cases. Somewhere, you know, somewhere out or down in another department in a rape case, Mr. Simpson's type should be showing up because it's everywhere. Or even just to confine it to this case. Talk about that. How come, if the argument is that his blood is flying all over the place, DNA is flying all over the place, why didn't we find his blood type showing up where it obviously shouldn't be? What I mean is this. They took samples from the pool of blood by Nicole's body. They took samples of blood that was near Ron Goldman's body. Obviously, the blood came from them because they were lying there. And then, of course, you know you have the blood drops leading away from the crime scene. That had to be left by the killer. There's no question about that. That was left by the killer because they're next to the bloody shoe prints. So you know. Why is it that the sample of blood they took from her pool of blood didn't come up with the defendant's blood type? If the defendant's blood type DNA is flying all over the place, it's flying all over the place. Then it ought to be all over the place. Why isn't it in the pool of blood sample that was taken from Nicole Brown? Why isn't it in the pool of the blood sample that was taken from near Ron Goldman's body? Logic, common sense. It ought to be there. The DNA, the amplicons, those little things, they don't know where to go. They're not guided. Contamination is a random thing. Happens willy-nilly. And what you have here is they're trying to get you to believe that only the killer's blood was contaminated, and it was consistently contaminated with only the defendant's blood type. Does this make any sense to you? What you ought to have, if you have contamination, if you've got a problem here, is that some of the blood drops come back to the defendant, and some don't. They come back to the real killer. That's what you ought to get, because it can't be this consistent. If you had one blood drop in this case, ladies and gentlemen, You know, you might be concerned with all of these possibilities they've raised, but you have so many. You have so many. You've got 5 blood drops leading away from the bodies of the victims out to the driveway, and you've got the blood on the rear gate. And you know, that's the other part of their scenario that makes no sense. No sense. You have all these police officers that were there on June the 13th. Officer Risky saying his partner, a young rookie named Officer Terrazas, shined his light on the rear gate to show him the blood on the rear gate. You have Officer Risky seeing the blood on the rear gate. You have Officer Rossi seeing the blood on the rear gate. You have Detective Phillips seeing the blood on the rear gate. All of it early on. Dennis Fung, whom you can see, is not the model of efficiency, forgot to collect it. And from this we get a theory that they seem to imply that the blood was planted. Why do they say that? Now, first of all, I want to hear Mr. Cochran actually stand up in front of you and tell you he believes the blood was planted. I want to hear that. Because that is incredible. That is absolutely incredible. When you think about that, think, what evidence have you been given to show you how that blood was planted, to show you when that blood was planted, to show you who planted that blood? Now, the reason that they have to come up with this story about contamination and planting, and I want to hear if they really, really do that, say that to you, is because they can't get around the result. You recall Dr. Gerdes testified for the defense, and he said that the DNA testing that allowed for RFLP, the most powerful of the techniques of DNA, was successful on the rear gate because that blood had higher molecular weight DNA. From the fact that you have higher molecular weight DNA on blood collected later, July 3rd, they want you to infer that somehow it was planted. But they're inconsistent because if you remember, now if you plant the blood, aren't you going to plant it close to the time you collect it? What are you going to do? Plant it and hope somebody finds it later? You plant it when you expect someone to find it, right? When they have the EDTA going on, you have all these cross-examination questions about EDTA breaking down due to sunlight exposure. There's no proof that that happens, by the way, as you could tell. And they did no tests to prove that that happens, by the way. Would be nice. If they want to prove that, do a little testing. You've got the expert right there. Why didn't he do any tests, by the way? But he didn't do any, okay? So they're asking him about EDTA breaking down in the sunlight, trying to infer that it was there for 3 weeks, that the blood was there. If it's there for 3 weeks, it wasn't planted, folks. It was there on the night of the murder. This is what I mean by inconsistent, illogical. This makes no sense. If you're going to say that the blood was planted, then you're going to say that it was planted at or near the time of collection, in which case the EDTA would not break down, in which case the EDTA should be intact, in which case you should see the kind of high, smooth arc that the graphs showed you from the reference tubes, instead of the jagged noise that you actually saw. And they brought in Dr. Reeders to try and tell you that that jagged noise looks just like that high arc, which is ridiculous, which is insulting to your intelligence. But the reason that they have to say this, defying logic, defying common sense, is because, ladies and gentlemen, his blood on the rear gate, with that match that makes him 1 in 57 billion people that could have left that blood. I mean, there's 5 billion people on the planet? That means you'd have to go through 57 billion people to find the DNA profile that matches Mr. Simpson's. There's only 5 billion people on the planet. Ladies and gentlemen, that's an identification, okay? That proves it's his blood. Nobody else is on the planet. No one. Now, they know that. Now, the blood on the socks, Nicole's blood on the socks. Again, RFLP match, very powerful. Showed from Cellmark, that was a 5-probe match, I believe, found to be 1 in 6.8 billion people. Again, more than there are people on the planet, identification. An 11-probe match by DOJ showed that it was 1 in 7.7 billion people. Again, her blood, and only hers on this planet, could be on that sock. Now, how do you get around that? It wasn't wrong, and they couldn't find an expert who would say it was contaminated because there's too much DNA. That is the blood. That type is the type. It is her blood. How do you get around that? And if you know that that's true, if you know it's her blood on his socks that they find on the morning of June the 13th, that alone, with the rear gate stain, convicts him. You can't believe otherwise. You have so much proof now. How do they get around that? They have to find a theory to get around that. And what do? This is what they come up with. So if it's low in volume DNA, it's contaminated. If it's high volume DNA, it's planted, and it's also very convenient and ridiculous. Now, their experts had access to all of the evidence in this case. Their experts could have come in and shown you how the evidence got contaminated. Not possibly. Remember I talked to you about mere possibility? No, did get contaminated. And they could have come in here and told you and pointed out the evidence that showed why only the blood drops left by the murderer got contaminated, and shown you why they consistently and only got contaminated in a way that showed the defendant's DNA type. Not that they possibly could have. Yes, possibly we're all sitting on Mars right now, you know, and I'm from Venus and I'm talking, anything's possible. Let's talk about what did happen. Let's talk about what we've got. They could have shown you proof that the Bundy blood drops were contaminated, not the mere possibility. No, I'm talking about evidence that gives you a reason to conclude that that happened, and that they never could do. And they could have done it if it were true, but they didn't. And not one expert they brought in on the DNA did even one test on the blood evidence, the evidence that we have that proves to you that the defendant committed these murders. Not one. With all those experts you saw. And the reason for that, ladies and gentlemen, is that it isn't true. The blood on the Bundy trail comes back to the defendant because it's his blood. The blood on the rear gate comes back to the defendant because it's blood he left there on the night of the murders. So they took you through all this tortured and twisted road, one moment saying that the police are all a bunch of bumbling idiots, the next moment they're clever conspirators. And now ask yourself, did they ever prove who planted, when, how? And it's a fact that the defense doesn't have to prove anything. That's a fact. But once they do decide to put on a case, once they decide to try and prove something, their witnesses are subject to the same scrutiny as the people's witnesses are. Your jury instruction, as I've told you, makes no distinction. It's up to them to do the best job that they can to make their point. And I think a good example of how they failed to do that miserably in this case is the EDTA, that preservative that you find in the purple top tube. They got to make you believe that blood was planted. It's the cornerstone of their defense. It really is, because as I've pointed out, if you know that's his blood left on the rear gate, if you know that's her blood on his socks, what are you left to conclude? Now, what do? To show you, to prove to you the cornerstone of their defense, what do? They take our tests, and they have some other expert who neither did the test himself nor could come in and try and interpret those graphs for you. Not only that, but he does it inconsistently. He writes a report, if you recall, he wrote a report in which he said he found one parent ion and one daughter ion, not the full daughter spectrum that would permit identification of EDTA, but the same finding of one parent ion, one daughter ion, that Mr. Martz said he found in his own blood, in his own unpreserved blood, which tends to prove, which does prove, that the blood on the rear gate, the blood on the socks, are just like Agent Martz's unpreserved blood, natural blood, not from a preservative tube. So what did they do with that? Here's what happened. Dr. Reeders wrote that report, and he said the blood on the sock, the blood on the gate, one parent ion, one daughter ion. Wrote that report, I believe, on July 17th. A few days after he wrote the report, he found out that Agent Martz had just done the test on his own blood and come up with the same result he got on the sock and the gate. Very, very low noise readings, and only 2 of the 3 ions he should have found, which leads you to understand that it was unpreserved blood. Well, now he's got to do something about that. He has to answer that contradiction, because now what we've got is he can't address this. We have proven conclusively it was not EDTA blood. He's got to do something to make his testimony weave its way around. So he gets up and on the stand for the very first time on this witness stand. He makes a new conclusion, and now he says, I find a peak that shows the second daughter ion on the sock. Dr. Readers, what happened between the time of your report and your testimony? Did you do some tests? No. Did you do some experiments? No. Were there some new graphs? Yes. Agent Martz's blood. Not new graphs on the sock. Agent Martz's blood. He had to change his testimony to encompass evidence that refuted his conclusion completely. But what they gave you is somebody who did not one test. With access to all the evidence, he tested nothing. They have the experts to do the test. They did nothing. They have the experts to do experiments to prove things they want to prove about it. Nothing. That's the cornerstone of their defense, ladies and gentlemen. They did nothing. Now, what does that tell you? What that tells you is they know this is not EDTA blood. Saying it's so doesn't make it so. Having a lawyer stand up in front of you and say something, no matter how often it's said, doesn't mean it's true. I include myself in this. You know, I only argue what the facts show, what I believe the facts have shown, and any reasonable inferences that you can draw from them. That is all. I cannot stand before you and tell you something that is false, that is untrue. You need to go with what is true, with the evidence, with what we have, and the reasonable, common sense deductions that you make from that evidence. I don't ask you to take my word for anything. That's why we present on evidence. That's why we call witnesses. If it isn't in the record, or it doesn't make sense to you as a logical inference from what you've heard, reject it. I don't care who says it, reject it. But do the same for the defense. Hold me to that standard, hold them to that standard. When you hear them try to tell you that all of this evidence was either contaminated or planted, ask yourself, does this really make sense? What evidence was I given to prove that? Is there any evidence that really shows that? Or is it smoke and mirrors? Is it all the smoke to cloud everything, cloud all the issues, distract you? Take a little piece here, take a little piece there. Kind of reminds me of that story about all these guys that are blindfolded, and each one goes to a different end of an elephant. One grabs the tail, and he says, feels like a rope. And the other guy grabs the trunk, and he says, feels like a fire hose. And another guy grabs the leg and said, feels like a tree. Okay? Not one of them got it right, did they? Take off the blindfold, it's an elephant. You put all the pieces together, you put the whole picture together, and you can see the truth. But what they have done systematically is fragmented the case. Now, this is not new. You know, I mean, they did a very good job of it. They're fine lawyers. And they challenge the people's case as they should. And that's good. You put the state to their proof. That's what we have to do. We have to deliver. That's our job. And we have. But be aware of what's happening here. They're fragmenting. They take little pieces out of context and focus on only that little piece. And take a little piece of a picture, focus on only this little piece of the picture, and forget about all the rest that puts it all in context. Give Henry Lee second-generation photographs that he can't see anything on, instead of the good stuff, the original photographs that would show him what's going on Bundy Walk there. Now, back to DNA. I'm sorry, I digress. Even when it's analyzed using the PCR method, it's not quite so easily contaminated as the defense would have you believe. As you've learned, it's used every day to save lives. And as you've also heard, it's used in very non-sterile conditions. It's used to identify war dead. Now, what does that mean? War dead, soldiers who die in jungles and in deserts. Those are not sterile environments, ladies and gentlemen. Those are very dirty environments. But they use PCR testing to identify those soldiers. And why do they do that? So they can notify next of kin. That's a very serious responsibility. You better be right. You better be right. Now, if it's good enough to go and notify next of kin that their son, their daughter, their husband, their father has been murdered or killed, excuse me, on a battlefield, then it better be good and reliable stuff. So if it's good enough for that, on body parts being recovered from jungles and deserts, it's pretty hardy, pretty durable. Now, Dr. Lee, the defense expert, they gave none of the DNA evidence to examine, who is a forensic expert, approves of DNA testing in criminal cases. Notice they didn't ask him to look at the evidence here. Notice they didn't ask him to tell what he thought of the results in this case. A forensic expert, a criminal expert. They didn't ask him. Who'd they bring in? Dr. Gerdes. Dr. Gerdes, who has admittedly no experience in forensic cases, came in to tell us about validation studies and dot blots. But what did he do in this case? What forensic criminal experience does he have? Zip. None. Why do you even use a guy like that in a criminal case when you've got Dr. Lee? And don't forget Dr. Blake. Dr. Blake, who is renowned as a scientist who is one of the foremost experts and leading ones in the forensic use of PCR technology, whom they had watching the testing at DOJ, examined the evidence in this case, took cuttings of the evidence in this case at Cellmark, never sat in that blue chair for the defense. Why not? Where was he? If you have evidence to prove that there is something, that there is contamination in these samples, you have an expert who is there watching the testing, who is an expert in the field of PCR, does it in criminal cases all the time, he's renowned, you never call him. What sense does that make? What does that tell you about what you've been given here in the nature of the defense? Smoke and mirrors, ladies and gentlemen. And by the way, when DNA degrades, as you've been told, it doesn't turn into someone else's type. You get no result. And you may remember, no result. I mean, degrades, nothing. You may remember that Dr. Cotton testified. She was asked, well, how would a swatch in which DNA is all degraded get contaminated with another person's type? How could that happen? She said, well, really, they've got to be touching. The swatches would have to come in contact. A swatch of somebody else's type would have to come into physical contact with a swatch where the DNA had completely degraded. She could not envision flying DNA, as they have tried to sell you in the defense, because DNA just doesn't jump or fly. And don't forget, in case you had, we even did prove that their contamination theory was untrue. If you remember, we had a lot of testimony of what we call substrate controls. Now, all the substrate controls are, it's really, you know, I think you'll remember, it's very simple. You go and you collect a blood stain from here, and then, in order to make sure that the blood type you're going to pick up there isn't the result of something underneath that was already there before the blood came down, you take a little swatch right next to it to show that the ground underneath didn't have any DNA. And we did that. That was done at Bundy, next to every blood stain, systematically done. Now, how do they help you? When you go to test the swatches, the blood stain swatches and the controls are tested the same way. And if you have contamination, the controls should come up showing DNA. And the controls on the Bundy walk did not. And there you go. Oh, I wanted to go over an instruction with you. This is a long instruction that has particular relevance to this case. called, this is the instruction about circumstantial and direct evidence. There's a lot of words in this instruction, I must say. Let me first say something to you about direct and circumstantial evidence. This instruction explains them both. I don't know how well. You know, I'm not a big fan of these, the way they're written. I think they could be a lot clearer, frankly. But they talk about direct and circumstantial evidence. This one is just circumstantial evidence. You have another instruction that distinguishes between the two. You're told in these instructions that direct and circumstantial evidence are of equal weight. Neither one is better than the other. Now, an example of direct evidence would be an eyewitness, someone who would say, I saw him, I saw that. We have an eyewitness in Alan Park, okay? His testimony seeing the man we know to be the defendant walking into the house at Rockingham. Alan Park testified to his observations. That's direct evidence, okay? Circumstantial evidence is evidence that leads you to infer, okay? For example, in this case, the blood. The blood at Bundy, dripped by the killer next to the bloody shoe prints. It's not direct. Somebody didn't see the murder being committed, didn't see the murderer leaving the scene of the crime, but you have the blood of the murderer left behind. It's kind of like, well, and you have the blood on the rear gate. That actually identifies Mr. Simpson. That's kind of like a fingerprint, okay? That's circumstantial evidence, as opposed to seeing it. Now, in terms of quality, there's no difference. The law has no favorites. But when you think about it logically, circumstantial evidence has a lot of benefits that direct evidence doesn't. What is that? It gives you a lot of quality assurance. It gives you independent corroborating bases on which to believe that the defendant is guilty. Instead of relying on one person's observation, one person who might be mistaken, who might be tired, who might not have observed very well. You know what happens because you saw it happen in this case. What happens with an eyewitness? They start out saying, for example, a robbery, okay? I was standing on the street corner and I saw the defendant go over to the woman and grab her purse, okay? Purse snatch, okay? Cross-examination. How far away were you from that woman? Where were you standing? Were they standing in shadow? Do you wear glasses? How much of the defendant's face did you see? Half? 3/4? Only a quarter? What kind of hair did he have? What kind of shirt did he wear? What kind of pants did he wear? What color eyes did he have? Did he have a goatee? Did he have a mustache? Did he have a beard? And so on and so forth. And the witness starts to get torn down. And if that's all you've got is that person's observation, it can make you a little unsteady about whether or not you really have enough proof to give you that certainty that you need. Now, contrast that with the following. You have the defendant committing a purse snatch. And what you have is someone who hears the woman scream, sees the back of a man running, and then a few minutes later, the defendant is caught 3 blocks away holding her purse. Assume for a moment that she cannot really identify her attacker. You got him with her purse just a few minutes later. A lot of things can be said about how it got to him, but that's circumstantial evidence. But even that circumstantial evidence is not nearly as good. It doesn't come close to what we have in this case. In this case, you have circumstantial evidence of the blood, you have hair and fiber, and you have some of the conduct evidence and the opportunity evidence. You have a wealth of evidence in this case, all pointing to one person, the defendant. Now, this instruction. Usually when I see lawyers argue this, they take out one paragraph and they only talk about that one. I want to talk about the whole instruction here. Okay, begins in the very first paragraph with the fact, a finding of guilt as to any crime may not be based on circumstantial evidence unless the proved circumstances are not only 1, consistent with the theory that the defendant is guilty of the crime, but 2, cannot be reconciled with any other rational conclusion. You'll see the word reasonable, rational throughout these jury instructions, because that's what it's all about. Reason, common sense, logical, rational. All right, now here's, I'm going to jump around between this, and I'm going to come back and forth to this instruction because there's a lot here. But in the third paragraph, this is what I told you about a little bit earlier. If you have two reasonable interpretations, remember I talked to you about, I gave you the example of the Bronco that could have been on Ashford or could have been gone completely at the time that Charles Cale was walking his dog. You had two reasonable interpretations from that evidence when he said he couldn't see the Bronco on Rockingham. At the point in time that he testified, based on his testimony, you had two reasonable conclusions to draw. Either that it was not there at all, or that it was on Ashford and he didn't see it. When you have two reasonable interpretations, one of which points to guilt, and the other to innocence, you adopt the interpretation that points to the innocence and reject that interpretation which points to his guilt. That is when they are equally susceptible of two reasonable interpretations. If, on the other hand, one interpretation of the evidence appears to you to be reasonable and the other to be unreasonable, you must accept the reasonable interpretation and reject the unreasonable. Reasonable, rational. The defense will argue to you many things, inferences that could be drawn, just like the possibilities I talked to you about. Ask yourself, are they reasonable? Because if they are not, if those inferences are not reasonable, then you are to reject them and accept the reasonable. And that's why I keep referring to common sense, rational, logical. All right, I'd like to start with hair and fiber. If you remember...
We're going to take a break and be back with more of these closing arguments right after this.
We made a name for ourselves by inventing a wonder drug. And now, we're improving the diagnosis and treatment of major diseases. Our energy-absorbing foams make cars safer than ever. And our crop protectants help farmers produce a more abundant food supply.
So much good we can do for each other. Oh, what a world it can be.
Bayer. In healthcare, chemicals, and imaging technologies, we cure more headaches than you think.
The day ends. 10,000 workers head earthward, down through the 110 stories, leaving behind any thought of what will become of the 4 tons of paper they threw away today. Not to worry. A good recycling plan can overcome any obstacle, even the world's tallest. What business do we have saying we help the environment? That is our business.
Your best bet is a Best Western. Call 1-800-528-1234 or your travel agent.
How long do you think I'm going to hang around here serving up your food wearing this apron? It's a pity because it suits you.
I've always dreamed of seeing the world, but you can see it in someone's eyes. The Run of the Country, rated R.
Now at select theaters, starts at additional theaters Friday.
This fall, the worldwide resources of television's only global news organization come together to create a truly international newscast. Worldview, the news the world will be watching. Weeknights this fall on CNN.
Tonight, Jerry Spence guest hosts Larry King Live.
Marcia Clark is now focusing on the conclusions of FBI Special Agent Douglas Diedrich regarding the hair and fiber results in this case.
With the knit cap, I think we have to cut the feed. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Bancroft, this has remains on it.
Again, this is an argument board. You're not going to get it back in the jury room. This is just for me to talk to you and show you stuff with. Too low. Raise it up a little.
Marcia Clark is now focusing on hair and fiber evidence, some of which was retrieved from the Bundy crime scene. And since there are certain pictures that the camera deems inappropriate for television viewers, including the shots of the bodies, the victims at the crime scene, we are not able to show them to you. We will, however, continue to provide you with the audio feed and the video that you're seeing here of the closing arguments of Marcia Clark.
All right. The knit cap. You can barely see it under the plant here. This is the position in which it was found. Now you can see how the defendant could miss it in the dark. It's underneath that plant. I'm pointing to it right here, that blue, patch of blue here. On that knit cap, you recall that well, it's the defendant's hairs. Now, let me refer specifically to Mr. Diedrich's testimony in this regard, because what he told us is this. He said there were the hairs that he said were consistent with the defendant's. He found 9 inside the cap. And it's clear, extrapolating from his testimony, it's clear that they were 9, I think, naturally shed hairs is what he said. Not fragments, but naturally shed hairs. That he wore the cap from that. Now, what's interesting also is that he talked about fragments that were found inside the cap, hairs of black origin that were not consistent with Mr. Simpson's. And so I asked him, you know, what about those hairs? Well, he said they were treated, chemically treated. How long were they in the cap? Can't tell. They could have been there for years. Because you can, you know, life experience, if you ever had anything knit like that, kind of a loose weave, and you'll have it in evidence, you can check it out. It's gonna get hairs in it, and those hairs could stay there for a very long time if it's not washed, if it's not laundered. So that's why I asked the defendant's hairdresser. Could it have, what about the defendant's former wife, Marguerite? Did she treat her hair? What about Arnell? Did she treat her hair? These are other possible people that could have worn the cap and whose hair could, the fragments, old fragments, could be from. But the 9 naturally shed hairs inside the cap that were consistent with the defendant's were different in quality than those because they were not fragments and therefore unlikely to be old. All right, and taking into account everything that we know, those were his hairs in the cap. He wore the cap. He also found on that cap fiber, and he said it was consistent with the carpet from the defendant's Bronco. And he talked to you about the unusual nature of the trilobal cross-section of that fiber, and he showed you photographs of it that were taken from the scanning electron microscope. You'll have that back in the jury room if you want to see it. It's very interesting stuff. But what we know, from all we know, that was a fiber from the defendant's Bronco on that cap. Now that's very important because that actually, with that cap, we have tied the defendant and his car to the crime scene at Bundy. And now you see, to summarize, on the knit cap we have the defendant's hair and the Bronco fiber from the carpet in his Bronco. And another piece of the puzzle. Now let's go to Ron's shirt. Now on Mr. Goldman's shirt, we have the defendant's hair, and we have the blue-black cotton fiber. Now, of course, the defendant's hair is of obvious significance. Mr. Diedrich was asked whether or not that hair appeared to be, the hair that he said was consistent with the defendant's, whether it appeared soiled. He said no. That was very important, and that was very important for this reason. If we had simply found hairs of the defendant in the soil of that area in Bundy where Ron Goldman was lying, we probably would not think that was a big deal. Why? He visited the place. He was there, pick up the children, leave the children, and that there might be stray hairs lying around in the soil, you know, falling from whatever reason. This would not be very significant. I wouldn't be standing here talking to you about it right now. But you have an unsoiled hair on the victim's shirt. That's important. And that makes the distinction. Because if it had been something he picked up from the soil, then you should have seen dirt in it. The fact that it was unsoiled means it was the result of contact between the defendant and Ronald Goldman that night during the murders. We certainly have no reason at all to believe there was any contact between the defendant and Ronald Goldman before the murders committed. We have something else on Ron's shirt. We have the blue-black cotton fibers. All right, so what's the big deal about that? Well, you recall that Mr. Diedrich found blue-black cotton fibers in 2 other places. And the blue-black cotton fibers that he found that shared the same microscopic characteristics as those he found on Ron Goldman's shirt were found on the Rockingham glove and on the defendant's socks. So what could that be? Well, clearly, those are fibers from what the defendant was wearing that night. You recall what Cato described. He was wearing the dark blue to black cotton sweatsuit with long sleeves. Now, a sweatsuit has banded ankles and is going to be in contact with your socks. Obviously, too, a sweatsuit, you know, if you have an elastic ankle, exertion, you're going to pull the pants up. It's going to rub. There's going to be some friction there. And it's natural, of course, it's also common sense, that you will find fiber from one piece of clothing transferred to another, which is why, if you recall when he was testifying, I asked him, did you find any of Ron Goldman's shirt fibers on his jeans? Yeah, I did. Not a surprising thing, very common. Same thing happened with the defendant. And when he had contact with Ronald Goldman, when he attacked Ronald Goldman, he left fibers from what he was wearing on Ron Goldman's shirt. And when he went to take, and in wearing that sweatsuit over those socks, he left fibers on those socks. And in having maybe the Rockingham glove in his pocket, when he was running down the South Pathway, picking up fibers from it, from his clothing, when the glove fell out, it still had the fiber from his clothing. And that's why you have those fibers sharing the same microscopic characteristics with all the tests he performed on them, there were quite a few, in those 3 places, going to the crime scene, the South Pathway, and the defendant's bedroom. So with this piece of evidence, we've tied the defendant to the murders, and this link carries us from Bundy clear into the defendant's bedroom in Rockingham. And here's a summary of what we've just discussed: the defendant's hair on Ron Goldman's shirt and blue-black cotton fibers. Yeah. And another piece of the puzzle. All right, now let's move away from Ron and start up the walkway. I'm going to direct your attention to the board. the bloody shoe prints. Now, the bloody shoe prints actually start down here. I'll just hold it up for a minute. On this very first photograph on the bottom, you can see the shoe print right next to the blue knit cap. It starts between, okay. And those bloody shoe prints go all the way down the walkway till you get to about halfway when they fade out. This is another important piece of evidence that proves the defendant's guilt. The shoe prints are all size 12. The shoe prints were all, and by the way, size 12, less than 10% of the male population wears that size. And the men who wear that size tend to fall within the height range of 5'11" to 6'4". The defendant is 6'2". And these are not just any size 12s. They're expensive shoes. Casual shoes that cost $160. Not dress shoes. Shoes that would be worn by a rich man. The kind of man who would wear cashmere-lined gloves. And what's even more important is that those shoes were only sold in 40 stores in this country. Out of how many thousands, maybe even millions of stores in this country, these shoes are only sold in 40 of them. And one of those 40 stores was Bloomingdale's, the store the defendant shopped in regularly, where he would buy shoes, both dress and casual, as you heard the testimony. They stopped selling those shoes back in 1992. But during the time that they sold them, the defendant was shopping at Bloomingdale's. Now, as we move down the walkway, we see that there's only one set of bloody shoe prints. Mr. Boziak, I think, made that very clear, especially on his last visit. Only one set of the imprints were bloody shoe prints. And all of them were consistently Bruno Magli, size 12. And there's the summary. Defendant's shoe size is 12, less than 10% of the population. Expensive, rare men's shoes sold at very few stores. And another piece of the puzzle. Now we look to the left of the bloody shoe prints, and we see the blood drops on the walkway. These are the blood drops left by the murderer. I've already talked to you about that, and it's clear because they go all the way alongside to the left of the bloody shoe prints down that walkway. 5 blood drops, all of which match the defendant. Now, of the 4 inside the gate, 4 on the walkway that is inside the gate, all 4 were done with PCR. 1 was also done with conventional serology. You recall there was testimony about that from Greg Matheson. But all of them match the defendant. As we get to the rear gate, we see that there's more blood. And this blood also matches the defendant. Now, on the rear gate, I think I've already talked to you about that. The blood that matches the defendant was typed 1 in 57 billion. In other words, that's identity. That is his blood. And then we go out to the driveway, and you recall blood drop number 52. And that drop was also done with RFLP. And in that blood drop out on the driveway, you have the typing, I think, determined with RFLP was that it was 1 in 170 million. The reason for the lower number is because they had fewer probes. It was a weaker sample. The reason for that, I'll talk about that for a minute. You have a different environment, and I think it's important to note. On the walkway, we don't have a good picture of it here. There are other pictures that you have in evidence that'll show this. The walkway is very dirty, and it's concrete. It's porous. It absorbs. On the other hand, on the gate, you have a smooth surface. It's up off the ground, and it's not as much in contact with dirt and with the elements, and it's not going to be absorbed in the gate because you have the paint on the gate that prevents it from doing that, which is why you have higher molecular weight DNA. The more that DNA is subjected to bacteria, to dirt that degrades it, the more it's going to degrade, the less DNA you're going to have. The dirtier the environment, the less the DNA. The cleaner, less hostile environment, the more DNA. Very simple. So you have more DNA on the gate than you do on a dirty walkway. The gate is not the cleanest thing in the world, I guarantee, but you do have, it's up off the ground. You do have a non-absorbent surface. So that's part of the reason for the higher weight DNA. The other part of the reason is that the rear gate, by inference from all of the testimony, that stain was collected and taken down right away instead of sitting in plastic bags in a hot truck. All right. So you have all of the blood on the walkway matching the defendant. You have RFLP results on the rear gate that identifies the defendant. You have a drop on the driveway, 1 in 170 million. That's a virtual identification of the defendant under all of these circumstances as well. And another piece of the puzzle. Now let's talk about the Bronco.
While these next exhibits are being put into place, we'll take a break and be back with more right after this.
Together, they take a provocative look at today's most compelling cases. Greta Van Susteren and Roger Kosick. Burden of Proof. This fall on CNN.
Today, big news from the automotive world. Happy Sport utility buyers flock to showrooms for lower payments and savings on the popular GMC Jimmy. Now that's a lot of green. And speaking of green, Jeep owners are green with envy. Now the Jimmy tops Grand...
Longer. Homes more energy efficient. Animals healthier. And we're helping to lead the way in biotech research.
So much good we can do for each other. Oh, what a world it can be.
Bayer. In healthcare, chemicals, and imaging technologies, we cure more headaches than you think.
No one gives you more ways to add the impact of color to black and white documents. Xerox Color. A simpler way to do good work.
Marcia Clark is now reviewing key evidence found in the Bronco. She said that blood on the console and in other places in the Bronco are where you would expect to see them and in the amounts you would expect to see them.
You'd be seated in the car. So now we know yet another fact that shows that he was bleeding in that car long before he went out to get his cell phone from the Bronco to leave for the airport. Now, the defense is not claiming that the defendant's blood in the Bronco was either planted or contaminated. They concede that one right up front. And that's because they can come up with an explanation for that one. Remember the razor-sharp cell phone. But remember, it's only the evidence that they can't otherwise explain that they resort to the desperation theories of contamination and planting. But it's not only the defendant's blood in this car. There's also the blood of Ron and Nicole in that Bronco. And there are other people who saw that there was blood in that car at Rockingham in the early morning hours of June the 13th. Recall another witness called by the defense, Officer Don Thompson, who was guarding the car and kind of taking care of business at Rockingham. He saw the blood in the Bronco as well. Now, you may remember that the blood on the console was initially collected. By the console, I mean the area here marked by the number 31. This number tag, it's in between the seats. Testimony was that Dennis Fung collected blood from that console on June the 14th at the print shed. That was before it went to Vertel's, that tow yard where it seems that everybody and his brother went to look at that car. Before it went there, Dennis Fung collected that blood. Now, the results of the blood collected by Dennis Fung in the morning of June the 14th indicated with PCR testing the presence of blood from the defendant and from Ronald Goldman. And it indicated that the response it was mostly the defendant's blood in that mixture. Now, you heard all the testimony about the insecure conditions at Vertel's and how the car was kept unlocked because they didn't have a key for it. And you may remember that the defendant the Bronco had to be towed from Rockingham because early in the morning when the police had contacted the defendant, if you may recall, Cato testified that the detectives asked him for a key to the Bronco because it was locked, they couldn't get inside it, and he couldn't find a key. And you may also recall that there was testimony indicating that the car had to be towed because it couldn't be unlocked. They didn't unlock it until the 14th when they had to do that with a Slim Jim. Basically had to break into it. Well, after the Bronco left Vertel's, I think it was about a month later, it went to a more secure location, and at the request of the defense, an examination of the Bronco was conducted in their presence. And Michelle Kessler told you of how she saw that Dennis Fung had not collected all of the blood off the console. And she said, let's collect the rest of it. So they took the console out, and Greg Matheson actually swatched the remaining blood off the console in the presence of the defense experts. And that was on, I believe, August 26th, either August 26th or September 1st. Now, that blood that he swatched on either August 26th or September 1st in the presence of the defense did not go through LAPD testing at all. That blood went straight up to the Department of Justice for testing. And it came back with an RFLP match that you heard late in the trial. RFLP meaning we had more DNA in it. And we were able to say, we were able to match the blood again to the defendant and Ron Goldman. That's very important for two reasons. Number one, it shows you that it is not so easy to contaminate DNA. It's not so easy to contaminate blood. Even though that console sat there in the Bronco at Vertel's, where everybody had to go and check this Bronco out, the results that were obtained on the morning of the 14th before it went to Vertel's are the same as the results that were obtained about 2 months later, 2.5 months later. So it tells you also that PCR testing is accurate. But of course, even more importantly, it tells you that Ron Goldman's blood is in that Bronco. And there's no reason for his blood to be in that Bronco, an RFLP match, unless the defendant committed the murders and had the blood of Ron Goldman on him to swipe on that Bronco. Now, there's something else about that Bronco that I wanted to point out to you. Can we put the photo up? For this, I think it's better to show you the picture up on the screen. This, which one's this, John? 145?
All right, this is the photo of the Bronco driver's side
Yes, Your Honor.
floorboard. All right, Ms. Clark, proceed, and we'll have Mr. Turlow tell us which one this is.
The resolution here a little bit. I showed you a photograph of this during the trial that I think was a lot clearer than what you're seeing now. This one's very faded. Okay, we're going to get a clearer picture for you. What I'm going to point out to you, though, ladies and gentlemen, is the bloody imprint that was in the driver, on the driver's side of that carpet. On the driver's side of the floor mat, where a driver would put his foot, we find a bloody imprint. A bloody imprint that Mr. Boziak told you had characteristics consistent with the Bruno Magli shoe of that S pattern that he talked about, and a bloody imprint that was tested and matched to the blood of Nicole Brown. That carpet piece was cut out of the Bronco by Dennis Fung on June the 14th at the print shed. Now, think about this one for a minute, because just the fact of having blood in that location tells you something. How in the world do you get blood on the floor mat in a position where a driver puts his foot unless you have stepped in blood and then sat in the car and put your foot on that spot? How else? How else? How many times have you stepped in blood, and how many times have you tracked it into your car? I don't know how many, but you can see just logically, somebody who is walking around with bloody shoes gets in to drive his car, and the carpet comes up. There you go. And this is People's?
It's People's 172.
People's 172. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask Jonathan to point it to you. It's, you can probably see it, though.
Go ahead and use the laser.
Oh, great. This is easier. Look. See right here? And that's what we had testimony about with respect to the blood testing and with respect to Mr. Boziak. But when I sat and I listened to that, I thought, gee, I don't know how much clearer it could be. I really don't. You have the bloody shoe prints going down the walkway, understandably on concrete, a hard surface, they fade out. Then you put that same bloody shoe that obviously got blood up in the grooves of the pattern of the shoe onto a soft surface like a carpet that picks up that blood, whatever's remaining. How else did it get there? And those bloody shoe prints that lead away from the bodies of Ron and Nicole reach right into the defendant's Bronco. All right, we have, you can already see, we have such a wealth of evidence that we could probably stop right here, but frankly, I'd like to, but I have to finish going through all of the evidence, and the Bronco went back to Rockingham. So let's go back to Rockingham as we trace the steps. And I'll quickly review the evidence for you at Rockingham.
Thank you,
All right. So he gets in the Bronco and he drives back to Rockingham, parking it on Rockingham, just north of the Rockingham gate, where we see it in all of the photographs. Now, as I've described earlier, the defendant runs down the south pathway. And you're thinking to yourself, you know, why? Why would he do that? And I talked to you about disposing of the knife. Really common. Murderers want to get rid of the murder weapon. They think that's the one thing that can nail them. He's running back to that rear lot. He never gets there because he crashes into the air conditioner, dropping the glove. Why would he need to put the knife on his own property? You're thinking, why not drop it in a dumpster on the way home? Doesn't that make sense? Why not? Why would you want to do that? Leave it on your own property or bury it on your own property. He can't. He can't because he's famous. If someone sees him hanging around near a dumpster on that night of all nights, at that time of all times, dropping something into a dumpster, they're going to recognize him. And he's going to have a witness. A witness who's going to put him very close to the scene of the crime at the very wrongest time he could be there, right after the murders. He can't dispose of evidence in public. Every move he makes is noticed. So he's got to find a private place, and that's the one that makes the most sense. And he doesn't have a whole lot of time to get real creative here. So what do we find on the Rockingham glove, the one he dropped? We find everything. Everything. We find fibers consistent with Ron Goldman's shirt. We find the hair of Ron. We find the hair of Nicole. We find the blood of Ron Goldman. We find the blood of Nicole Brown. And we find the blood of the defendant. And we find Bronco fiber from the defendant's Bronco. We find blue-black cotton fibers just like those found on the shirt of Ron Goldman and on the socks of the defendant in his bedroom. And on this glove, he is tied to every aspect of the murder. To Ron Goldman, to Nicole Brown, to the car. And of course, that's why the defense has to say that the glove is planted. Because if they don't, everything about this glove convicts the defendant. Where it's found, what's found on it, what's found in it, even a black limb hair found inside the glove. Everything about it convicts him. Even though the planting theory is ridiculous, when you think about it, you give it a little rational thought, you realize it's absurd. Whatever you think of Mark Fuhrman, nobody thinks much of him. He couldn't have done this. Why couldn't he have done this? It's not just the fact that all the other officers who were there before him saw only one glove. Think about what he knew at the time he went out to the South Pathway. He didn't know whether or not there were eyewitnesses to the crime that would say somebody else did it. He didn't know if there was going to be someone who said, I heard voices. They weren't his. They weren't Mr. Simpson's. He didn't know if the defendant had an airtight alibi and had maybe left on the 9 o'clock flight to Chicago. He didn't know any of that. What he could have done by planting evidence has been wrong and completely fouled up the solution of a case, because he's doing something like that without knowing anything about the case, subjecting himself, think about his own self-preservation, to an incredible felony. He's in big trouble, and all that has to happen is that an alibi is proven or an eyewitness comes forward, neither one of which he knows anything about. They could be out there for all he knows. He probably thinks they are. So think about that when you consider this theory of the defense. You know, I mean, it's like dismissing logic and reality and reason all at once. Throw them out the window. Because nothing makes sense about that theory. Nothing from even Mark Fuhrman's point of view. But I think if you look clearly at the evidence, if you look straight on and you use your common sense, you're going to see this. You're going to know this. You will. But the bottom line is, and I think that you'll reach the same conclusion, no one planted that glove. You know why? Because they're his gloves. They're his gloves. Think about all the evidence you've heard now. Remember that he's a size extra large. The gloves are a size extra large. The glove at Rockingham is a mate to the glove at Bundy. They're a pair that are the same exact type purchased by Nicole on December 18th, 1990. One of only 200 pairs sold that year. Gloves that are cashmere lined. Gloves that cost $55. Rich man's gloves. Gloves that were exclusive to Bloomingdale's. Gloves that were not sold west of Chicago. Gloves that the defendant was wearing at football games from January of 1991, just a few weeks after she bought them, until the last football season before the murders. Now, you'll recall that there was a photograph that was shown to you. First of all, the receipt. There was a receipt that was shown to you that showed that when she bought the gloves, she bought 2 pairs of gloves and a muffler on December 18th of 1990. And there was a photograph shown to you during one of the football games that I'm trying to remember the date of. I think it was 92. I think it was 92. In which he's wearing a brown jacket, a brown muffler, and the brown gloves. Doesn't it make sense that when she bought the muffler, she bought it to match at least one of the pair of the gloves? And there he is wearing it. And you see him wearing those gloves in the photographs that we showed you right up until the last football season before the murders. And the gloves you saw him wearing in all of those pictures that we showed you at all those football games are the gloves that you have right here in evidence in this courtroom. And you recall we're trying to pull up that picture for you. You have testimony that was taken on the on this photograph. You see the muffler? The jacket, the glove.
Mr. Farrell, what exhibit is this? Thank you.
I think it was January of '92. If you need to have that reviewed for you, it's in the testimony. Okay. Now, I know that you recall the glove demonstration when the defendant put the gloves on, the crime scene gloves on. Now, he mugged for you, and he tried to act like it was real difficult, it was real hard for him, and almost impossible to get it on. Well, I'm sure it wasn't as easy as usual. He didn't have to ever wear them before over latex gloves. As Mr. Ruin told you, that makes it a great deal more difficult to put gloves on. And being old gloves, the blood that soaked into them soaked in and made them that much less stretchable. Because really the issue is stretchability, not so much size. If he'd had the chance to put them on, wear them for a while, they would have stretched back out. They would have been a better fit than they were. So it might have taken a little effort and a little time, but you ultimately would have seen that, of course, they do fit. And it's no different than an experience that we all have in our lives. You have leather gloves, they get damp a little bit, you leave them to dry, you don't wear them for a while, you go back, you put them on, they're tight. They're tight. You've got to drag them on, pull them on, you wear them for a little bit, they stretch back out. And that's, again, that's common sense. That's something that we've all had in our life experience. But if you're really trying, of course, you can do it.